Big is our number. We're Gregless today. We'll explain. Everything's fine. It's just we'll explain. It's some pre-game prep he's got going on right now, and I don't blame him. So we'll get through this hour without Greg today, but Helmsy's here. Also, Blazing Silverman is here. Bubba is here already. He's fired up, ready to go. Got his backpack on. You'll see his gray head. There he is right there. Look at him doing the tomahawk chop. I like that. He's here today, fired up, ready to go. Your phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Have a lot of updates, some news to discuss, too. This world's just so crazy as ever. And some personal information, as we always bring to the table. But without further ado, over to my left is Mr. Michael Helms. What's up, guys?
How are you, sir?
How you been?
I'm good.
You ready to go?
A lot's going on in my world the last 24 hours.
Boy, has it.
And one thing I can't get over is the fact that, and this is going to catch you off guard, I believe, that I had to. This is not my choice.
Okay.
But I had to watch the World Cup game with the U.S. yesterday, and I watched it from start to finish in its entirety.
Wow.
And I nearly fell asleep during it at one point, and I had a lot of questions, but I didn't want to ask so many questions because I wanted the guys that I was with to know that I halfway knew what was going on in our society.
Right.
And felt really for the first time helpless.
Right.
Uneducated. And but I got through it, and I don't think I said anything or did anything to embarrass myself. But I still, sitting here today after an hour and 45, 50 minutes of watching, I have no idea what happened other than they won.
Other than
we got the goal and won, and I don't but like there was an offsides at one point, and I'm like, I don't know what y'all are talking about.
Right.
Like, why is that offside?
It's kind of like
and one guy was like, I understand that. That's the right call. But I don't get it when it's here. And I'm like, I don't even get it there. What are you talking about?
Right. So the U.S. Did beat Iran and move on. If they would have tied in a draw, lost, they would have gone home. So they ended up winning it. I understand. I see where there are reports that the Iranian players, if they did not stand in attention and respect the anthem as it was played, then their families would be killed and stuff like that. There was reports that they were all threatened, but they had to sing it, and so they stood proud and sang. That was a storyline. A lot of chatter, a lot of going jabs back and forth prior to the game. And we talked yesterday about in a press conference, one of the players for the U.S. team was asked how he could play for a racist country.
Yeah.
Of course, he gave the shut-up juice to the reporter because he's like, I was actually raised by a white family, so I'm good. But I've noticed that playing around the world, everybody's got problems, and some deal with it in different ways. Reporter really didn't know how to answer that or reply to that question. So, but, yeah, USA wins. I do find it surprising that you watched it, but I understand the situation you were in and you know, what else can you do?
I had no choice,
right?
And I seriously, I was like, wow. So I kept watching the clock, and you know, that's another question I wanted to ask them, but I didn't want to do it because they would like, so this guy's an idiot when it comes to soccer or football or whatever they call it. You know, it's a running clock, and they never stop it, even during injuries. They don't stop the clock. So I'm like, so what in the world? And so I know we add time at the end, but I didn't know that we didn't stop it for injuries. So in my mind, here's my mind. I know we got an hour and 30 minutes, okay? We got 90 minutes. So all I can think about during the injury time is we're just adding time. And so now I'm going to have 9 extra minutes. So the whole time when we're talking about 10 minutes left, 5 minutes left, I'm sitting here thinking, no, we're not. We're going to be in here watching this for another 25 minutes.
Yeah, I know. It's strange.
And how do you know, technically, I know the official has supposed to keep a stopwatch, timer, whatever, on the extra time. So when there's an injury, they click it. So they're keeping up with it. But how do we know that's accurate?
Yeah.
You know, like I want to know. I want to see another clock up there running.
I know.
I feel like, because I've been around Greg, who's not here today, I feel like these are the kind of things that I question because he's in my life.
Yeah. And speaking of Greg, let's explain. So His son, Taylor, coaches for Thompson High School. Those around the country, it's a 7A, which is the highest classification in the state of Alabama. 7A high school in the Birmingham Metro. Very, very established, successful program, state championship history, all this kind of stuff. He is a coach on Thompson High School's football team, and they play for the state championship tonight in Auburn, Alabama. And you know they've been in the news with their college because Hugh Freeze is now their head coach, but they have an Auburn High School. They're also very established and have a great program. So Auburn High School gets to play at Auburn at Jordan-Hare to represent the south part of the state. Thompson High School plays to represent the north side. So north versus south, then you have your winner. And it's a rematch from a couple of years ago that Auburn had Thompson beat, and this crazy finish, Thompson won the game. It's bizarre. So anyway, it's a rematch. And, of course, Greg and Lisa and the family are going down to represent and be there for Coach Burgess, Taylor. And so versus getting up at 2:30 a.m. and then driving home and then grabbing the family and then driving to Auburn or whatever. It was just smart to take the day, sleep in a little bit, spend time with the family, get there. And then tomorrow he'll be here at some point. He'll probably miss the kickoff hour tomorrow as well. But, Auburn, from where he lives, is, 2 hours or so. And so you add all that up, you're getting home after midnight, and no reason for him to wake back up after about a 2-3 hour nap and come on in. So that's where Greg is today. Just a quick update if you don't hear his voice. Nothing's wrong. It's actually a good thing. He's going to represent the family at the 7A high school for the state of Alabama state championship game tonight for football, American football.
Yes.
As we come back,
we can actually know how much time's left on the clock.
Yeah. We have a lot of updates when it comes to American football and college.
Wow, do
football.
we ever?
And we got to ask some questions, and I got to ask you some questions too.
Okay.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Folks, our friends at WizKid Clean Pods make smarter cleaning products. That's just a fact. A lot of you already are loving your glass cleaners, bathroom cleaners, floor cleaners, and the very popular pet cleanup urine blast. The cool thing about the multi-service Clean Pods is the molecular surface coating, which is like Rain-X because it repels the dirt. You can really see the difference on those kitchen counters. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. The holidays are right around the corner, and I'm ready. You know why? Because we use HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers delicious recipes and more right to the door, so you can skip that extra grocery store trip, take a break from meal planning, and enjoy this special time of the year. HelloFresh always has something new to try with over 35 chef-crafted seasonal recipes each week. Sign up today for 70% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code is BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or go to RickandBubba.com under sponsors.
Did you know that over the holidays, property crimes like burglaries and package theft spike nationally? That's why our friends at Simply Safe Home Security are offering 50% off their award-winning security system. This is their biggest offer of the year. Simply Safe Whole Home Security with advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. Get 50% off with any new system at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
All right, I've been going on and on about how much I love the products from Brick House Nutrition, especially their number one selling product, Field of Greens. Well, right now at brickhousenutrition.com, they're having their massive Black Friday sale. Everything on the site is 30% off. This includes the popular Field of Greens, which we've been using for months now. Our families love it too. Kickstart your journey to better health during the biggest sale of the year by going to brickhousenutrition.com. Enter the promo code HEALTH to get 30% off everything, or rickandbubba.com.
At Boot Barn, we believe that cowboy boots are made to be worn, not collected. For a boot to last a lifetime, it needs to be built properly. Hand craftsmanship is among the best ways to achieve that, where 90 artisans have the boots in their hands from start to finish. Dan Post has been handcrafting boots since the 60s, ensuring the highest quality with comfort and artistry in mind. This holiday, Dan Post Boots at Boot Barn.
If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa. And, folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Here's a go-to gift idea this holiday season: premium audio products from Raycon. Raycon's wireless earbuds, headphones, and speakers use useful features, an almost custom comfortable fit, and up to 54 hours of battery life for the next month. Raycon will have a countdown to Christmas. It's a new pop-up flash deal every single day. Get 15% off site-wide plus free shipping with the code HOLIDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's the code HOLIDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, we love it, and they're offering you a special holiday discount right now. Helix offers customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone's unique. If you need a new mattress, go to helixsleep.com/Bubba, take the quiz, order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door, shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $450 off all mattress orders for our listeners at helixsleep.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
It's 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the kickoff hour. Greg off today. He will be back with us either tomorrow or on Friday. We thank you for being with us. I am Speedy. To my left is Helmsy. Blazing Silverman is here. He's your intern today. Rick and Bubba Adler join us right after top of the hour for the main show. So there's a story in a headline from Fox News, the Daily Mail, a lot of our go-tos when it comes to show prep. And we don't just use one site. I mean, there's a number of them. We try to vet out stories and all this kind of stuff. But one of the bigger stories of the day for the country is supercell storms rip through southern states, leaving millions at risk for dangerous tornadoes. We had counties across Mississippi, Arkansas, Louisiana, who were under a tornado watch yesterday as a severe supercell storm ripped through the southeast. Alabama got the brunt of it. Still a little bit left in the state of Alabama if you're listening live, but a lot of it after dinner time last night into the early morning hours and just before 5 a.m. Central today, the National Weather Service based out of Birmingham tweeted out an urgent warning for residents confirming tornadoes had touched down and all this kind of stuff. So I'm saying all that to let you know that when we wake up and come to work, anytime there's any type of weather event, we're always the guinea pigs on the road. You know, it's like, okay, here we go.
Debris in the streets.
Let's see what's happened. It could be an ice storm, which it is rare in Birmingham, but sometimes there's hard freezes. You never know. Flooding, tornadoes like it was last night, severe weather, that kind of thing. And you always try to give yourself a little extra time because you aren't sure what am I going to encounter. You think about the roads you take and stuff. And I wasn't that concerned about it. But as I pulled out of the neighborhood and I started seeing
that was me,
huge limbs down and half a trees laid over on the side of the road, I went, okay. So you had to take it slow and kind of I saw myself snaking through a couple of spots on some of the roads I was coming in, but overall I was able to make it no problem. But you had to, get a little extra time. But last night, as it came through, I've talked to you about the two dogs I have, Jack and Leo. Jack is the older of the two.
Yeah.
Leo is my wild card. All right, he's my blue. All right. He has a pretty crazy personality. He's a little bit goofy. Jack, he's a little bit more laid back, older, and just takes Leo and just kind of deals with him, right? But when it comes to Storm, Jack's a freak.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know.
Freak.
I don't know how else to put it.
Once you're a freak, you're always a freak.
I don't know what to do with him. I've heard about the Benadryl for dogs and stuff, and I've heard all kind of medication you can take and get from the vet. And I'll be honest with you, I haven't done it. Yeah. There's vests they can wear. I've heard all of that, and y'all have helped me on some suggestions. But last night he just starts barking. Inside, outside, doesn't matter. Anytime there was lightning, anytime there was thunder, he would start barking like there was somebody at the front door. And the way that we have the setup at the house, our bedroom is the furthest room in the back of the house. So therefore, it's right there by the breezeway, the back porch, and the backyard. So when he's outside, it's like he's in the den. It's like he's not outside. So I dealt with that all night. I would be scared to death. I'd wake up, just because you hear a bark.
Yeah. And
I woke up at like 10, 11:15, again at 12:30. The 2 o'clocker was a big one. I know you normally tinkle at 2.
Well, that's when I was up, but I don't think it was the storm that woke me up. I think it was my tinkle at 2.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to tell you this right now, Mr. Jack, he didn't like it. And so I go out there, and I'm in my underwear, picture that. Hey, what are you doing? And then he just looks at you, almost like I can't help it. So I try not to be, I know this sounds crazy because I know they're not human, so I'm not trying to say that. But it's almost like I can't help it. I'm having some type of anxiety thing. Yeah. So you try to be sensitive to that and just go, hey, it's okay, buddy. Just chill out, Do however you talk to your dog. And at one point last night, and I'm not leaving it because of the lightning and the thunder and all this kind of stuff, you want to make sure they're not out there in that, even though there's an area that's covered and they're safe, and that's kind of where they were. At one point, he was inside, and I thought he had to go outside because he was at the door, just barking. Just, I'm like, wow, okay, so let's go use the bathroom. Raining hard.
Yeah.
11 o'clock. Tired, in my underwear, hoping my neighbors aren't out, which I wouldn't think they were. He goes out, and I'm like, well, go use the bathroom. I don't know what you got going on here. He goes, stands in the middle of the yard like a statue, all right, like a bird dog.
Like he's pointing?
Yes. And just stands there and looks at me, and it's in the pouring rain in the middle of the yard. I'm like, what are you doing? It's like he got frozen. I don't know. So that was my night. I got a little sleep.
Good night.
Woke up about every 45 minutes to an hour with some bark. So between the lightning and the thunder and making sure we were weather aware, I had dog barking. Of course, Leo's looking at me like, could you shut him up, please? Yeah. I'm trying to sleep. But that was my night. I'm a little loopy right now. I gotta be honest.
Well, I'm horrible. I won't say I'm horribly irresponsible, but I probably rely on these weather radios more than I should because Papa's going to bed and Papa can sleep through anything. Okay. And so, matter of fact, when we went to bed, we all went to bed pretty early. Everybody was real tired last night, which is odd. Now, I can't speak for Braden on that front because even though when he's tired, he says he's not tired, and he's the last to go to bed many a times. But Caroline mentioned how tired she was. I heard Maddie was like, give me a hug, I'm going to bed. And that was even before me. And so I was like, wow, so everybody's tired. Amanda was tired. So I knew we had a long night with the storms, but when I got in the bed, both dogs were in the bed. And I thought, well, that's strange because they never really want to be in there at all. But it had already started lightning popping and thundering, and I've noticed Coco is not scared of it, but she almost needs to be in a comfortable place. Like she's not freaking out, but she's like, she does things like this. Well, I think I'll go lay down where I know Mom and Dad are coming, that kind of thing. So I'm laying there, and I thought, you know what? I don't really want to put y'all up right now. I'm just going to lay down. So then I woke up, to your point, at 2 o'clock, and they weren't there. And I thought, well, I guess Amanda put the dogs up. So this, and when I say put the dogs up, Blue stays in a crate overnight. And it's a large, we got this big, huge crate that he stays in. And Coco is trained well enough that you can just let her roam. So she'll go check on everybody.
Right.
And, you know, you'll find her in Maddie's room or Braden's room or on the couch or laying next to Blue in the crate, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so I thought, well, Amanda must have put Blue in the crate.
Golly.
But here's the question I got this morning. It was, hey, did you put Blue in the crate? How'd he get in the crate? And I said, I don't know. Thought you did it. And she goes, no, I didn't. So what tells me Braden wouldn't have done it because, again, he would be in the crate if I could do it. He would be in his own crate. So I know it wasn't him. Maddie was already asleep, so Caroline is responsible enough that she probably said, look, I can't have Blue jumping on me. I'm trying to sleep. I'm putting him in the crate. So she probably did.
That's probably what happened. But you know, and to your point, I wouldn't have if he's not barking.
You would have slept through it too.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there was a couple of pops and a couple of. I mean, it looked like somebody was had a flashlight and was turning it off and on right in front of your eyes. There was a couple of loud bangs and some things that you just couldn't ignore, and I kind of woke up. One of them, a couple of them, actually shook the house. But I set the warnings and I have the notifications come on the weather radio that Span recommended.
That's me.
And I'm kind of dependent on that. But
I'm completely dependent on it.
But I tell you, the barks will wake you up.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you've thought about securing your home with home security, but you've been putting it off, right now listeners can order the #1 rated Simply Safe home security system for 50% off. This is their biggest offer of the year. In an emergency, 24/7 professionals monitoring agents use Fast Protect technology from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence and verify the threat is real, so you can get priority police response. Simply Safe is whole home security with advanced sensors for every room, window and door, 24/7 professional monitoring service that costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of ADT. With the top-rated Simply Safe app, stay in complete control of your system anytime, anywhere. Arm or disarm, unlock for a guest, access your cameras, or adjust your system settings. Get 50% off any new system at simplysafebubba.com. Today is their biggest discount of the year. That's simplysafebubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
So I've been telling you how much we are loving the products from Brick House Nutrition, especially their #1 selling product, Field of Greens. I take it, my family takes it, and it's a great investment in your health. Well, here's some great news. Right now at brickhousenutrition.com, they're having their massive Black Friday sale. Everything on site is 30% off. This includes the popular Field of Greens powder. The superfood powder is packed with the perfect balance of fruits and veggies, 1 scoop, and you can fill your daily nutritional fruit and vegetable needs. And they use the best ingredients in everything they make. We really like this product, and we know you will too. And with the Black Friday sale, it's a great time to try it. Why not kickstart your journey to better health and take advantage of the biggest sale of the year? All you need to do is go to brickhousenutrition.com and enter the promo code HEALTH to get 30% off everything. That's brickhousenutrition.com. Use the promo code HEALTH for 30% off any product, or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsor. The holidays are right around the corner, and we're ready. Why? Because we use HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers delicious recipes and more right to your door, so you can skip that extra grocery store trip, take a break from meal planning, and actually enjoy this special time of year. HelloFresh always has something new to try. With over 35 chef-crafted recipes each week, chock full of quality ingredients and choice proteins, plus you can stock your pantry and even prep for a party with seasonal and convenience items from the HelloFresh market. Now, when we're in a hurry, their 20-minute meals and easy cleanup options make for more quality time around the dinner table and less time in the kitchen, and saving money is always a priority around the holidays. HelloFresh is cheaper than the grocery store and 25% less expensive than takeout. Sign up today for 70% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at RickandBubba.com. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they help handle everything. Here's why we love them. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road. Every protection plan comes with coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. So as long as your car is covered, no matter how old it is, you're protected from the rising cost of parts and repairs. Get coverage today. Call 800-465-6550 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or 800-465-6550 to save 10%. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. Greg off today. You got two of us, though. I'm Speedy. To my left is Helmsy. Also Blazing Silverman here. Adler, Rick, and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. So, Mr. Helms, I noticed yesterday you were on the campus of UAB.
I was.
Do you care to share?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess we can dig into this.
Do you care to share?
So it's a long story, and I will not. You won't have to have the details of everything, but I have been added. I know this is going to come to a shock and catch some people off guard and think, what in the world is going on over there? Mm-hmm. But I have been added to the coaching staff, the UAB's men's tennis team. Blazers.
How about that?
And so, this is all fresh and new. This is something that I have always wanted to jump into this world. Mm-hmm. Didn't know if I'd ever have an opportunity to do so. And so, as we, I kind of look at my future. Amanda and I have kind of talked about our future over the next. I'm a planner. I'm goal-oriented. You know that. Y'all make fun of that. One of the reasons I'm telling this today is because Greg's not here.
Right.
I can actually get it in and not be made fun of.
All right.
And so, probably about, I guess 2 years ago, I started really going down the path of you need to go get USPTA certified and start teaching tennis because you love it. It fulfills you. And at some point, the guys are going to go, when I say guys, meaning Rick and Bubba, they're going to go to the farm in the lake, and there will be no show. That may be 5 years from now. That may be 10 years from now, 15 years from now. I don't know.
Right.
But you better plan for a different future because it's coming. It's kind of that's kind of speech I gave myself.
Okay.
So I went. And
by the way, you have that serious voice, the good night. Look at that
I know.
voice. It's the same voice.
And that being said, when that happens, whenever, it may be 2040, I hope you and Greg and myself can continue to do something. So all that I will always want to do as long as that opportunity is there, not going anywhere. and this will not affect Rick and Bubba, other than me having to take a day or so here or there for a conference championship or, conference tournament or something like that. But so I went down this path of the USPTA certification. I've been teaching out at the Pelham Racket Club. I will continue to do that. I've got some beginner clinics and some intermediate stuff that I do, some private lessons that I do. All that will not change. Now, what I am having to do is take a bucket of that time now and put it and dedicate it to UAB tennis, which I'm excited about. And so I guess it was probably about a month ago I started conversations with Coach DeSanto, Justin DeSanto, who has been there. This is his second year, the start of his second year. He comes from Wichita State and a long line of schools and a tennis background. And then the associate head coach, Trey Morris, he's an Athens, Georgia boy who ended up at Montana State as a head coach, and now he's back in the South at UAB. So
I guess he laughs at us when we say it's cold, doesn't he?
He does. He does. Of course, he had an indoor facility.
But still, he had to get around town.
He did. He did. And the fact that I just threw that shot about that's kind of, these are my guy. I love this. They could fit in here. They're the same mindset. And so those conversations have been going on over the past couple of weeks, and then obviously with my family, and then me trying to figure out, okay, the private, some of this stuff you're doing at Pelham's going to have to go. You only have so much time in the day, Helms, and so your tennis bucket is about to completely change as far as time if you accept this.
So you're leaving the show?
No, okay. And so I started Monday, and so Monday was my first day, and man, they rolled out the red carpet for me. It was fantastic. And so if you listen to the show and you're on the UAB campus and you've thought, how do I know that guy? Well, that's why I'm roaming around the UAB campus.
That explains your snaps to me.
And so and
wow, that's the campus. What's he doing?
And so we're in an interesting period. I love this. I'm loving that I'm starting now for a couple reasons. One, it's off season. So there's a lot of the things that, I've got a lot to learn on the court as far as coaching, but that is where I love that. That's where I'm natural. That's where things come natural to me, and I'm confident in my abilities on that front. Where I'm not is I've never had to recruit a kid. I don't know anything about recruiting. I don't know anything about administration when it comes to college or university. And so I'm glad I'm coming in at this point because we're in an off season, and I'm getting a chance to be in our office learning that side of it right now before we get into season coming out of the fall, winter break, Christmas break. And so it's interesting now because finals week, I learned stuff like this. The last 2 days have been just an overwhelming wealth of information that has been poured on me. And so next week for them is finals week. Well,
a lot of nervous studying going on right now.
there are, and Alex is one of them who's sitting in here. He can't believe it.
Yeah. You haven't seen Trent Dilfer, have you?
I haven't. I want to get to that because I got a funny tie to that I had no idea that was going on in a conversation I had with somebody yesterday. Couldn't believe it.
Wow.
And so, but what's interesting right now is find out things like this. So we can't officially practice during finals week or the week before finals start, and so.
Which makes sense.
Yeah, and to top it off, we've got 13 players. By the way, this is another thing that I've got to get used to. Here's our 13 players, okay? We got 7 countries, 7 different countries represented with those 3 Americans on the team. So I've got Bolivians, Spaniards, Czech Republic, France, Greece, and Serbia.
Wow.
Those
are
represented.
Out of the 13, just 3 U.S.
Yes, yeah.
Wow.
And that's typical in tennis. Big-time international presence when it comes to college tennis at any level. And so that's been interesting. So I'm starting to meet some – and here's the thing. Not all the players are on campus right now. Some of them were able to do finals before, after. They're playing in tournaments, and so they've figured out their schedule appropriately to where they're gone. And so I've only met like 6 or 7 of the players, and so that's been interesting and fun to just to get through. Like like a Bolivian kid yesterday I'm talking to, and I'm like, so you're from Bolivia now? You're sitting here in Birmingham, Alabama, and So all that's fun.
Do I need to do their voices or anything?
No, let's stay away from that at this point. But
probably nail it.
But I'm honored to have the opportunity. I'm blessed to have the opportunity, and I can't wait. I have a lot to learn, and I'm looking forward to digging in. So
congratulations.
All that started Monday, and so it's been a whirlwind for me the last few days. I mean, it has been, I get up early as we do for the show, and I go pretty hard all day. Anyway, I run a hard schedule. But now I'm running a hard schedule with things that I'm unsure of, okay? And so I before Monday, for the last 10, 12 years, kind of had my life figured out and kind of had things figured out. Even when I took the job at Pelham Racket Club teaching lessons, that's still, I know what I'm doing out there. So I don't never get uncomfortable with that. This is a whole new, I told Amanda, I said, okay, this is good. I've got out of my comfort zone. This is really good. And so
when's your last day here?
It's not.
Oh,
that's
okay.
not happening. I didn't get Hugh Freeze's contract.
Okay, I got it.
So,
okay.
But I'm extremely excited about this, and this is something that I have always wanted to do. Didn't know if I'd ever have the opportunity, so I'm thankful to UAB for giving me that opportunity. So now I got to run with it. I got to get it done. So.
Yeah. Well, and the reason why, and congratulations, and we'll talk more about that. That'll be ongoing, but I'm glad you were able to talk about that and excited for you because I know that's something you love to do. But the reason I asked about Trent Dilfer.
Yes.
And you have a little bit of insight here.
Well, not really.
I mean, kind of. I mean, all right, so former NFL quarterback Trent Dilfer is expected to become the next head football coach at UAB. Sources have told ESPN last night. Although the deal isn't finalized, according to this ESPN story, the sides are expected to come to terms in the upcoming days. Dilfer, who's 50, has been the head coach at Lipscomb Academy in Nashville, Tennessee, former standout quarterback at Fresno State. That's where he played. And I don't know if you remember, but he played for the Bucs, the Ravens, the Seahawks, the Browns, and the 49ers, won the Super Bowl with the Ravens in 2000.
Yeah.
Coach Bryant Vincent, who I know and has done a great job as interim coach and held the team together, and just some really heartbreaking losses on the road. At one point, I think we were 4-4 and had won all 4 home games and lost all 4 away games at one point in the season, and they were just heartbreaking last-minute, losses. Really, really good job. Great man. Every time I saw him, he was very cordial. I know a lot of the players and the football staff really wanted him to stay on and be named the next head coach. They are going to the Bahamas Bowl coming up. They were bowl eligible, I think, for the 7th time here in a row. Maybe I might have that wrong, but I think so. So this is, I don't know what to think about it because this is like extremely shocking, and you bumped into the AD yesterday.
And that's what's funny is, and I had no idea about this. I had no inside track. Matter of fact, talked to several people within different sports yesterday as kind of my, it's like I'm a college kid on a visit. Everybody's introducing me to everybody, and I'm having to learn, the athletic trainers and here's the workout facility and here's this, and if somebody needs this is where they go, and hey, there's your buddy Casey Dunn's office, and so I'm having to. It's a whirlwind for me,
right? But
I did have an opportunity yesterday to meet the athletic director, Mark Ingram, which because you have been engrossed with UAB for the last couple years,
right?
And so as I'm meeting him yesterday, and we have what maybe was 2 or 3 minute conversation, and it was great to meet you, and I did the whole, hey, I know you've got to put up with Speedy, now you got to put up with me. Kind of did that. Right. He loved that because I know he listens to the show, and he's a fan of what we do, and
he's always very nice.
And and he is, and he gave me a ton in that 2 minutes that were sitting there. But last night I get home and I start getting emails from people going, hey, make sure that they have no idea that I have a tie now with UAB, and they're asking me, make sure Speedy sees this, make sure Speedy sees this. And all I can think about is the entire time I'm talking to the AD yesterday, he probably was thinking, oh my gosh, I gotta go in here and talk to Trent. I gotta get on the phone. I wish Helms would leave me alone.
Yeah,
I got to get in here and talk.
So
I've got to hire a football coach, and so.
Do you think he thought you were a bip?
Probably.
Okay.
But it was only like a minute and a half, 2 minutes. maybe 3, worst case.
Yeah, and I don't know. I can't go have dinner with some of the football staff, but I've gotten to know them, and they all are fans of the show, and they're great men. And pregame, especially, would always, find a minute or two and say, "Hey." Of course, they were working, so I try not to be a bip like you were to Mark Ingram.
I wasn't a bip, but all I could think about was, so he's dealing with this.
Yeah.
And I had no idea.
Well, in his 4th season at Lipscomb, Dilfer has led the Mustangs to a 12-0 record this season. They play Thursday in a state championship game in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and he's expected to be named the next head football coach for UAB. That's the reports that are coming out. We'll see how that plays out.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WORK for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WORK for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
What's your least favorite season? Now, if you're like me, it's cold and flu season. So get relief from it this year with Mucinex DM. With cough and chest congestion relief for 12 hours in just 1 dose. That's 3 times longer than 4-hour products. Mucinex DM makes any season comeback season. Even cold and flu season. Get 3 times the relief in just 1 dose with Mucinex DM. It couldn't be simpler. Nothing lasts longer among over-the-counter cough and cold remedies. Mucinex DM provides 12 hours of relief for chest congestion and cough, day or night. Use as directed.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
So I've been telling you how much we are loving the products from Brick House Nutrition, especially their number one selling product, Field of Greens. I take it, my family takes it, and it's a great investment in your health. Well, here's some great news. Right now at brickhousenutrition.com, they're having their massive Black Friday sale. Everything on site is 30% off. This includes the popular Field of Greens powder. The superfood powder is packed with the perfect balance of fruits and veggies, 1 scoop, and you can fill your daily nutritional fruit and vegetable needs. And they use the best ingredients in everything they make. We really like this product, and we know you will too. And with the Black Friday sale, it's a great time to try it. Why not kickstart your journey to better health and take advantage of the biggest sale of the year? All you need to do is go to brickhousenutrition.com and enter the promo code HEALTH to get 30% off everything. That's brickhousenutrition.com. Use the promo code HEALTH for 30% off any product or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsor.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very far.
All right, thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba show. A lot going on today. Greg not here, and so we're Gregless today. But this portion of the show is brought to you by MyPillow.com/Bubba. You know, Christmas and MyPillow.com/Bubba are a match made in heaven. Join us and get your family and friends great products this Christmas that will make their life more comfortable and enjoyable. For example, the MyPillow Giza Dream bed sheets are now as low as $29.98. Men and women's sleepwear, I should say, and loungewear are 80% off. That's insane. 80% off. Down comforters and children's Bible story pillows are 50% off. Bath towels are 50% off. I could go on and on. My sandals are as low as $19.98, y'all. My slippers are just $49.98. Great products. Start with a great company. You need to check them out. MyPillow.com/Bubba is the place to go. Look, you got a 60-day money-back guarantee. It's been extended until March. You got great savings that I just hit some of, and there's more. To unlock those savings, go to MyPillow.com/Bubba. You'll find a link to it at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we big UAB Blazer update.
How about that?
Helmsy announced he is part
Y'all
of
didn't
the
see that coming today, did you?
UAB men's tennis staff, and congratulations to you. That'll play out, be a lot of fun. And
so
then,
many things that this will bring to the table in regards to the show.
Oh, I can't wait.
And I don't want to say too much right now because I'm gonna get in trouble.
I've tried not to ooh you a lot too. I've really wanted to a couple of times.
Well, that's why I did this, because Greg would have been oohing me,
right?
Because here's what would have happened: he would have started punching, and you'd have drafted with it. You wouldn't have started it, but you would have put the.
I know. And then the Trent Dilfer thing, that's a splash, but you wonder, do anybody want to get wet? I'm
gonna leave that one alone because I don't really know. I don't know anything about it. Didn't know about his. It has the Jeff Saturday feel to it with the Colts.
Well, at least he'd been coaching. Saturday was.
I know. And I don't know. I just. We asked Alex, our intern, who goes to UAB, what he felt about it.
He's kind of
looked like he didn't know.
I think he's kind of like us. We don't know how to take it.
Exactly.
We don't know what to do about it. Trent Dilfer, if you do not know, former NFL quarterback and Super Bowl champion, is currently at Lipscomb Academy in Nashville, about to play for the Tennessee State title there in Chattanooga coming up this week. Has been set to take over UAB football, and that hasn't been official, but that's what the sources are saying. Bryant Vincent has been the interim, finished out the season. They're 6-6, going to go play in the Bahamas Bowl on December the 16th, taking on Miami, Ohio. My
immediate reaction is, and this is selfish, I'll be the first to say, is this gives us access to Trent Dilfer.
True.
And I'm excited about that.
Yeah.
Just like it did Andy Kennedy when he took the basketball job.
Yeah. I know there's a lot of Bryant Vincent fans who, he took over for Bill Clark, who had to step down. He resigned in June for health reasons. He had to have that back infusion surgery and everything, which it takes a long time to get back. But we'll see how that plays out. But that's a big story. Coach Freeze at Auburn had his big press conference yesterday.
Watched that last night. Yeah.
The staff was talking about that. We'll have some things during the main show. And then college football playoff poll is out for this week, leading into the championship weekend games. You got Georgia at 1, Michigan 2, TCU 3, USC is at 4. That matches up with the AP poll that was out. Ohio State is 5, Tennessee 6. Ohio State 5, Alabama 6, Tennessee 7, Penn State 8. Clemson 9, and rounding out the top 10 is Kansas State. South Carolina's been rewarded, going from unranked to 19th after some big wins against Clemson and Tennessee. Mississippi State jumped in, top 25. They won the Egg Bowl over Ole Miss 24-22, and they now are 24th. LSU has dropped 9 slots to number 14 after losing to Texas A&M. So saying all this to say that I thought it was interesting that the committee member representative, when talking to the college football playoff panel, said that don't look into Ohio State at 5 and Alabama 6 like if
I don't understand
if USC was to lose, Ohio State automatically gets it. He said because that's not the case. He's like, and a big discussion on the panel last night was you got Ohio State, who was blown out by Michigan. They had a Michigan at home. They knew they had to win and got blown away. Whereas Alabama, although they've had some close wins, both of their losses are combined 4 points on the last play of the game.
I don't understand why he would
how do you weigh that
say
out?
that. I don't know. I would have it the way they have it as far as the top 6 go. And if you're Tennessee, you're sitting there kicking yourself.
Oh yeah, I can't believe it.
So sorry, Volunteers.
Cannot believe it.
But I that's the way I would have it. But I don't see how Alabama jumps Ohio State.
I don't know. We'll have to see how all this plays out. Rick and Bubba join us next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Good. That's pretty good, buddy.
Now, many of you recognize Chris right off the bat as the voice of UAB hockey.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's right.
That's him who gave us that electrifying 16th goal.
Yes, 16-1.
Go!
Also in YouTube videos from Christmas, playing, of course, the role of Black Friday. All right, so Chris, how's the Flying Tomato doing?
It's okay. Not much, but it's okay.
Do you know who the Flying Tomato is?
No.
But it's okay.
I just wanted to entertain y'all, that's all.
Well, that's all we're looking for.
You don't know who the
Chris.
Flying Tomato is?
We're playing video of him now.
You're reporting
The
on
most
the
decorated U.S. Olympic snowboarder of all?
the Flying Tomato.
If I said red hair to you.
I tried to follow the Olympic Games. I haven't really been I'm really impressed with the TV coverage this time around.
That has nothing to do with
I know
this.
it's like 3 days, but NBC is usually a lot better than this.
Oh, Chris, so you think NBC's dropping the ball?
Yes, they have. I mean, they've done the games for so long, though.
Right.
Chris, let me ask you this. How's the basketball team looking?
That's good, Bubba. Which basketball team?
USA.
Yeah.
They usually play in the summer games.
Okay,
we got you.
Okay, that's
We're
good.
just testing.
Good. Yeah.
We're just testing you a little bit there. So
We're talking about Sean White.
Sean White.
Yeah,
Yes.
that would be like if you were covering basketball and we said, "Who's Michael Jordan?"
Right.
Right.
That would've
Sean
been
White is the standard when it comes to snowboarding.
Flying Tomato.
We're not talking about the former quarterback at Auburn.
Right. Sean White.
Yeah.
Flying Tomato.
Flying Tomato.
Half
Red
pint to
hair.
you.
That's why they call him that.
And then who won the gold medals you said in your report in snowboarding?
Chloe Kim. She's 17, and she has a craving for ice cream because she was tweeted about last night.
Oh, really? Okay.
Now, wasn't there another 17-year-old that won a couple nights ago?
Yeah.
Snowboarding as well.
Yes, I think his name was Sean Matzer.
I don't think
It was
that's
like
it.
a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I'm looking for Red Gerard, but
What about Red Gerard?
He dropped a bad word on the air live.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was
gosh.
pretty
Sorry.
excited.
Yeah, he did.
Mike Tirico in that crappy coverage.
You talking about Whitey?
Had to apologize.
Mm-hmm.
Really, in a bigger story, do you really believe that Mike Tirico's both his parents are Caucasian? Because he said they are.
That's what he said. What do you think, Chris?
All right. Chris?
Chris, are you with us?
I'm still here. Sorry.
Yeah. Chris, are you okay, buddy?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Do you know Mike Tirico?
Yeah, great announcer.
He is.
Yeah, he
He's a
is.
very good
He
one.
is. He really
Is it surprising to you that both his parents are Caucasian?
I was very shocked by it. I mean, it doesn't bother me. I
Well, I didn't say it bothered.
else,
No, it
but-
doesn't
No,
bother.
I'm just
I'm just saying surprised. I couldn't care less. I think that's great, but it just is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great story.
Chris, what big events do we have today? Anything we need to be
what's
keeping
coming
an
up?
eye
What's
open
coming up
for?
today?
Thank you, Bo.
There's speed skating supposed to be coming up, alpine skiing, Olympic hockey. There's plenty to go around for.
Now hockey.
You're going to crank it up on that.
You're
hockey.
gonna crank it up on that hockey.
And this is female, right? This is the USA and Russia play today, right?
Yes, in women's hockey.
Chris, in your opinion, should chicks play hockey? Just you're a hockey
if
guy.
they're talented enough to do it, then yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Will you watch the women's hockey?
Oh, of course.
So is our women's team any good, Chris?
I consider the middle of the pack.
Okay, and because this is kind of your area of expertise here. How do you like our men's team?
They're not. I mean, they're good, but they're not really great. So
Who's the walking?
They got some tough competition.
Yeah, who's the walking dog for the men now?
I say Finland.
Finland. What about the chicks?
I haven't seen their women's team play yet, so I would have to look.
Okay. So yeah, because the Russians aren't as good as they used to be once we busted up the USSR, are they?
Yeah, the Russians back then they used to have like really great players, but not like now though.
Yeah, they're not as good now, are they?
I figured Canada would be good.
Canada, you'd think they would be good.
Yeah.
Can the pros play in this? Or
They
is that-
don't. No, the NHL players do not.
The NHL doesn't want their players to play in it, so
Yeah. Well, Chris,
it's a front office issue.
See, that's the little insights
That's those
you
little
need right
insights.
there.
we
Not
need,
everybody
right?
knew that.
That's those little insights we need right there.
Yep.
So
I love how I'm streaming the hockey game, the U.S. versus Russia, but it says versus Olympic athletes because of that.
Yeah, they can't be there as Russia. They have to be there just as
That's
Olympic
right, 'cause
athletes,
they got
they've been
all-
banned. The
Oh,
whole
that's right.
Now, Chris, which countries combined on the women's side to give us that one? You know, they are talking about the unification of women, and which two countries was that?
I think Kazakhstan and I can't think of the second one.
Okay, I'll look
Maybe
it
your
up. I heard a
eye
story about it. I was just wondering if you could help us. No big deal. No big deal, buddy.
Yeah.
I think North and South Korea did that too.
I think they did too. But
How's
It's a
Mexico's
pretty good
team? Were
story.
they any good? Chris?
I would have to scout that. They're usually not good in hockey, but I would have to check them out though.
Okay.
You don't want to play them in soccer though.
Nah.
No.
Yeah, Chris, thanks, buddy. I'll tell you one thing.
problem.
I'd like a little more curling in your report.
Yeah, Greg's disappointed you didn't cover curling at all.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. It is a brand new hour on a brand new day, on a brand new week, and we're glad that you're here. We start this hour with the national anthem. It is 8.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. National anthem done. Kickoff hour done. Helmsy and Speedy today. The real Greg Burgess is out today. The only grandchild so far to go into coaching is Greg's son Taylor Burgess, and he's been a part of some staffs in Georgia and Alabama, and that young man has been part of a lot of state championships and is coaching another one tonight. So the real Greg Burgess and his family obviously will be traveling to that game today and back sometime tomorrow, maybe before the show is over. But we hope they all have a great time, and we wish the Thompson Warriors out of Alabama good luck tonight in another state championship game in Sweet Home, Alabama, which is where the show's based, in the No Name Studio out here on the bleeding edge of technology. And let's bring him in here, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess?
Well, Toby jumped right in there, didn't he? Bring it, Toby. Rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum. There's Toby Mac's version of Little Drummer Boy. It's a good one.
Can I tell you, look right there on 4. There's the big flying tomato. So, you know.
Where's Larry the cucumber? We saw Bob, the tomato. That's Larry right beside him. I had a green shirt on, too. We look like Bob and Larry from Veggie Tales.
We're in a promo that's running for Toys for Tots on one of our local TV stations. We just saw it. That kind of caught me off guard. First time I'd seen it. You know, we had the Kevin Derryberry song yesterday, which was my favorite arrangement of that song. And I'll be honest with you, that one of Toby is my favorite arrangement of Little Drummer Boy.
Oh, it's a great one. It is real good. I like it and King and Country. Theirs is really good too.
Yep.
So that's all good. Can I start out with something that
come on, Rick.
And it's rare that I'll air my grievance on.
Well, you just never do it
on social media because I have this show. But sometimes there's just things I can't continue to let go.
I saw this,
and I don't understand this. Normally when I'm dealing with any kind of social media, it's just a one-way message. It's just say there's something you need to be aware of. Here's how Thanksgiving went. Here's what we got going on with the Man Church. Here's what we got going on with the show. Here's what we got this coming up. But for the life of me, I love James Spann. Okay, we all do.
Who does not?
The last time I checked, James Spann's expertise is weather. Okay, he's a meteorologist.
Yes.
Okay, and he's one of the best. You know, we're a little bit biased, but we probably think the best. But definitely one of the best. Yeah. Okay, and if you want to know about weather, that's your guy, 100%. He don't have anything to do with traffic, and he has no idea what that smell is. Okay. Right. I don't understand why people are asking James things that have nothing to do with weather. Hey, we got a traffic jam out here on 65, James. What's that got to do with weather? Okay, unless it's caused by the weather, then you could do it. Hey, I smell smoke over here. You know what that is, James? How does James know what smoke is? I mean, why you smell smoke? Why are we asking James Spann and sending him pictures of traffic jams?
There it is, right there. There's your post.
And fires. Why do people report traffic issues and smoke smells to Spann? He's a meteorologist. Can we stick with weather?
I can't believe you responded.
I got so tired of it.
When I read that, I went to Rick. That was it for Rick. He's like,
they do it a lot. I've let it go for a while.
They do traffic every day.
Why are y'all letting James know about the traffic? He's not the traffic guy. Yeah. He's the weather guy.
Hey, exit so-and-so. It's stopped.
Hey, James, it's backed up at exit 125. What's James going to do about it? Why does the weatherman need to give me that information? Now, if cars are backing up because they're sliding on ice, absolutely. Then we can bring him in, okay? And now, why y'all keep asking what that smell is? How does he know what the smell is?
And a lot of this had to do with the fact that we had a big line of thunderstorms.
What's that smell?
Affected a lot of people across the southeast.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
it's still
James.
affecting a lot of people.
Hey, James, up here where everybody's shopping for Christmas, a lot of folks. Okay, all right. I mean,
and I don't know
why
about
does James
y'all.
need to know this?
I don't know about y'all, but
Oh,
I
that's
can
good.
deal with thunderstorms at most any hour of the day except at 1 or 2 in the morning.
Well,
because it wakes me up and I can't go back to sleep.
Speaking of James, when I do follow his app and his forecast and all that because he is one of the best. And I don't ask him about traffic or what that smell
Right,
is.
right.
Okay, I don't know what he knows about fire, but anyway, when I saw his timeline, I'm 100% Bussy. I'm with you because of how crucial sleep is to this job.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw when we were going to deal with it, and I thought you can't even have sleep
No,
because
you can't have nothing.
because I cannot sleep in them. I'm very, very sensitive to the thunder, lightning, and high winds.
Well, and then your radio, your weather
yeah.
radio's going off, and
Yeah.
we all have to have those and have them on.
High
and,
winds outside the window. When you, and then you hear the hard rain and it's blowing up
We got
against
a
your
lunch.
window.
Yep.
For the
And,
following
and,
areas.
and that wakes me up every single time. So I told Bubba, I said, I'm on split sleep today. That means I just slept when I could.
Yeah.
But
I
I
had
got
a barking dog in there, and you really can't sleep.
Yeah, I got woke up a lot. Woke up a lot. Didn't sleep through.
No, not at all.
So anyway, that's what good delicious coffee's for.
Yeah. And Rick, our next segment, coaches. We got coaches galore.
Anybody want to ask James about that too? Right. Why are we asking James these questions that have nothing to do with the weather? James at car, hey, let you know traffic's backed up. He's not the traffic guy.
Yeah.
15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'll check Curling out next time.
Okay, good sport. There he is, Olympic reporter Chris Wood, taking you. You can almost feel the coldness as he took you right to South Korea. Yeah. Thank you, Chris.
Felt like I was there.
All right, we'll be back, buddy. Well done. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you need. It counts. If you have questions, lines are available. Bubba and I are happy to help, and the other guys too, who all share an expertise. Let's,
I'll never forget when y'all talk about it.
Greg, please don't.
Y'all went to see him, and y'all thought he was up there with a karaoke machine.
Greg,
and
please.
a couple of dancers.
Greg, I've asked you not to tamper with the memories.
It was a great interview before that, though, remember?
Yeah. Greg, it's almost like it almost forced me to hear that song in a different way and take out all the words except go.
Let me ask you this. Did y'all even try to fake it and convince yourselves that it was okay?
Yes.
Or did y'all mean
Well,
to go,
Greg, here's the thing.
I fought hard
I mean-
to try to like it.
I mean,
well, you had to fight real hard. Probably the toughest fight of your life.
I didn't win.
we remembered KC behind the keyboard. He had the Sunshine Band. I mean, it was a
Oh, there was
full
nobody cool.
stage presence.
Right.
And then what we saw, it was just we wasn't. I guess I was expecting what I had seen before.
Well,
Right?
you would.
Yeah. I mean,
Right.
I like him dance moves he was trying to do.
Yeah.
well, there was a reason he was behind the keyboard.
Yeah. I've never seen somebody have so many funky songs and have so little ability to stay with the beat.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean, it was sad. All right,
Still love him though.
Oh, what's not to love?
You talking about the 1970 something version? Yeah.
Right, yeah, Greg. No, if I hear that Casey's playing right now, somehow I'll email, hey, Casey and Sunshine, I won't turn it over.
Don't do it.
And I understood. I think we were told he had two different versions. You know, you could pay a lower rate, and you got Fog Machine
Karaoke.
tracks and 2 dancers.
Yeah.
But
then you had the full Sunshine Band.
Or you could write the big check, and you got the band and all that.
And maybe he wouldn't have danced.
No, I've seen him with the band. He still, for some reason, I don't know who let him out from behind that keyboard, but
well, you thought he could dance back
the dancers
then.
to try to
Rick.
do choreographed moves.
You think if he didn't have to play that keyboard, he would be. I mean, he would absolutely be, cutting loose out there.
I thought here's what we didn't understand. We thought the keyboard was holding him back.
Right.
We didn't know it was a proper.
It was
board.
saving us.
It was necessary.
It was protecting us, not him. Okay.
Then, for some reason, in the older years, he decided he was a dancer.
Yes, I don't know why.
I've seen it, by the way, not live, but I've seen that version y'all were talking
and
about.
there's just a little touch there of something too.
Yeah.
Denise.
I know.
Denise, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Hey, Green Acres.
Hey, thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
This is not about love, but I do love this story. It's called The Miracle at the Olympic Games. A guy from Norway was cross-country skiing, and he fell at the very beginning. He was in last place, and he wound up winning the gold. And it's an incredible story. Y'all need to check it out.
Wait a minute. So he fell and then caught everybody and won.
Right. Well, he's from Norway. That's not
Well, he
surprising.
was obviously the favorite.
I thought you were going to say he was bitten by one of them Russian dogs. You remember they were coming through the woods,
They would
the
be
skiers,
just
and
packed
the dogs
some.
were just all
Hey,
over them.
they
And
don't have that problem in Korea.
They caused people to fall. Yeah, well, yeah. I know.
Hey, let me ask you.
Too many farmers there.
Yeah, they ain't got that problem.
I thought what she was going to say is that there were a bunch of amateur hockey players that beat the professionals, Russians. And
I know.
Now that was a miracle. A Norway falls down and catches everybody.
I mean, that happens every time.
A Norwegian.
What's the event where they sit? They're sitting down and they have
Show us, Speedy, what it looks like.
Well, I mean, no, they sit down and they get like this, and they have like a little path, and then they get down, and then all of a sudden they're like, and then they fly.
Jump.
What's
That's
it
the
called?
long jump.
Is that
Long jump.
it's just called the long jump? That's
know.
it.
You mean on
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. As we make our way back on the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so when we come back, I know some of this was skimmed over in the kickoff hour with Helmsy and Speedy, but it's a little segment that we like to call Coaches. And there's
and we've got 3 pretty big stories.
Yeah,
today.
three coaching stories today. One of them is spillover from yesterday, just more updates.
Yeah, the Hugh Freeze to Auburn story, a little more details on his contract. We knew $6.5 million for 6 years. He has incentives built into that, Rick, that if he wins a national championship, his pay will peak out at $10 million. So it is a incentive-laden contract, which is probably what Auburn needed to do.
Yeah.
And then the buyout on that is 75% of any remaining balance on the contract. So just in round figures, if they tried to fire him after the first year, they'd owe him about $30 million.
Yeah.
So it'd be very similar to what Gus's deal was.
There you go.
Just in pure numbers. As we move on to the next round of coaches,
we can say this, and I'm just using this as an analogy. I don't gamble. I'm not a gambler. I'm not for the environment that gambling always creates.
Right.
But it's still the same analogy. So really, sitting right now, Hugh Freeze has won the lottery.
Yeah.
Because he's going to be wealthy no matter how this goes.
Any college coach has won the
Well,
lottery.
that's what I mean. When you set yourself up in one of these top jobs, no matter what happens, you'll be just fine.
Yep. So Cornell Williams will be the associate head coach. I don't know exactly how that works or what that means. It sounds like there'll be more money involved, and we'll keep Coach Lack on the Plains.
That's a good decision.
Rick, UAB football, Trent Dilfer, head coach.
Yeah,
completely caught, I think, a lot of people off guard. We saw Trent Dilfer play in the Super Bowl, by the way.
We did.
Did you know that he was the Ravens quarterback? But he's been around the league. He played at 4 or 5 different pro teams, and he's been a high school coach in Tennessee for the past few years. So,
and some of his sideline antics have been on reels and out
he
on
grabbed
social
up a kid and talked to him pretty hard.
He talked back to him or something.
Yeah, which I love.
Yeah, sure, I did too.
So we got Trent Dilford to UAB, and that's making headlines today.
And that's not official. That's just the reports coming out. That's
okay. That is the
finalized.
reports coming out.
That if that turns out to be true, that threw me a little bit because really, on this show we've always had great respect for Coach Clark that unfortunately had to step down because of health reasons, and he's one of those who wins everywhere he goes.
Yep.
But had to step down, and the fact that he got UAB where they were, they got rid of the entire football program. He continued to be coach, brought the program back after being shut down for 2 seasons.
Yeah,
and then they went right back to being competitive again. Maybe one of the most accomplished coaching feats
in modern history.
That was really something, but then had to step down because of health reasons.
How is he doing, by the way?
I don't know, but the assistant that took over, they had another great season. So you kind of looked at like that maybe he.
Well, I think a lot of
done what he needed to do to maybe get that gig.
Yeah,
and there was a lot of people
I think
that
a lot
were
of the players
rooting
want him to be the coach.
Yeah, Bryant Vincent is who was the interim.
Really, well, he did a great job.
Yeah,
and Rick, probably the biggest story here in this segment of Coach comes from one Michael Helms.
Yep.
Oh,
and I'll let him share the news.
Well, yeah.
Get good night. Look at that ready over there, Rick.
Well, it's
an emotional yet exciting time.
I will tell you,
and I'm glad Greg's not here to run it.
I know there's a lot of.
I think he did this on purpose when Greg wasn't here.
Because if a lot of people don't know this, we knew this yesterday, and were asked to give it a day, and I thought that was just being wise.
Mm-hmm.
What he was doing is he knew Greg wasn't going to be here.
That's it.
We're going to have a lot of rocket updates today too.
I was talking to my wife a minute ago in the break, and I think. I stepped into this thing at prime time. I mean, they've got
same voice,
unbelievable talent at Spain Park, and it's one of those teams you don't know that you're ever going to get to coach again, and that's what's tough about it.
Good night. Look at that. Why would they show that? Why in the world would they show that?
That is still one of the funniest things.
A dog eater puppy.
Oh my gosh.
That is still one of my favorite moments.
My favorite. There's moments on the show that the segment itself is enough, but then every now and then you'll get a bonus.
Yeah.
The bonus is when Greg actually made him watch it. We made him watch it, and he said it's so much worse than I thought.
Yeah, right.
And he said I have a problem. Do you remember that?
Yes.
That when he had to recognize he had a problem.
Yes.
But
Rude
anyway,
Tourette's.
So Helms, how did all this come to be?
Well, I have. It's something I've always wanted to do, but didn't know if it was possible, how that would even work with the show, and so. Long story short, I came into contact with Coach DeSanto, who is the UAB men's Blazers head men's tennis coach. And we just discussed a couple things. We hit it off, and it turns out they were looking for someone. And so we just kind of walked it out over about 2-3 weeks, maybe a month. And so it made it official before Thanksgiving, and then or over the weekend, and then I started Monday, and so kind of a whirlwind, a little overwhelming. I was telling the guy Speedy in the kickoff hour. This is when I'm on court. It's natural element for me. You're coaching. That's what I do. I really was, deep down, and I've had a lot of confirmation on this from others. That's what I was born to do is coach. But there's other things that come with this that I have so much to learn on, and I got. There's a ton to learn on the court too. That's beside the point. I'm always growing, always learning, not above it. Love it. Love digging into that study. But now we're opening up this whole new thing of recruiting and the way the administration works and facilities and all these different things that I'm not used to. And so I think for the first time in probably, I would say 12 or 13 years, because it took me a while to get comfortable here too, because this was all new, and I'd inherited an IT situation that I wasn't familiar with. And so with this, all that being new, I was a little over, like the last 2 days have been overwhelming for me.
Yeah.
I'm probably hiding it well, but they have. I told Amanda last night, I'm like, I'm drinking from a fire hose right now. This is, like I'm getting things as far as recruiting and can't do this and can do this. And
oh my goodness, you're gonna get us in trouble.
we can't practice this week because of finals, and so this is what we're gonna study film on this, and and we've got a recruit coming in. We're gonna give a visit. Want you to be a part of that? And I'm like, where do I turn? Like here, you need to know this is where our players go for treatment. Here's our weight room. If you need anything academics, this is your person. By the way, here's our AD, Mark Ingram. Nice to meet you. But the whole time I'm talking to him, I have no idea. He's probably thinking, really all I can think about is Trent Dilfer.
Right.
Like, all those little things that are going. So it's fantastic. Coach DeSanto, thank you for the opportunity. I'm excited. And
when are you leaving the show?
Speedy, stop that. I'm not leaving the show.
So is Dilfer in or not? Because
I have no clue. That was news to me, too. Caught me off guard.
Well, we've enjoyed you being with us.
Yeah, it's been a good run. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Like Eddie the Eagle did?
Yeah, and they fly like a football field.
Yeah.
No, that's is that the?
It's something beside the
It's the
long
one they
jump,
had to
isn't it?
delay because
Norwegians
the wind was
dominated
too high.
it too.
No, the reason I bring it up, did you see somebody fell on their way down?
It used to be the
and
agony
face
defeat.
planted. I mean, I'm talking about just fell.
Do you remember how bad
they lost
that
their
wreck
balance?
was?
Is it just called the long jump?
The agony of defeat.
Have y'all seen Eddie
We
the
got to
Eagle?
see that again.
Eddie the Eagle.
Yeah, I watched it. It's a great movie.
It's funny.
Funny movie. Let's go to sport. Sport, welcome to the Rick and
them
Bubba
guys
Show.
are
Go right ahead.
Hey, guys, y'all playing some good old loving music there for Valentine's Day.
Oh, yeah.
But, hey, when I met my wife, Smokey Robinson, had a, she's just 16 years old. Makes me think of her when I was dating her. But, hey, let's don't forget John Waite and the Babies every time I think of you.
That's a good one.
Every time I think of you,
That's a good one
He
right
actually sung that in studio one time.
it always turns out good.
He's one of my favorite singers.
What a nice
Every
guy
time
he was
I've
too.
had
Journey.
Yes.
So you always find those little things. Who's now married to Paula White, the evangelist.
Strange world.
Him
isn't
and
it?
Neil Sean are butting heads over it.
Yes.
But they're still drawing checks.
It's the K90 ski jump. It's easy. It's just
Isn't there the K? Is,
the K120 and
one's bigger
19.
than the
yeah, yeah.
Greg, I mean,
Billy, go ahead.
I don't know why.
Long
Hey,
jump.
gentlemen. Hey, I had this wonderful experience about 17 to 20 years ago going to the 5 Point South Music Hall
We were there.
and going to yeah. Let me tell you something.
We were
It
in
was,
that room.
The ticket said Casey and the Sunshine Band. I got two parts of this story. I called and got a refund because there was no band.
Did
But,
you really?
The other thing is, no,
Went
I got
that
a
far
refund
with
because I was really, I went far. I was not happy because there was Casey and two dancers.
Right.
But the funniest part we kept laughing about was as Casey tried to dance, there was a point in time where his britches were showing a little bit of plumber crack. It was more like Casey and the Moonshine Band.
He got a refund because the ticket said and the Sunshine Band, and they weren't there.
Well, he's correct.
He is correct.
Well, I enjoyed it anyway.
Bubba,
it
you
just
did-
was a little different.
You
what I thought it
you
was gonna
didn't
be.
enjoy it.
I
You-
did.
It broke your heart.
did, Rick. I did. Don't steal it from me.
It broke my heart. Love tomorrow, Valentine's Day. You don't want to take bad breath into that. Dr. Harold Katz, the creator of TheraBreath. You've heard us talk about it. When you shake our hands after the show and get our picture made, you're glad we used the products. And if you'd like to get some samples, and a lot of you are responding, 1-800-557-6960. That's 1-800-557-6960. You also can find the products at over 100 different retailers, and that number keeps growing everywhere. You can find them on the shelves. You can also go to TheraBreath.com. As a matter of fact, there's a buy two, get one free special going there right now, too. So those are all the ways you can get it. I got some of your questions you're sending. I'll ask Dr. Katz about those. If you have some questions by phone, you can do that, too. But right now, and what do you call this thing that tests
the halometer?
The halometer.
Halitosis.
For halitosis, because that's when you have, and we have members of the audience,
very brave people,
that want to have their breath tested, and of course the staff will be tested. Speedy tested his in the break, and he scored a 63.
Oh,
right?
he was good.
He was fine.
Yeah,
So who do we have here?
Okay, what's your name?
Jacob Lavoie.
Jacob Lavoie. Okay, I'll get you.
All right.
Stick your tongue out and
All
hold
right,
your
Jacob,
breath.
here we go. And Jacob said he had some concerns. He said he had some concerns, and we'll see where his breath is today.
Not as bad as you think.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
He's got 67.
That's not bad. That's
No.
fine.
67 is not bad.
That's all right, man. Yeah,
Jacob's got good breath.
Yeah, you worked on it a little bit. Now, is this your wife? Girlfriend.
Oh,
she said
she said
should be. Oh, that now it's awkward in here. Should be. So
wait a minute here. They have a Valentine gift.
Wait a minute. All right.
Wait a minute.
Stick your tongue out. Hold your
All
breath.
right. So here's his should be wife. Jacob, making sure she's
pressure, Jacob.
No pressure there.
143.
Oh no.
What?
Oh no.
We may have identified the problem.
Oh no. Jacob, Bubba, you're terrible. You
Quick, grab some therapy.
got a little edge to you today, don't you?
Right. I want to leave.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, he's talking to her about it.
What? 9?
None.
No, 0.
Oh, 0. Oh.
Well, there's the problem.
Okay. And how about toothpaste?
I don't know. Something he buys. It breaks out my mouth.
Yeah, you got to be careful with toothpaste. A lot of them have detergents.
Yeah,
in
we're
it.
right in the middle of
It
the
makes
session.
your mouth dry.
We're right in the middle of the session.
Yeah, so we got some of the TheraBreath toothpaste
Speedy, you can
there.
leave.
There you go.
I don't know what to do.
That's for you.
That's for you. Okay. Oh, there you go. Look, that's fine.
Give her some mints and retest her.
Yeah. Hey, look, I have to. We all use. It's nothing. Look, it's nothing you've done. That was a 140. We haven't never had a 140, have we?
What,
Bubba,
you
you're
coffee?
wrong.
Okay, stick your tongue out and hold your breath.
Did it just come out when you said it? You're acting
If
like
Greg said it, I would love
I
it.
know.
No, I love it. Don't get me wrong.
But you know how certain things wear on people better. It is 35 minutes past the hour.
You know, we've named our newest puppy after that exact
Ruby
same.
Sue?
Ruby Sue.
That's a good one. Is the dog cross-eyed?
No.
Okay. Been kicked by a mule?
She's crazy. Look, look how I'm all cut up.
Oh, man.
She's very enthusiastic when you come home.
I know it.
I've been she's caused me to bleed twice.
Right. Yeah, that's
She's a jumper,
Yep.
Rick. Have you ever had a jumper?
Not for long.
I asked the lady we got her from, and she said, well, if she comes by it honestly, her mom and dad were both jumpers.
Right. Yeah. I usually try to correct the jumping. TheraBreath. Let me tell you right now. We were just. It's funny that this commercial.
We
has
just
come
saw a
up.
clip of that.
If you're a YouTuber, you were just watching in the break, Dr. Katz using what was that thing he had?
The breathometer.
Is it breathometer, breathalyzer, whatever
That's
you call
not a
it?
breathalyzer.
Well, that's what Greg's had to use from time to time.
Oh, that's right. That's a different thing.
Yeah.
So anyway, but having good oral hygiene, as we learned from him and from Dr. Dudney, it's really, really important. So stuff those stockings this year with products from TheraBreath, fresh and a healthy mouth. It's TheraBreath here. We use all the products. I had somebody raving about it just the other day. So, man, I was so glad I got introduced to TheraBreath on the show. If you have the bad breath battle, TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse is going to fix that. It works. It doesn't mask bad breath, which is what most of the other products do. It actually goes in and addresses what's causing the problem and deals with it. That's when your breath becomes fresh, not just covered for a little while. Now, they do have the TheraBreath mints, which I carry with me when I run out. I immediately go and restock. I just restocked here at the office and at home. They're available to you. If all of a sudden you've eaten something that was real spicy, you drink some coffee, and you're like, gosh, now my breath didn't feel fresh again. The TheraBreath lozenges can help you supplement throughout the day. They also help you if you make a lot of presentations and you have dry mouth. They'll help you with that too. So they've got a ton of products. You can find all of them, including keeping your gums healthy, and that's important. Go to TheraBreath.com and you see everything they have. If you're at a retailer, and there's tons of retailers carrying TheraBreath products, look for that bright orange cap if you're out retail looking. TheraBreath.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, we now have I watched a little bit of it. First time this season that I saw some of it, the playoff committee. I will tell you this: the guy they put in charge of it this year, boy, he's an exciting character. Isn't he? Can we get somebody with just a little more pizzazz? Man, and Speedy, he had a terrible uncomfortable last night after it was over, and he was trying to explain their thought process in that wonderful monotone, which really draws you to the tube. He kept calling Purdue Penn State. And you could tell that Reese Davis, he was. You ever see the person trying to correct it?
Yeah,
and the
to jump in.
And when you have a monologuer who's monotone, they don't ever give you an in.
Right, because they just keep talking the whole time.
He kept talking about Michigan playing unranked Penn State in the championship game, and it was driving Reese Davis crazy. And so when he finally stopped the monologue, Reese was like, "And I know you mean Purdue, not Penn State." And look, even in that, the guy goes, and he sits there for a minute, and he goes, "Yeah." Okay. But anyway, so we have if we played the playoffs today,
if it started today,
it was played today,
it would be Georgia at number 1, Michigan number 2, TCU 3, and USC 4. So you would see Georgia and USC play, and you would see Michigan and TCU play. That would be how it would break down. Now, sitting on the doorstep looking in, Ohio State number 5,
you knew
Alabama
that was coming.
number 6, Tennessee number 7, and really who's ended up having a pretty good season is Penn State, sitting at number 8. Clemson is 9, K-State at 10. So the Buckeye Nation is sitting there going, tell me for the love of Pete, you're not going to let the Horned Frogs have our spot. They feel like they are better than TCU based on schedule. If you know an Ohio State fan, trust me, they think they're better.
Now, they're delusional because if you look at TCU's wins, they're actually more impressive than Ohio State's. But anyway, what I would say, and this is not going to make me very popular because that will be me giving in to the Ohio State, what we believe a lot of times, overhype. They are a very athletic football team, and they can make things happen. Because I don't really care if any of these teams win the national championship. I have no dog in this. Right. Okay. If it were me, and I know this is not going to be popular, and it's not what's going to happen, so I'm not saying that. If I was just a football fan that said when the playoffs get here, I want to be excited about all games, all 3 games, okay, I would go Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, Alabama. That'd be my 4.
Yeah,
that's who I'd rather watch.
What about, you don't want USC in there?
I don't. Not
really?
this year.
They're pretty good.
Not this year.
Have you seen them play?
I have not.
Oh,
you
Rick,
need to
you
see
love the way they
their
play.
quarterback. He's
they got players.
He came from Oklahoma.
I just said I think those 4 teams would deliver the best playoff.
Here's why I'm disappointed. You've been my USC buddy the entire year.
I like Lincoln Riley, what he's done. I made that very clear. And I was the one who brought your attention to USC. I said, hey, watch USC. And I said, they're playing good football right now. And I think they've had a great season. And I think they're probably one season away. I think next year's their year. And
I honestly thought we were going to have a chance to listen to that awesome fight song together.
No, we are. I think they're going to make it. I'm worried about them stumbling a little bit in this championship game. Just keep an eye on that.
Okay.
Yeah, I do like USC's fights.
So I think they're going to make a statement this time.
Okay, good.
This game.
And maybe they will. And then I'll feel a lot better about it.
Okay.
But they're one of those
USC buddies.
Let's look at.
I'll be okay with them.
Okay.
But then I got to have Alabama in it though.
Let's look.
Yeah.
Let's look at the 3.
I don't want to have a dud game.
The 3 looking in. Tennessee has lost their quarterback. Does that take the luster off them?
Yes, 100%.
Oh, yeah.
So then you have Alabama and Ohio State. This is one of those cases where the Alabama fans, and I know this is painful to say, they needed Auburn to be better.
They did.
If they had beat a 7-3 team, 49-27, as opposed to whatever they were, 4-5 and 6 or whatever, that would have really helped them out. See, matter of fact, if Auburn had been undefeated or had one loss, that would have really helped them out. They probably would have jumped Ohio State.
Let me be perfectly clear. I understand that Alabama has only lost 2 games by a total of 4 points, but they also won some games very, very close, barely at the end. They don't deserve to be in this year.
I agree.
Totally true.
I'm with you on that.
However, I know the abilities of Nick Saban and his staff. I know that I know a lot of us that liked Alabama's run defense don't care for the defensive coordinator right now. Got it. Okay, they've struggled against the run, which is not very Bama-like. Okay, however, with that staff and the level of players they have, they can get in this playoff and make noise. They're actually playing better right now than they were at other parts of the season.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. I'm not an Alabama fan. I'm not I don't care. That's, Alabama's won a bunch of national championships. They're not hurting for them. I'm just saying, as a college football fan who likes to watch a great playoff, I just want the 4 teams that I think can give me the best playoff.
Right.
And I think USC may be there. Okay, I'm worried about TCU laying an egg. I'm just going to tell you that.
I think one of the two is going to mess up this weekend.
Right.
I do think. And so my question to y'all is, when that happens, do you put Ohio State or Alabama in?
Ohio State.
Which one? And I do too.
If you go, who deserves
it?
I do too. Alabama.
It
Alabama
pains me to
does,
say, but yes, I.
Alabama doesn't deserve it, but they'd give us a better playoff.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this.
And that was the discussion last night on the
Does TCU deserve it over both of those teams?
Yes, they do. By the rules.
If they win out or if they lose.
If they win out.
Yeah.
If they lose, no, because they're the
if they
Horned Frogs.
lose,
If
they
for no
should
other
be
reason.
gone.
Yeah, because they don't have the prestige.
Georgia and Michigan are in. Period. Win or lose, unless it's some kind of blowout, and I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, notice I've joined the things that don't make any sense because everybody else is doing it.
Sure.
I literally heard this last night, which is why I don't watch these shows because I can't believe some of the things they say. This was said. I wouldn't even say who said it. Okay, this was said on the TV that I was watching. I just really think after Michigan's performance against Ohio State, especially late, they deserve to be number one.
See that?
Listen. No. I could almost live with that. Listen to the next statement. Even though Georgia I do believe is the better team. Yeah. But then the better team should be at number one.
Yeah.
I mean, he just wants there to be a pat on the back to Michigan that he acknowledges. Don't we want the number one team to be the best team?
Yeah.
So let's assume.
But I don't. How can we make sense? So now I'm just joining in.
Let's assume the top 4 do not lose; they win out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ohio State is going to be sitting there going, "The Horned Frogs got our spot."
Well,
and then when TCU gets drilled in the playoffs, they'll be going, "See."
But we will say to them what we've said to everybody. But all you had to do was beat Michigan, and you didn't even play in your conference's championship game, so you don't get in.
Yeah,
that's it.
I think that's fair.
Yeah,
I think that's fair.
Yeah. And same thing to Bama.
So games matter.
Yeah, they do.
Games matter.
Yeah, they do.
And I think the players and coaches at Ohio State would actually agree with us. It's the fans that won't agree with us.
Right. And some of the commentators.
Yes.
Who for some reason are
that
just,
makes zero sense.
Some of them just walk around chewing on a buckhouse. I mean,
well, yeah.
I mean, it's which, by the way,
they got a pocket full of Buckeyes.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
You're misunderstanding.
88.
88.
You passed.
You passed. Yeah, that's it.
Anything 150 and under is great.
Right.
Not so bad. Not so bad.
And everything in here.
Right. Bubba, do you want to do it? Should we? Is it every year?
Okay, here comes Bubba.
Peanut butter. Let's go.
So
I may say
Dr. Cat said peanut butter's not bad. He said, now coffee will get you.
Yeah, let's see peanut butter breath.
Yeah, but he said peanut butter's not that bad.
Your tongue out. Oh, tongue looks really nice and pink. That's good. Wow. No, that's a good sign.
It is.
Have you noticed the size of his tongue, Dr. Cat?
No comment. 42.
Oh,
my gosh.
Attaboy, Bubsy.
That's
42.
Good. Greg, the amount of coffee
That's
you
excellent.
drink. You drink a lot of
You want me
coffee.
to try it?
Yeah, you drink a lot of coffee. Greg drinks a lot of coffee.
You know what I did? I had a mint in the break.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I did.
Hey, hold on. Let me talk to Helmsy there. Helmsy, take a drink of the nastiest thing we have in there and then come in here.
Hold your breath.
All right.
Please look at him.
Is Greg's tongue pink like
Smoke's
mine?
coming out of the machine.
His tongue's longer than I thought.
70 on the button.
Okay,
All
that's
right.
not bad. That's not bad. I mean, it's not. Bubba actually got tested after using TheraBreath. I mean, that'll drop you to a 42.
All right, here comes Helmsy.
All right, Helms, are you in?
Yeah. I've asked him to drink something nasty. Did you do that?
Adler, did you drink something nasty? Ahead. Anybody else in the Golden Ticket?
Y'all realize why I hide during this? I'm so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I mean,
Were you missed a moment?
yeah, it's not about me though. It's about them. I don't care.
Were
about
you
me,
here?
but I can't- it's
Were you
fun to
listening?
watch. Yes, Rick.
Okay.
What I do?
Still in here.
Just do that. Stick your tongue out. Hold your breath.
Okay.
He almost choked me when he did that.
Oh, that's not bad.
59.
That's
All
okay.
right.
That's not bad. All right, Adler, here we go, buddy.
All right, Adler.
Come on, Adler. Adler.
Y'all don't act all surprised when it's normal, all right? None of that.
Well, no, that's fine.
They're
Yeah.
picking on you?
Yeah, that's it. Let's see where Adler is here. Don't panic.
Adler.
51.
Hey, I'm a normal guy. I'm a normal person.
Any interns? Any interns?
I want y'all.
Zeta?
Yeah, Zeta.
Come on.
Come on, fake news.
That's part of
Come
it.
on,
The
fake
Oh,
news.
comes the Zeta.
We
She's
can't
a
have no
breath.
bad
Let's see how
breath
she
around
does.
here.
No, we can't.
You can't
Okay.
answer the
It'll be
phone with
in.
bad breath.
No.
By the way, a silence is falling across the golden
Let's see what a third breath user has. Okay.
They're all
A lot of
scared.
volunteers went away.
Stick your tongue out a little farther.
Don't be scared.
45.
There you
All
go.
right, fake news.
Oh, here we go.
Here comes drops of Jupiter.
Here comes drops of Jupiter. Let's see what happens. Look,
DOJ.
don't be.
Doc, can you put a longer tube on that so you don't have to hold it? I just want. I'm an engineer. I'm always looking at
Oh,
these
no,
things.
I'm good. Okay.
You're saying so we wouldn't have to.
Yeah.
We had this thing
I think he
calibrated.
likes to hold it.
Yeah.
He likes it.
Okay.
We had this machine calibrated lately.
Mm-hmm.
66.
Okay, everybody's
Okay.
fine. All right,
All right,
Maddie in the
one more.
middle. Maddie in the middle. One more.
One more.
Let's go, Maddie.
Maddie, I can tell didn't want to do it.
Why not?
Drink so much coffee.
Well, that's all right. That's
Look,
why
I survived. Nobody drinks
Third
anymore than
breath
I
was
do.
invented so you could drink coffee and still have fresh breath.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And
that's
still
what.
have a
That's.
boyfriend.
I drink coffee too. I
Stick your
mean,
tongue out. Yeah, that's good. Houston, we have a. Oh, no. 53.
Right here.
Okay, so you guys did good.
The panic on her
look,
face.
everybody, we're in good shape because we use the product.
That's
Hey, Dr. Cass, let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
I
sure.
think I know the answer because y'all don't, unless y'all have this product, I don't know. What about them tongue scrapers people have? Is
Yeah,
that
we
just
do
bogus?
have tongue scrapers, but you can't remove the bacteria. They're supposed to be part of your normal
I
oral
thought that
flora.
was some bogus thing. Somebody got.
It helps. You get rid of some of the mucus and some of the buildup. But the mouthwash, because it has oxygen and this very small particles, it gets in between the fibers that make up your tongue. Your tongue's like the shag carpets from the 70s.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody's not avocado green.
Oh, yeah.
So
We
you
had
got to
that,
get
by
in.
the way.
We actually had that carpet in our house.
Yeah,
We did. The green.
yeah. So the oxygen gets in there much better than the tongue cleaner does.
So maybe sandpaper.
depends what your tongue looks
A
like.
couple of questions from email, and then we'll take some calls when we come back at
Sure.
866-WE-BE-BIG. And they're both very similar. Does it work for sinus breath, and does it work for tonsil stones?
Oh, tonsil stones. We even have, if you go to TheraBreath.com, we have a special kit for tonsil stones. My daughter had that issue as well, and it is related to sinuses. We have nasal sinus drops on the website as well. We have a spray to clean out the tonsils. So go to TheraBreath.com. No matter what the oral problem is, even dog breath, we take care of that.
So you were telling us that.
I need
Wait a
some
minute,
of
what is tonsil stones? I have never heard that
Is that
term
the
in my
cryptic
life.
where they catch
Yeah.
food
You get-
and stuff?
Yeah, you get white little
yeah.
globs growing in your
Yeah.
tonsils.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the mucus as it drains. It collects in there. And
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thanks for being with us. So the 12 working days of Christmas starts tomorrow. And the first gift of Christmas, I mean, it might as well go to you. Why wouldn't it be you?
Why not?
Why not? Let me tell you how it's not going to be you if you don't listen to the live show or you don't watch the live show. If you're not with the live show, then it's not going to be you. And I know some of you, the live show, it's hard to do, but it's one of those things. There's nothing we can do about that. I mean, a live contest can only happen on the live part of the show.
Yep.
Now you can enjoy listening to someone else win it on the archives or whatever, and we love the archives. But when it comes to contest, and Bubba, a lot of people.
You know what I'm looking forward to?
What is that?
Seeing if the phone system can handle it here. This will be our first year with this studio.
Yeah, I know.
Boy, the no name may get a name. But anyway, we talk about that this is one of the things that the listeners of this show and now, of course, over the years, the different viewers of the show, it's one of their favorite things. And a guy sent me a video last night saying that he saw one of those bell ringers, they do outside that ring the bells for the Salvation Army. And they said, boy, you can tell this guy's getting ready for the 12 working days of Christmas. Check this guy right here. Look at this bell ringer right here. You're talking about enthusiasm, huh? You think he's not ready?
That's hilarious.
Look,
That is
check-
hilarious.
Remember,
He did a
it's
jump
the-
and spin.
This is the end of November. Let's check him out again on 23rd December.
I mean, that's commitment to the cause right there.
Twirl, spin, arms, head. World.
Yeah.
Honey.
But that's from our guys in Arkansas again. They,
Really?
They get some good stuff.
That's fantastic.
I did have a guy call yesterday. It's in the 9 o'clock hour. 9 o'clock hour yesterday. He said, I said, Rick and Bubba Show, name, where you calling from? Gave me his name, told me where he was from. And I said, what do you want to talk about, sir? And he goes, nothing. Just testing out the phones, make sure I got my plan in place for this week. And I thought,
They're
wow,
planning.
okay.
Getting ready.
Interesting.
Getting ready.
But Bubba, we've all, it's the unspoken. Can this system handle the because we've had studios that couldn't handle it. And
Listen, everything about the 12 working days of Christmas is different at this studio. Greg will have to mail the packages from a different place, and he doesn't know where to go.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
we
true.
talked about that.
We've left the glacier, haven't we?
Yeah, I've told him where to go, and he's going to love that format.
Oh,
and so we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. From winning to shipping, it's all new.
And we're broke, so we don't have the money we normally had to buy gifts. So
No,
that's,
a
yeah.
lot of that is going to be.
And the sponsors don't seem as fired up about giving stuff away because they're struggling.
They're broke.
Yeah, they're broke too. So finding somebody to give away expensive gifts or to have money to buy expensive gifts, it's just a tough run this year.
Yeah, it is.
You know,
We're going to plow through it.
This year we will remember the true reason for the season.
Day number 8, a precious memory.
Day number 8, Rick reads Christmas Story again to remind us of the gift that we've all ultimately have access to.
Day number 7, free back rub from Eddie Van Adler.
So
that's funny.
Yeah, it's
and a little creepy.
Well, right now
It was a little creepy.
Sorry.
we have over $3,200 worth of prizes.
Should I, in general, even
building.
talk about the call that I got from Gary yesterday talking about how this thing gets so weird?
No,
I won't say what it is. I won't be
No,
general. But for some reason yesterday, I'll say it this way, okay? You'll be okay with this. I'll say it this way. And, you never know when that phone says Gary Vines. I mean, you literally never know. But now I consider a call from Gary to be somewhat consistent because it's deer hunting season.
Right.
So it usually involves hey, feeders is empty, or, hey, did y'all hunt this weekend? That's literally the calls. Hey, what'd y'all see? Hey, what you think about what I did over on that field and widened it a little bit? That looks good, don't it? This kind of stuff.
Right.
And so I just think, it's deer hunting. It's a deer hunting call.
All right.
Hey, y'all got all the gifts you need for him 12 days? I don't know. Bubba's on that. That's his area. Oh. Well, I got one if y'all want it. I said, Gary, look, I'm okay. I said, Gary, what you're suggesting today is so much more complicated than you calling me.
Yeah.
And
look, I think dinner at the Hickory Chip would be nice.
Did you see where people are now taking pictures of the Hickory Chip when they go by it?
Oh, yeah.
they hear it talked about on the show.
Yeah, it's a legendary spot.
It's become a landmark.
I'm looking
now.
forward to. Are we going to eat there when we come down to hunt?
Well, I had Gary ready to cook us right there at Camp House.
Let's stay on property.
Now we could in between hunts on Saturday.
Ooh,
if you want to do that. But now you'll just be coming off Camp House breakfast, which is really good. So maybe we might find a way. So anyway, that may be possible. The one thing too, I was mentioning this. I got to thinking about this, talking about today with Greg being out. So Greg's son. You would think that our family would be full of people who want to be football coaches, but right now all we got is Greg's son who wanted to go into coaching, and let me tell you something that he's an outstanding football coach, and every staff he's been part of, and it involves everybody, but it is interesting that wherever he ends up on the staff, they win.
Careful here.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm just saying.
Well, they have
overall.
in the past.
Yeah. What you're saying, the history.
Yeah. Whether they win or lose tonight, that statement still stands.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, because but because two different states.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was part of a staff that won a state championship in Georgia, and now has been part of a staff in Alabama. That while he's been there, he's been part of a staff and a team. They've won 2 in a row, and if they won tonight, which is an uphill climb because of all the teams they've had, this one probably, and one of them they won in a miraculous way, which I heard people breaking that down again last night, that we still don't. They scored 10 points in 18 seconds to win one of the games, which was one of the most bizarre. But anyway,
it almost is physically impossible.
Bringing no mojo, whether they win or lose. What I'm trying to say is, isn't it cool that we do have another Coach Burgess, and that. And I will tell you, just from what I can gather, and one day he's going to be a great head coach for somebody. I mean, that's going to happen, I think, at some point, all in God's timing and whatever he and his family decide if he gets those opportunities. But I tell you the thing that he is really, really good at, and they're so valuable these days, is figuring out the tendencies of the opponent, breaking that film down, and then coming back saying, here's what they do, and he'd been doing that since he was like a coaching intern for a college team, and everything. So, and he was part of the big turnaround at UAB too. Coach Clark early on. Anyway, I just thought and Greg's going to be there tonight with his family, and that's where they should be. And I just was reflecting on that and sending him out, because I am about an encouraging text. It's just
go a long way, Rick.
I mean, how about this? We talked a lot about it, and he certainly. You can't win anything without other great coaches and great head coaches and great players. But the role he's keep being hired to play, he really does a good job. And he's got that commitment to doing that kind of studying that I think I would struggle with. I think I'm better to say, here's what we need to do. Now y'all go do it.
Yeah. Rick, you're better run to the ball.
Yeah, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so how many people out there right now would love to have a delicious piece of meat, knowing at the same time that you're supporting the way farming was done with family farms that have been farming for generations? Well, if you want to do that, it's real simple. Go to moinkbox.com/Bubba right now. That's MOINK. You talk about delicious. Just the pork that comes from this wonderful company, it's farmed like your grandparents did. Moink, the meat tastes like it should. The family farm has always produced a better product, but sometimes it's been hard on them to get that product to market at a price, that we can all afford. And the folks at Moink, they've made that happen. And, of course, the beef is delicious as well. Now, if you remember when Moink went on Shark Tank, Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful, he tried Moink's bacon and declared right there in front of the world it's the best bacon he'd ever tasted. And if you remember, the guy who founded the Ring doorbell, Jamie, is it Siminoff? I think it's his name. He jumped at the chance to invest in Moink, so he's one of their investors. So, and that guy I think knows a good product when he sees one. He's done pretty well with that doorbell thing, hasn't he?
I think it's going to be around.
Yeah, I think so. So keep American farming going by signing up at moinkbox.com/Bubba right now. Because you're part of the Rick and Bubba family, we're going to get you, and these are so delicious, free filet mignon in every order for a whole year. That's 1 year of the best filet you have ever tasted for a limited time. So right now, go to moinkbox.com/Bubba. That's moinkbox.com/Bubba.
Grows over time.
So yes, you do address that specifically at TheraBreath.com.
Yeah.
But you have products for dogs?
Yeah. It's a rinse. You put it in there in the dog's drinking water, and as they lap it up, it contacts the tongue where the bacteria are. All mammals have a similar issue.
Right.
I haven't tested all mammals.
Right.
Or marsupials.
Right. So yes on the sinus and yes on the tonsil stones.
Oh yeah, we take care of that.
Yeah, TheraBreath.com. You want samples today? 1-800-557-6960. That's 1-800-557-6960. They're looking at that. The other thing I don't understand, I know this has become very mod now, and this story's been out a while, but now it's made it into the Daily Mail today, that a Minnesota district has dropped 2 classic novels citing racial slurs. Now, we've seen this thing before with the Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, and I guess we can put that over here. The one I do not understand is they're removing To Kill a Mockingbird. Harper Lee was taking on racism. I mean, the book is taking on how African Americans could not get a fair shake in a white supremacy society that did not treat them fairly.
Yeah.
And this is calling that out and saying that this is wrong and this is evil, and we're going to remove To Kill a Mockingbird because it has racial slurs in it?
Well, that's the whole thing, Rick. It's style over substance. It doesn't matter what the story says. It has a word in it I'm scared of. I can't have in my presence.
Well, you're missing a
Which
great.
makes no sense.
But that's what I'm saying. It's very short-sighted. That is always be considered a great, American, piece of work, and it's
the best.
Stand up. Your daddy's walking by. The only guy that would stand up and fight against the racism in his own community.
And you're going to take it out because some words. It was basically there because during that time period, that's the way people talk.
Well, it's also used negatively in the book.
Exactly.
It's used negatively in the book, not positively.
The thing I think is a little scary about that is it reminds me of the old Soviet Union, how they would rewrite history.
Yes.
To mirror what they wanted the message to be that day. Look, the world ain't perfect. America hasn't been perfect. We as people are not perfect. But I think when you see that in history, that helps you to strive to be a better person and a better society and a better country. And I think when we, I hate to use this term in this case, whitewash it like this, you lose that. And I think while it will make a group of people go right now, yeah, we showed them, we changed something. But I think in the future it's going to hurt their cause.
Listen to the lack of wisdom from Stephen Witherspoon. And I will tell you this, sir, with all due respect, you lack wisdom, especially trying to be the president, the Duluth chapter of the NAACP. Our kids don't need to read the N-word in school. They deal with that every day in the community in their life. Racism still exists in a very big way. Have you ever read To Kill a Mockingbird? Because it appears you haven't, because your statement sounds idiotic about the fact that the book takes on exactly what you're claiming the kids need to learn. That's what the book's about.
And if you're going to sanitize the language that we all live in, and I'm not against that. I've said many times I don't know how to cuss in Russian because I don't hear it every day. I couldn't say a Russian cuss word if I wanted to because I don't hear it. But if we're going to get to our end means by sanitizing the language, we've got to start with our music. That's how you get rid of it first. There's a lot more of it in our music than we have now. But if you told an artist you can't use that word, they'd lose their mind.
And we're talking current day.
Yeah, that's right now. That, hey, that's what I do. That's how I say. That's how. Well, what is the difference if that is your defense of that?
Yeah, I'm
with
expressing
Harper
myself.
Lee. Then
I would say Harper Lee's book is historic in the fight against racism.
Well, it's.
I mean, especially a white author.
You can outsmart yourself.
Writing this
I think
book,
that's it.
who lives in Monroeville, Alabama, and takes on this controversial topic, and in order to make it real, the words in the book, the word is worth it to teach this lesson, because you can't teach history with acting like parts of it didn't happen.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to do.
I don't like seeing the pictures of piled up bodies of the Holocaust, but it's effective.
Yeah.
Because I
tells the story.
I don't like seeing the pile of shoes that they took, but you know what? When let's all sing it. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, out today. He'll be back sometime tomorrow, maybe before the show's over. Helmsy here today. Eddie Van Adler, Blazing Silverman. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up this hour. He's our Rick and Bubba intern, banging out that degree in common sense. That now a superpower. Tomorrow we have the first gift of the 12 working days of Christmas. And old Santa Bubba is back for another hour.
Ho, ho, ho.
Ho, 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 Bubba. So we're looking to China. So the China, they have, it's almost like they have acted like the pandemic has never ended. And anytime somebody sneezes, they shut everybody down again. Now, one of the things that they're neglecting in the science, and we're seeing it in our own country, and I was actually talking to some people dealing with their families yesterday about this topic, it appears those who have isolated themselves away from the world unnecessarily. Now, look, if it's life and death and your immune system's compromised, I understand. But if you're a healthy person and you isolated yourself away from the world, you're getting sicker this season than you ever have, and there's a reason for that. You've weakened your immune system by isolating yourself away. That really has not been.
It's a sad truth. Yes.
It has not been a good idea. Well, China can't seem to figure this out. They're isolating people away, and then when they let them back out, people start getting sick. Well, yeah. But their deal is, hey, we're a communist country, and we'll under my thumb. But the people, and help me, Bubba, I've been trying to follow this, which is hard when you're dealing with a communist country because it has to leak out because they're not going to tell you. It looks like this has got that. This is a pretty rowdy protest from the Chinese people, and they're directing a lot of it personally to Xi.
Yeah,
or how you say his name.
Yeah, we haven't seen this since Tiananmen Square.
Right.
At this level,
I was uncomfortable with saying Tiananmen.
Yeah,
so I didn't
can say it better than I can Xi.
Yeah.
And so. And a lot of us remember when that happened, and you remember the guy that stood in front of the tank. You know, that was kind of the symbol of how all that happened. But,
right before it ran over.
But you know, sadly, in a communist country where you don't have any guns, you can't do anything about it, and that is one of the reasons that we have the Second Amendment here, is so citizens can defend themselves.
So they're singing the same song. The way they're doing this demonstration, as you said, looking back on Tiananmen Square in '89, and they're singing the same song of what was going on then. Adler, explain this to me.
Yes, they're making their way to Tiananmen Square, and you see these people holding the white pieces of paper.
Yeah, what's that?
There's nothing on it, and that is the symbol of the protest.
Okay.
So, because if they write something on it, they could be caught by the government, but everybody knows what it means.
Okay.
And it speaks to, like, they're not allowed to say anything at all, and that's why they're holding up these blank pieces of paper.
So, do y'all think them requiring masks are actually helping them not be identified? Because the Chinese government has they still, by the way, this eerie drone that's flying around apartment complexes saying, stay inside or you'll be arrested.
Do not follow your heart's desire for freedom.
It is weird, but now that they're all masked up, I don't know that they can be identified.
And then. Are we moving to Shanghai? Is the next one? Is that where you're going here?
This is students.
I see. This
Beijing.
is B. Yeah, 3B.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Using the anthem and their protest song in Tiananmen in 1989, and holding up the blank pieces of paper.
Okay, so that is a direct hearkening back to that.
You know, it is amazing, the human spirit, no matter where it has grown up or what it has been doing or what kind of government it's been living under, it just longs for freedom, doesn't it?
Yeah, and in Shanghai, in 3C, you're going to see the police getting violent with a protester, and the other protesters start shouting at the policeman to let him go. Of course, they don't listen to that because they're going to have to answer to the dictatorship if they don't. But they're all the people are getting rowdy. But look back here in the very back. You can see the other folks coming in. People get to the point to what you were saying, Bubba, where they're just that you can only hold them down so long before they start rising up.
And what will happen too? A lot of the police here in this, of course, they're good communists. They're taking their orders, but in those silent places where they're with each other, they'll start going, are we doing the right thing?
Yeah,
and then when you see them not enforcing the law is when you see change.
Well, let me tell you how dictatorships work, and you're right, Bubba, there has to be an awakening. But what they do, which makes it harder, and you're right, the human spirit can still do it. But the way they buy time, that's a better way to put it. The way they buy time on that is they pay those people and give them food and give them nice places to live.
Yeah, they're the upper echelon.
And so they prop up their thugs, and then the thugs will do the work because in return the thugs live a life unlike the rest of the people. They let them have a little feel of the ruling class world, and that motivates them to keep being loyal to the dictatorship. But look at what's saying in 3D. They're at Tiananmen Square in Beijing, and they're chanting. Listen to what they're chanting. We want universal values. We want freedom, equality, democracy, rule of law. We don't want a dictatorship. We don't want a personality cult. So that's that spirit, and that's what they're shouting. And this is happening because what the Chinese government has done in this pandemic is what dictatorships eventually always do. They've overplayed their hand. What they should have done is released a little bit of the thumb, and that way people forget about it. But what they've done this time, they've left the pressure on too long. You can only lock people up and weld their door shut so many times to where they're like, well, okay, so why would I not go against this government? Because if I don't, my life is a welded door inside my apartment. So what am I really trying to save? I'm miserable in this situation being, subservient to the government, or I could be miserable trying to fight for some freedom and maybe overthrow the government. So you don't want to put the people in that position where they feel like that not rising up against you is not a better life.
I wonder how many of them now. No, this is when you're quarantined in one of these pods, Rick, and they're escorting you off. Look at that.
Yeah, when your QR code turns red and you're trying to get on an airplane or something like that, they just have a dude in a pod and they're just whisking him away.
That looks like Lady Gaga coming to the Grammys.
It really does.
It really does.
And I wouldn't be surprised if this was a paid actor paid by the government just because the sides are clear. Mm-hmm. And that's just so weird to me. But it's like, this could be a psyop by China to say, hey, look, see, you can peacefully go. This person is peacefully going. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was real or fake.
True.
China is trying to do the zero COVID policy, and it just doesn't work. You can't have zero COVID. The whole world has COVID.
Right.
You can't do it.
It's not possible.
And, Rick, you were talking about being welded inside the apartment. 10 people died because they were welded inside the
apartment. Had a fire.
There was a fire, yes, sir. And and that's been a huge some fuel, no
pun intended.
Yeah, for these protests.
I got you.
And then another thing people have said has kind of helped spark this off is people are in China. They're watching the World Cup and seeing these huge crowds without masks, without having to scan a QR code, just out being real and celebrating and living life. And they're seeing these huge crowds, and people in China are going, wait a second, this is how the rest of the world is living?
It's an illegal broadcast because the official Chinese broadcast, they are editing what people are seeing, and they're not showing the crowd except people wearing masks.
Right.
And did I not hear this right? Because I can't watch it.
But Rick, remember this. Right. The people at one time was sold a bill of goods.
Sure they were.
By the communists. You help us get power.
Yep.
And we're going to make everything good for everybody.
Evil rich
free
people.
Stuff. We're
evil
gonna do,
rich people.
These rich SOBs, they're done.
What they have, you should have, and we'll
we're
get it
all
for you.
going to share the riches, and everything's going to be fine.
Yeah.
And see what it brought you. See what it brought you. Hey, does that speak sound?
Our founding fathers.
Does it sound like you've heard it anywhere else?
The founding fathers are screaming from the grave. Any power you allow the government, they will abuse it. So don't allow them a lot.
Yep.
So and then we even have protesters in the UK, and they're at the embassy there in London, and they're calling for Xi to step down. Yeah,
big crowd.
And that's in London, and that's calling for Xi to step down. So
that's a lot of people.
It's a very foreign language, isn't it? I mean, there's
all right.
Very foreign.
When we come back. I cannot believe Canada.
Yeah, well, let's look at Justin Trudeau. How do you say his name?
Trudeau.
Justin Trudeau.
No, not Castro.
Right.
Why did I say Castro?
Has he been caught? Has he been caught in a hypocritical moment?
Oh, Bubba, in a big way. Remember, he's all about giant government and everybody get in line and put everybody up and stay, and then he has a little something to say about the Chinese protesters that's interesting.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
See it, and I see those bodies, and I see those shoes, and I know what it represents. I understand the evil that was taking place, and this book uses those words to point to the evil and the injustice that was going on, and you think that's not a good book for African-American children to read and to understand? It's a great book for everybody to read and understand. That's to me, that lacks wisdom and takes away credibility for what you're supposed to represent, in my opinion. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, we do have a lot to do going forward on the program today. We will be dropping in some of the best love songs of all time today. And
Double Vision might be one of them.
well, that sometimes that can, I'm not sure that one's about love, but we we will have the updates coming up. Of course, Olympic reporter, the great Chris Wood, will report again today on what's going on with the Winter Olympics. I didn't catch any of that yesterday because, like I say, I was Sherry and I have kind of just turned it into, we were even thinking yesterday because we were looking at our schedule for today. We just ended up kind of doing Valentine's yesterday. So we did anniversary on Saturday, Valentine's yesterday. I don't know what we're going to do today. We just got a lot going on.
Yeah, we do too. We got some practice issues in the afternoon, and so we may have a pizza and a movie and call it good.
Yeah. But yeah, if nothing else goes on today, I've had a very good Valentine's and a very good anniversary.
Good.
So we'll see. I feel like that. I love the guy that called in the kickoff hour. I thought that was absolutely genius. I mean, it was 100% genius because we were kidding around with the boys last night. They were like, well, Dad, what are y'all going to do, you and Mom, for Valentine's Day? And I said, well, we're not going to do anything on Valentine's because it would be impossible for Mom and I to go out to eat anywhere because there's no way we could find a place to go. So we're not going to do that. And we had our anniversary Saturday night, which I had planned for weeks, so we had a good dinner reservation there. And Mom and I gave each other some gifts today that are part of the Valentine's and the anniversary. So I think Mom and I are just going to kind of hang out here, and we'll see how tomorrow goes. And then that guy this morning, he just said that he and his wife just make the 15th Valentine's and not the 14th. And so they get all their gifts at half off, and they have no problem finding where to eat.
Yeah, that is good. I heard that.
What does it matter what day you
It doesn't matter what day it is. Pick a day that everybody else is not doing it.
Yeah.
It all sounds good to us. I don't know that the women would see it that way, but it's a great
Well, it
call.
sounds like he and his wife are on the same page. So that's good. If you got to get her on the page with it. But it sounds like she is.
Why not?
But if you think about it, that's actually quite brilliant.
It actually is.
It's like celebrating Christmas on the 26th.
And I forget which one of you said it. Dave Ramsey will also give you a pat on the back.
Yeah, sure.
If they'll half off on the candy. Golly, Dave Ramsey, you talk about a buzzkill.
Yeah, you can manage yourself right into depression sometimes.
Well,
it's great ideas, and if you ever get trained yourself so it just comes naturally, but sometimes the sell on that's a little tough.
I know what his sell is that down the road I'm going to be glad I did it, but I think what he has a hard time settling me on, but what about all those miserable days to get there? You know what I mean? I mean, what about enjoying the day I'm in?
Yeah. Well, Rick,
that'd be just my luck. I'd have all these envelopes everywhere and die, be dead. Hey, we saved a bunch of money and Daddy's dead.
Rick, or you're alone.
Yeah. Really, you end up alone, and I don't know, but I understand what he's saying.
It's all good. We love that.
I think
I'm on a modified Dave's plan. I have to,
I think I
have to have cheat days.
I'll just put it under, and a lot of his concepts are biblical, and that's why they're good.
They are. They're really good.
But I would just put it under the biblical concept of be a good steward of what you have.
There you go.
That's really the bottom line.
Yep.
And
I treat it like my diet. I really try.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I have my cheat days, but I mean,
there's two things. There's two things. Sadly, that I'm not even remotely confused about, and that is how to lose weight and how to save money. I just won't do it.
Yeah.
I mean, I
knowing it and doing it.
Yeah, I know it. I know exactly what to do.
Yeah.
It's just whether you'll do it or not. I love when somebody acts like they come up with a concept you hadn't thought of.
Right.
You know what I mean? No, I'm completely aware of how to do all of it.
Yeah.
I mean, how about this? I could shock you how thin I could be. I just not willing to do what it takes.
Right.
You know,
I could look unrecognizable, Rick, but I'm just not willing to do it every day.
And I could get to the point where I could walk away and retire if I wanted to. I don't want to, but I'm not willing to do what that would require either.
Right.
So but as far as not getting it, that it really goes back to now. I guess most people are talking about they're crediting Mark Twain with it, and it also goes to the biblical concepts. Look,
can you quote?
22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Merry Christmas. The first gift of the 12 working days of Christmas tomorrow. The program that at one time a phone company left us because they claimed that we had affected hospitals Is that what it was? Remember,
it was a 911 service somewhere.
A 911 service that said the 12 working days of Christmas had rendered it unable to do its job.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, and so we
don't want that.
We don't want that. We had a phone company abandon us. Just said we can't be with y'all anymore. If y'all gonna keep doing this contest, we can't be part of it.
That's right.
So we'll see how tomorrow
That's really
goes.
happened. Yeah, that really happened.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens.
Now, they claim this system is better, so we'll see.
Okay. Up, Canadians are in the news. Hey. Hey.
You know, the only good part of that would be if the phone system just overwhelmed the board to the point that you couldn't hear the popping anymore.
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Yeah.
Oh,
Wouldn't
wow. That'd be good.
If you really want to pop, catch the archives every day. It's Pop City in there. But it's hey.
I stopped hearing it for some reason, and then when I hosted the best of last week, I noticed it.
Yeah, when everybody's not talking, you really hear it.
I really like
Yeah.
because I'm trying to make sure everything sounds good and make sure I got levels right, and all of a sudden, I'm like, wow.
Let's tell everybody that's why we talk over each other, so you won't hear the popping.
So you won't hear the popping. All right, so Canada's Justin Trudeau. I can't get this right. Trudeau. He's a commie lover and, of course, possibly the love child of Fidel Castro. But anyway, that's alleged. We don't know that. We don't know that.
Listen to what he says, though, about supporting the protest in China. And then we're going to show you what he did in Canada.
Here we go.
Canadians are watching very closely. Obviously, everyone in China should be allowed to express themselves, should be allowed to share their perspectives, and indeed protest. We're going to continue to ensure that China knows we'll stand up for human rights, we'll stand with people who are expressing themselves. We also need to make sure that China and places around the world are respecting journalists and their ability to do their job. We'll continue to make that very clear.
Right,
well, that all sounds good.
That all sounds wonderful.
But, the communist countries don't allow you to do that.
No, they don't.
That's kind of part of their deal. They don't want anybody doing that.
No.
So, but let's see, did the Prime Minister do that in Canada when they were protesting?
Okay, let's have a look-see. Uh-oh. Looks like the Canadian government is really clamping down on protesters everywhere. That does not look very. Oh my! Oh wow! Oh, that's oh wow!
Complete with music.
Yeah. Oh, breaking out somebody's window. It looks like that Trudeau's government thugs were not. They look a lot like China, doesn't it?
It looks a lot like China. Now that you mention that,
it looks a lot.
Oh wow!
It looks
a
lot.
Oh,
like
Canada.
Oh, Canada.
Here's a...
somebody missed their breakfast with syrup this morning.
Yeah, they did.
Here's a 50-second clip in which, if you guys want it, here's Justin Trudeau when the people were pushing back against the vaccine mandates.
Yep.
This was his comments, and he called them racist and misogynist. And it's just a joke. It's just a joke, if you guys want to hear it. Here's Trudeau during the anti-vax protest.
Yes, there is a small fringe element in this country that is angry, that doesn't believe in science.
You mean like half the country?
That is lashing out with racist, misogynistic attacks.
Ooh, not that.
But Canadians, the vast majority of Canadians, are not represented by them. And I know will not allow those voices, those special interest groups, those protesters who can, I don't even want to call them protesters, those anti-vaxxer mobs to dictate how this country gets through this pandemic.
Okay. You realize he called him protesters, which is what he really meant.
Yes. Right.
And he realized, oh gosh, I can't say protesters.
Yeah, I can't say protester. That was the wrong word.
Because then when I come back
anti-vax mobs.
Because when I come out to support China, I'll look like I'm a hypocrite.
You remember too? Don't forget when the truckers had their protest, and that was the big one where they were he was being nasty about that, huh?
Yeah, and they cut even if you donated to them, like on PayPal or Venmo or whatever it was.
Yeah, they were tracking you down.
They froze your accounts. They froze your money just for donating to the truckers.
But now he wants the people of China to know the people that he stands with them.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's
I tell you, there's nothing like a little wannabe communist
Little
caught in a
wannabe.
hypocritical video clip, is there?
Here's the
Doesn't
thing.
get any better.
The thing about the follow the science garbage that all the dictator-loving people, tyrannical government people, they wanted 2 spoonfuls of. But, I guess y'all could have played that card up to the point that you started telling scientists that they also didn't know science.
Right.
So when scientists begin to have different views, it just wasn't all of us rubes out here, as y'all seem to think we are.
Right.
We were actually hearing scientists disagree and telling us scientifically why what some scientists and government officials were telling us was not scientifically correct.
Mm-hmm.
And those people were demonized. What we did is we picked preferred science. And we didn't have a critical thinking, true debate among scientists. We picked, the government picked their favorite scientists, and then those against the government picked their favorite sciences, and that's not science.
Rick, when we thought that we had a black plague where 25% of the population could die, those were the steps you were looking at. And shutdowns. That's a valid defense when you get to that level. But once we saw it was 1%, less than 1%, depending on whose numbers you want to go with, nobody had it more than 2%. When you see it's that, you need to get back to normal as quick as you can.
Bottom of the hour, your phone calls are next. Look in there at Blazing Silverman, Rick and Bubba intern. He's ready to take your phone calls right now. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We chat with you next.
Rick and Bubba.
Twain anymore? Or has he been?
Well, that's a good
outlawed?
point. Yeah, that's a good point. Has the Gestapo have they removed him from our history now? But his point even on the Bible's right. People always love to sit around and make all these discussions about all these deep. Let's talk post-trib, pre-trib, dispensation, and all this. And what I want to say is, where do y'all get the free time? I'm still trying to lock and load on the things in the Bible I completely understand. I mean, the things in the Bible that no one can debate, that applying those to your life, if you'll get that kind of discipline done, I don't know where then maybe you can get to this other stuff. I don't know where you have the time for it, because I've found that the other things I completely get seem to consume every minute I have.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. If you're serious about it, I mean, if you really care about it, some guy can break down all the dispensations in the world and give you all his theology about post-trib, pre-trib, but he can't be faithful to his wife. It doesn't do you much good, does it? Nope. We'll be back. 15 minutes past the hour. 866. But you said that there
Valentine's surprises.
Valentine's surprises. And I'm not even gonna get into the history of Valentine's again. These days, every time we get the history right, we can't ever remember it from year to year. So I don't want to know. I mean,
I think it was kind of bad, the way it started.
Yeah,
but,
I don't.
It's a good thing now. You buy cards and candy and kiss people. It's
yeah,
good.
Yeah. Well, look, so they say it was invented by some guy last name Hallmark.
John Hallmark.
Yeah, but you were
just invented a printing press for thick paper.
Bubba, you said that we've busted up a crime ring.
Rick, Tennessee, Dateline, Tennessee, Parsons, Tennessee. They're very excited because they have broken up a kingpin granny drug ring.
A kingpin granny?
Kingpin granny drug ring, Rick. Are you fixing to hit something? I was giving you a pop.
No. I was looking to see when you first.
Betty Jean Jordan, Rick.
Oh,
70,
that's so good.
75.
Mama Betty Jean.
75 years old, was dubbed the Kingpin Granny by local authorities. The Decatur County Sheriff's agents had investigated the woman and had been able to buy drugs from her. She was arrested on Friday in Parsons, Tennessee. Police raided her home, found 1,000 pills of morphine, oxycodone. Is that right?
Oxycodone?
Well, it's D-O-N-E. Is that a variation of that?
Maybe.
Xanax and $12,000 in cash and assets that were all seized by investigators.
And this is somebody's meemaw?
She was charged with 6 felony narcotic counts and posted a $50,000 bond to get out of jail. Now, Rick, the picture of Betty Jean Jordan.
Oh, my gosh.
As they were
gosh.
booking her. Rick, I think, is in the wheelchair based on the height chart there of 4 foot.
I think you are correct. She is definitely seated, and I bet makes incredible cookies.
Rick, they said agents were able to buy pills from the seasoned mastermind. Her home was raided at the time of the arrest.
Look, seasoned, I will agree with. Mastermind?
The counts against her include drug manufacturing, delivery, sale, 2 counts of possession of a legend drug with intent, 1 count of possession with a legend drug, and 1 count of evading arrest. What is a legend drug? I'm reading this. Is that the way the British say it? Is that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Additional arrests are coming for those who worked in connection with Jordan and her alleged narcotics business. I'm all for the elderly being in business, Rick. I don't know about drug kingpins.
You know where they caught her, don't you?
I'm waiting.
Outside a 3 on the String concert.
I understand in her
they appreciate that, Rick.
In her spare time, she loves. I'm not going to say it.
So she can sell you the drugs and make you homemade munchies to go with it.
Right. Rick, this lady had to have help. I mean, she's in a wheelchair.
I don't know. She's a kingpin. Well, you know what? Don't you know she was feared? Somebody said, "I'll tell you one thing. You better get that money to us, or our granny's going to will over here and see you."
Mm-hmm.
Now, look, you don't want no mean granny. That ain't no good.
Oh, look, mean grannies.
Rick, they said when they busted in, she was listening to her favorite Taylor Hicks song.
I'll tell you one thing. You talk about somebody who could load up and say, "Cracker Barrel's on me." Huh? She was making big jack.
Rick, they have a picture here of all the drugs they confiscated. It was unbelievable.
Now,
look at all that.
What is all
that's
this?
Not the full
What
picture.
is all this laying out there? Just they got them.
That's
in
over
different
1,000
in
pills.
different categories.
Yeah, 1,000 pills of those different drugs that we described earlier.
Here comes the phone troll music for those of you watching on YouTube. That's what's happening right now. Phone troll, you can join us. Go right now. Blazing Silverman is ready. 866 We Be Big. 30 seconds a pop. We'll get everybody on. We'll try to roll through quick. Here we go. Buzzer's going to be your friend. Buzz me. That 30 seconds. Ask a question, make a comment, and then be ready to keep moving. There's a couple of timeouts out there, but there's only 2. So don't. I wouldn't. You know, when we certainly don't like when people come on and say, "I think I need a timeout." Please don't do that. That almost makes us go the other way.
Yeah.
Just make a comment, ask a question. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, nothing like that in the troll. This is about content and content only. Questions, comments, bringing information to the table. And if you move right now, you will get in at 866 We Be Big. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, as we're winding down the book of Genesis. When we go away on the big year-ender, the Wednesday prior to that will be the final installment of this year walk. It actually worked out to be 12 months. Walking through the book of Genesis, chapter 47 today. Watch it live on our YouTube channel. It'll be archived soon after and available on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel if you so desire. All right, we'll start with Kelsey. And if you want to join us, you can now at 866 We Be Big. She is in Destin, Florida. Kelsey, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. You got 30 seconds on the show. Go right ahead.
Good morning, y'all.
Hey, Kelsey.
I am searching for some wise counsel.
Okay. Now, you called this show looking for wise counsel?
This is not Dr. Laura.
Right. Well, we'll do our best, Kelsey.
Well, just because I appreciate the way y'all live with a biblical worldview, so I was hoping y'all could help me out with this.
We'll give it a shot.
We will.
All right. My church has appointed a female as the head pastor, and after searching the scriptures, all of creation shows men as the head, and God did not intend women to be in this position in the church. I feel convicted by the Spirit to step away from this church, and I wanted to know y'all's take on this.
I think you've already answered your question.
I think you've answered your question. To me, I thought you were going to give us a difficult question. To me, this one is pretty straightforward. I would suggest certainly you need to continue to pray and follow the Spirit that you leave that church.
My parents have a different
Well, they can
conviction
stay.
on this.
They can stay there because are you grown? Are you a grown woman?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, well, then you have to make your own decisions then.
Yeah, there's obviously people who believe
Don't know how-
different than we do. But I think you answered your own question when you said you felt the Spirit leading you. And I think that is that small voice that we pray for guidance. And then when it speaks to you, you should listen to it.
Yeah,
if
and
it's
then-
not going against biblical teaching.
And I was about to say, then you keep running up on all that pesky scripture. It's and you're right. I think what the people who push back against that is they think this has something to do with inequality, which it does not. Women play big roles in the Church of Acts. They've been playing big roles in the church from the very beginning, important roles. This is about, and you said it correctly, headship. Which has nothing to do with inequality because Jesus Christ, the Son of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, said that the Father was the headship even of the Trinity, but that he was equal with the Father. In marriage, there's a headship with the husband, but the wife is equal to the husband, and the husband is called to serve his wife as Christ did the church and give up his own life for his wife. And so it's not about inequality. That's a lie from the pits of hell. It's about order and it's about headship. And I'm just going to say something that is very unpopular, but it is the way that God made men and women. And it's one of the main reasons that we started working with, putting together what is now themanchurch.com, is that the church has kind of lost, even early on, even in the Old Testament, before the church age, that God was asking for the men to appear before him by themselves 3 times a year. And because he wanted to address them on what he expected to be done, and there needed to be a time that men were hearing from God's, anointed, prophet or speaker or teacher, or directly in some cases from him, and he expected them, and he will hold them accountable for the state of the church and the state of their family. But women are in leadership roles, in the church and have been from the very beginning. They're just not to be the pastor. And there's a reason for that, and there's many reasons for that, and one of them is men won't follow a woman as a pastor. They'll pretend to, but my wife, and all of our wives here are powerful women of God, but even my wife says once a male has reached puberty and gets beyond puberty, there is a tone that comes from the father and from men that they hear, the males in the family, that they don't hear in a woman's tone, in a woman's authority. A man is not designed by God to be under the headship of a woman. That's just absolutely true, and it's not very effective. But that has nothing to do with inequality. And for someone to say that, that's somebody making Scripture into something that it was never intended. It's equal. It's just distinctly different. And headship has nothing to do with inequality. So if that church is doing that, and they're compromising that theologically, you can almost bet there's going to be other things that, well, if the Scripture said this and we did otherwise, then why are we out here into this? I mean, you see other churches we had a vote that just happened in our government. Of course, that's not the church, but people who claim to be people of faith and talking about denying what Scripture says about marriage and what Scripture says about what is marriage. Now, if you want to call other partnerships and unions from a government standpoint, you want to allow them, that's fine. You just can't call it marriage because what Scripture calls marriage is extremely clear. And when churches start now changing, they don't believe that's what God said about marriage. They don't believe that's what Scripture says about, how you set the church up. And you got to be careful of that. So I think Bubba really answered from the very beginning. The Holy Spirit, if you're redeemed, is telling you something, and Scriptures are telling you something, and I would adhere to that and be loving and respectful to your parents, and just respectfully disagree and tell them that you are not against them; you're just for God.
Well, and
that you need to make that clear. This is not an indictment on your parents. It's you adhering to devotion to God.
Like you were talking headship. The New Testament church is laid out with several positions, one being elders and one being deacons, and they have very different jobs.
Yes.
Not one that is better than the other.
It's just different.
There's just a different role to play. One is to be guidance to the head of the church and be on the spiritual side. The other is to be the hands and feet of servants and to get out and get dirty and get the job done. And it's not that one is better than the other. It's just a different role you got to play. Just like in the military, you have generals and you have infantry. I can't say that word.
We know what
infantry
you mean.
men.
Yep.
And it's just a different job.
Right. And to give an example, exactly what Bubba is saying on deacons versus elders. Stephen in Scripture, which is the only person we find in Scripture that is described to be full of the Holy Spirit, full of grace, full of power, and I forget what the fourth one was, and full of, there was one other, but these are powerful. You know, he's the one that is stoned because of his devotion after giving a sermon that is absolutely unbelievable. Right. But anyway, so faith, that's the other one. He's full of the Holy Spirit, he's full of faith, he's full of grace, and full of power. And he's the only person in Scripture that gets all four of those. You know what his job was at the church? The food pantry. He was a deacon that was told to be sure that the widows get the food that we're supposed to be providing for them because the teachers cannot do both those jobs. And so Stephen was not even called a teacher. He was a deacon who made sure the food got to the widows. And look what he did in Scripture. He was used by God to eventually get that was the beginning of Paul's being called to Christ, was what he saw Stephen and how Stephen died. So that was a deacon. He wasn't an elder. He wasn't the pastor. So, I mean, this garbage about one thing is more important than another, that's the sin in our life. That's our flesh. That's not Scripture.
So there's kind of a long answer to that question.
But an important answer, I think.
Yes.
Tom in Pell City, listen to ZZK. Tom, go ahead.
Listen, if I'm China, there's no way I'm putting up with that. I'd rather be in Hades itself than living on Hades on Earth. That's all there is. Why don't they just commit genocide and just push a nuke button? Because that's what they're wanting to do, to deplete the population.
Well, they were for a while, and then they realized they had made a terrible miscalculation, much as Elon Musk has pointed out to the whole world, that, we've had people who are not having as many children as they used to have.
Yeah.
And, some people venturing out there like us and had two. But that is not a sustainable number. No. And we're not headed to overpopulation. We're headed to underpopulation. Correct. If we don't get busy out there.
Correct.
And there's also other issues with that. We had a story about that the other day. We didn't even touch because there wasn't much way to present it.
Yeah.
But the men are not as fertile as they used to be.
No. It's kind of like why you don't isolate people for too long. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Can you believe that?
In the drug circle, too, they were saying, hey, you want to go see Granny? You know what I'm saying? You want to go see Granny? What y'all doing today? Going to see Granny. Everybody knew what it meant. Don't you think?
Did they call her Maul Jordan, you think?
Well, I hope so. I mean, that's... What do you think it was like when the first investigator came in and said, "Now I know I want y'all to stay with me, but here's where I think we need to go."
Yeah, he's explaining it to his supervisor.
Yeah, he's saying,
I know we've got a dealer in the area,
right. And I think I've closed in
and
on
we've traced
the
it back to Maul Jordan.
Right, and so that's well, this shows you right here that that we got to do something about Social Security.
Yeah, something.
I mean, it is not the best retirement plan.
Well, it never was supposed to be, Rick.
No, it wasn't. Right. I don't know when we turned it into that.
Yeah, sure.
It's kind of hard, too, to keep a lockbox if you just keep opening it. Remember those lockbox? I don't want to get started on that. Let me just let that go.
Rick, the scene from Dumb and Dumber keeps coming to mind. And guess who Dumb and Dumber are?
Right. Yeah. I love when people want to talk to me as if, I need to get a big plan on Social Security. And I said, I've never even dreamed of having it.
Right.
I don't even. There's no way that it'll still have anything in it.
No, it'll probably be there for you, but the dollar will be devaluated to such a point that you'll need a handful of it to buy a Coke.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll tell you one thing. They keep getting this wage up on fast food restaurants. I may go to work there.
I know people that work their whole life would love to have made that. Good night.
You know what I saw though? Did you see the other day on the bizarre thing? Because we even got a story that Bill Murray's even being positive.
I saw
about.
that. I saw that.
But
that was strange.
That there are companies that are now on their own raising their entry wage to $15 an hour based on their savings.
Well, they're setting their starting wage, which the media reports is they're raising their minimum wage, but it's their decision to do so. That's fine.
If the free market deems that your entry level people should be paid $15 an hour, and you've worked out the business plan and the market calls for that,
right?
Well, then hallelujah.
Well,
then we should all be excited.
The people I see on TV that start complaining it's not a living wage, I go, yeah, it's not. It's not supposed to. It wasn't designed to be.
Well, what I'm talking about is
that's the next step.
You don't raise people's entry level hourly wage by protest and government intervention. You do it based on merit because the market is now causing business to go so well. That to get entry-level people, there's competition for them now, and you're doing so well, you can now pay $15 an hour at the entry level. That's how it works.
I saw a story yesterday. I think they said that there's over 300 companies that have come out in public and said they're going to raise wages and or give bonuses based on this latest tax cut.
Yeah. So it's and all of it's happening at a hyper speed compared to what everybody said it would.
Right.
That's
used to that was, I know when Reagan went in, he said he told everything would happen. He said, the wages going up will be the last thing in this curve, and we're way ahead of it now.
Yeah. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Story prior to that, which we'll talk to him about coming up, but the only problem is yesterday Chris Wood did not know who this was, so we'll... Ten minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us today. SimplySafeBubba.com. Go there for all the information about the best security system on the market, baby. SimplySafeBubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe. So if you're protecting your home, your small business with security, it's important that you know that it's available to you. And if you're worried about maybe you've got one that's outdated, antiquated, or you don't have one at all, did you know that when you get into the holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, whatever you may be celebrating, when you get into this time of year, property crimes like break-ins, package thefts, they spike all over the country. That's why SimplySafeBubba.com is offering 50% off their award-winning security. Listen, Bubba can't even believe it. 50% off their award-winning security system, so you can feel safe and secure during this time of year. So if there's an emergency, 24/7 professional monitoring agents. They use Fast Protect technology. Now, this is an industry exclusive, and they capture critical evidence and verify the threat is real. This really helps law enforcement, too. So you get priority police response. SimplySafeBubba.com blankets your place with advanced sensors, every room, every window, every door. And then I told you the monitoring is less than $1 a day, less than half the price of the competitor ADT. So it's their top-rated app, too. You got that. You can stay in touch with the system, know what's going on at the property. 50% off your order right now, 50%, if you go to simplysafebubba.com today. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There is no safe like simplysafebubba.com. All right, so these emails are coming in, Bubba, and we need to stay on top of it. Here's from Mike, who listens to the show. Sorry, guys, I must have missed the first part of the show today. Did I hear right that Helmsy is leaving the show, moving to Florida to work for DeSantis?
That's funny because the head coach is named DeSanto.
Oh, okay.
That's where he's getting at.
Okay.
Justin DeSanto. So no, I'm not. And Speedy, stop
on the website,
fueling this fire. Okay, I am. Listen, here's the deal.
We're going to have Michael Helms Day Monday.
Bubba, would you stop? Okay.
Don Juan's coming back.
I am.
There he goes. It's been a good run. Hey,
good.
Helmsy. Go Blazers.
Not just yet, guys. Not
Go
leaving.
Blazers.
Not going
Go
nowhere.
Blazers. Go Blazers. Go Blazers. Go.
Anyone from Tennessee?
This is a part-time assistant coaching position. I want
Which
to make
is
that very
strange that
clear.
you have to leave.
It will not affect the Rick and Bubba show. Stop it.
Okay.
I think that's what makes it so strange is because it's part-time, you're leaving still. I don't get it.
Look, we get it, buddy. We get it.
Yeah.
Now listen, I am excited
I got
about
a
this.
text from Don Juan wanting clarification.
Right.
What was
Yeah.
happening.
What's up? He says.
Look, the reality is.
Wow, the text from Greg just
Oh,
now.
wow.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh,
That's
wow.
why I chose to announce it today. Just got one of the sweetest messages I think I have ever received since
Ever?
my time being here from this woman that does not want me to leave. And I'm like, I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere.
Yep. I've got my typical emails, everybody hoping I do.
No, I get that too. Listen. I've also had people sending me their resume, passing it on, wanting me to pass it on to you guys.
Yeah, right. No,
Like, it's not happening.
I got an email, someone totally confused because I heard you were transitioning, and they didn't know what that meant.
Right.
And I was like, no, just jobs.
Right.
Greg's not here. You don't have to fill his role.
Well, we feel
okay?
kind of a pressure to do so.
Yeah.
I'm here. Listen, the reality is, I'm a planner. I'm goal oriented. I realize that I hope it's 10, 15 years. Okay, I hope it's 10, 15 years. That's when you make the decision to go to the farm and go to the lake. Okay, on record for that.
I hope it's 20.
Well, see, you're in the same boat. See, Adler and I are in this.
So does my banker.
Adler and I are in a different position than y'all because if y'all leave
What, am I
tomorrow,
mud?
well, no, but you've put yourself. You're older and you've put yourself. Greg's the same way. If they were to leave, Greg may decide. Well, I'm not going to get up and drive to hang out with Speedy and Helms all day.
He's
I don't
trying
know the
to
answer to
change
that.
this into us leaving.
I know.
So what I'm doing,
I'm
I'm going to say welcome to Walmart.
is I am planning for the future. I want to coach. I want to teach tennis. This is an opportunity to do that. And with us, hey, listen, I'm with UAB. They're jumping. They're leaving Conference USA, going into a better situation in the American Athletic. The sky's the limit.
USA is pretty good.
I know you're
Sky's
just
the limit.
I know
And
you're just
so-
an assistant, so you don't really have the authority to bring Bubba on, right?
No. I can't believe they brought me on.
Would
That's
he-
why I
would
didn't.
he be a consultant?
That's why I didn't tell you this before it was official because I'm afraid they'd choose Bub over me.
Right.
If we're being honest.
Now, are you like Cadillac Williams? Are you like first assistant, like just kind of head coach and waiting?
No. Listen, I'm the low man on the totem pole, and I have so much to learn.
You know
And
what I
I'm
like about my
extremely
position?
excited.
My position now, I can go watch what I want to watch when I want to watch it and leave whenever I want to.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have to be the last man out
Yeah.
anymore.
Well, see, but you get to go to the lake in 5 years. I don't.
Well, I don't
20,
know.
20 years.
20.
Again,
You keep saying 5. What's up with that?
Well,
I need 20.
I do know their ages. Okay. And I hope it's 70-75 when they shut this down.
Well,
I really do.
At some point, and none of us know the future, and we found that out in a very harsh way just this year.
Sure.
But
how sweet! Somebody started a GoFundMe for you.
How about that?
Yeah.
But nobody
Thank you,
knows
Ryan.
nobody knows the future. But there are some things you can look at and go, well, now there's certain things that are undeniable.
Yeah.
And that is the numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the numbers, I mean, they're undeniable.
What numbers?
That you and I are about to be 60.
Yeah.
I mean, and
that's just a number, Rick.
Well, I will tell you this. And it's actually how the pastor where I go to church now ended up at the church where I am now, because he was getting he's done everything. I mean, he's currently, like, as we speak, he's in Germany, like, teaching pastors, this kind of thing. And he said he was kind of dealing with, his age. Is it time to shut it down and whatever? And he said he went to Japan. And he saw this, like, pastor in his 70s there with this gigantic church of Japanese Christians, and he's preaching. I forget the number. There's no way it was less than 5 services a week.
Wow.
And I even think it was more than that. But I'm going to tone it down, not to exaggerate. And he said he saw his energy and everything, and he was looking at the guy, and he was like, "How's this guy?" He said, "I felt kind of convicted that I don't need to shut it down." And he said he started doing research, and he realized that if he has his health, which this pastor does, that if a man has his health, the decade of 60 to 70 is the most productive decade of his life.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
good.
If he has
I
his
like
health.
that. So at least 10 more.
Yes.
And you know what the second most productive is?
And if we
70
stay
days.
at it that long, we hope to add 2 more affiliates.
Yeah.
Right.
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 Man, the emails are pouring in.
They
People
really
with
are.
their
Would
resume.
y'all
Don't
stop?
send them to me. Also, this one here says, sad to see Helmsy leaving the
I'm
show,
not
but
leaving.
congratulations to him on becoming University of Alabama's new athletic director of tennis. They want to know, will you be
Stop.
rubbing shoulders with Saban now?
Stop.
It's UAB.
Just stop.
It's
Somebody
UAB.
somebody said that he's even going to work right now to get the band to be able to go to the Bahamas.
Yeah. Good night.
You go. It's just,
It is.
you
It
see
is.
what I used to have to
I
live
know.
That's
I know.
good.
I know.
Oh.
Wow.
I'm not going anywhere. Okay.
That's so
Not
good.
going anywhere. It's going to
Yeah.
be a long time before that happens. Here's the thing.
Hey,
I love tennis. I'm excited about tennis. It's a unique opportunity. I want to coach for the next 20 years of my life, and this is a good place to do it.
Well, it's been an honor.
It's been a good run.
Stop
It's been a good run.
It's been an honor.
Absolute
Heck of a run.
Heck of a run. Atta kid.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Shaun White, a lot of talk about this today, wins his 100th, U.S. wins its 100th Winter Olympics gold, and Shaun White is the gold that gets us to number 100 in Winter Olympics. And you're saying it's very emotional. Yes, I didn't say it.
Flying tomato, Rick. Flying tomato.
Flying tomato. I'm glad he cut his hair.
So to set this up, his strategy in qualifying was to have the best run so he could go last in the event. And it paid off for him because he wanted to know what he needed to do in order to win the gold.
Yeah, sure.
So he's the
Like going into overtime.
He's the last one to go on his third run. He had gotten a 94 something or whatever, but there was another competitor that had a 95, and he knew he had to get better than that. And so here's his third and final run to win gold.
Shaun White for the gold.
That's amazing.
1440. He needs the back-to-backs to take down Ayumu and gets it. The second 1440. Double McTwist 1260. Shaun White, one more hit. Will it be enough? Frontside 12. Perfect. That is the run that he needed, and he put it down.
So there he is after it's over.
I don't know how you score that sport. I don't understand what they're talking about. But
It was a 1440.
It's just amazing that he can slide down a mountain on ice on a piece of wood and do all that in the air. That's amazing.
That's a 1440, I'll tell you that.
Bubba.
Yeah, whatever that means.
It must be good because he did back-to-back.
Anybody else know? I don't know.
It's the turn. So, like, if you, and I don't know all the numbers, but it's
Something to do
like
with all the twists
all
and
the one full turn is one. The second, when you go 2 times around, it's what in the 1480s, either 3 or 4
why is it called a
rotations.
1480 then?
I don't know because of the degrees. I don't know what's going on with it.
1480.
I would be.
But
I would
that's
be
what they're
so
doing. It's the
disoriented.
rotations in which they're going.
If
how
I
do they
spun
not
like
use-
that in my office chair, I'd be disoriented.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know?
I will tell you this to help with the judging because you think,
Try it,
okay,
Bubba.
they're watching a monitor and they're watching it live. How in the world can they catch everything they're
you.
doing? They actually have sensors in their uniform, like on their knees and stuff, so the judge can see what exactly they did to make it official. But
Did you see how Speedy asked a question to set up that he knew that?
Yeah,
answer?
that
I
was
like
good.
That's how
That
you
was
do
very
it.
good.
You know, you ask yourself, how do we know?
yeah, because I did. I was like, because they even said that in the broadcast last night. They were like, "How in the world do you judge something like that when you see somebody
I'll tell you
spinning that way? You're like, you could miss something."
Yeah,
It's all happening at full speed.
Speedy did. He watched all 3 runs last night, and he gave me a little insight on this. This was good stuff. The first run, Shaun White owns. Okay.
Yeah.
And he tosses his helmet and glasses in the crowd.
Yeah.
And then realizes, hey, I got to have those back.
Yeah.
I still got 2 more to go.
Got caught up in it.
And so he had to
did.
have somebody go ask the people that got his helmet and glasses, hey, I got to have those back.
Who's got my helmet? And
Yeah.
Can I have that back?
I'll
Right.
give them to
2
you
more runs.
later.
I got 2 more runs.
Yeah, they do such a good job now miking everything up. He literally said, "Hey, man, I got to have my helmet back," and then he realized, "Hey, I got to have my goggles too." It was pretty funny.
It was awesome celebration, but then
Yeah.
you realize there's that moment where you're saying, oh, wow, so I got to have that stuff.
Can I tell you this? If you're the person that grabbed a historic helmet and glasses and he took them back, and he finishes now even a better run on the third, do you go?
Yeah.
Do you go? Hey man, can I
have those
Can I
back?
have
Sean,
that?
remember
Right.
me?
Sean, remember you took that back?
Remember how
Yeah.
nice I was to throw them back to you?
Yeah.
Right.
Can I have those back? Because I've already pictured where I'm gonna put them.
But I will say this is pretty cool. In October of last year, he had a crash in one of his runs and had to get 62 stitches to the face. And he said it's a miracle that he came back as strong as he did this year, but he wins his 3rd gold medal.
How
And
about that?
it was kind of neat too because his first run, like I said, he scored 94 something. He knew he had to beat 95. His second run, he crashed, he fell, so he knew that was out. And then his 3rd and final run, he knew what he had to do, and he did it.
All right, now you were telling me that there's a downside to this story.
Yeah, there he is, and I knew this was going to happen. And
All the haters.
when he won, and he's down there, and they announced that he's won the gold medal, someone ran an American flag out to him. Well, he's holding his helmet, his goggles, his board, and everything. The wind's blowing, and he let the flag kind of fall down to his waist side, and he ended up kind of dragging it like a cape. And he stepped on the side of the flag one time, and I said, somebody's going to call him on this because, you're not supposed to let the flag hit the ground and all that. And I knew this was going to happen, and he's getting heat today by the fact he disrespected
The only way he
flag.
should get heat is if he did it on purpose.
Thank you, Rick.
Okay,
And he didn't.
If he threw the flag down and stomped it and made some ridiculous protest, and we would all deem that to be the lack of wisdom, disrespectful, and not the proper way to do a protest, a la the NFL. Okay, but that's not what he did. He was in the moment. People were handing him a flag.
The wind's blowing, too. You gotta understand that.
This is where I'd like to call for a flag rule reformation. Just like Martin Luther had to do the reformation of all the things we've added on, and it's become so burdensome, and everybody should have their own copy of the Word. I'd like to see us show some grace when it comes to the legalism of the doggone flag.
Right.
Because there's things we all need to be mad about together, about the disrespect and desecration of the flag and what it stands for. And I think we can all get on the same page, I hope, on those. But things like this, I mean, my gosh, we went through a thing one time where we were trying to display the flag here in the studio, and we kept getting emails, you don't have it on the right side. It's got to be on the other side of Rick. It's got to go, what's that thing on top? Wherever y'all got it set, you don't have it leaning. Hey, I'll be honest with you, I don't display a flag much because I'm afraid I'm not going to do it right.
It gets to the point where you just want to remove
I
it.
just like, I ain't going to do a flag.
Yeah.
Because if you do, somebody comes by and says you left it out too long, you're supposed to have a light on it. Six minutes past the hour. Speedy and Helmsy and Adler all here. Greg out today. Blazing Silverman's got your phone calls. Somebody say this. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining.
Bubba, looking at you get you a little.
I was trying to finish breakfast hard as I could.
I would have let Lauren Daigle sing a little longer. I didn't know you needed it.
Here comes the money.
Hey, Elon! Somebody say.
Here comes the money.
Boom! Dollar, 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 dollar. Twitter, under the guidance of Elon Musk now, has reinstated 62,000 banned accounts, and it's under suspension amnesty. And the report claims here's who it could include, and then it goes to list a bunch of them. But I mean, you're talking about 62,000, and so
well, here's a few of them: Donald Trump, Kanye West.
Did Trump ever decide he was coming back? He's allowed to now.
Yeah, he said he wasn't.
Because he has his own platform now?
Right. Andrew Tate, who is that?
I don't have any idea.
Jordan Peterson.
I know who that is. Didn't know he was banned, by the way.
Yeah. Marjorie Taylor Greene. You know, the representative on the right that's can get a little loose in the turns. Sometimes.
Andrew Tate is a controversial British internet personality, dude. A lot of people say he's very misogynistic in his takes and stuff like that.
Oh, you say he's a bit controversial.
I don't know much about him.
And Elon is saying he took it to the people. He took it to the users of Twitter, who voted in a poll. Should we give general amnesty to suspended accounts provided they have not broken the law or engaged in egregious spam? The yes votes were 72.4%. 27.6% said no. So he went with it. Said, okay, you want them back, we'll bring them back. If they act right, they'll be okay. And he, what's acting right is he's giving them a lot of latitude to say what they want to say. Although, if they're breaking the law or they're egregious in their comments, he says he will take them off.
Well, it's caused...
but it's not going to be a political decision.
Right. Well, and I actually find myself saying something that I'd never thought I would say. I agree with Alyssa Milano. And this is kind of the way that I was seeing it back during the, hey, man, we need to get away. You need to leave Twitter. You don't need to be on there. And, Alyssa Milano is now on the other end of the spectrum where we were back when it was being run by all the communists and the fascists. She said she was going to leave, when Elon took over, and of course all the, the folks on the View, they're all leaving, and they're not.
Yeah.
Well,
we couldn't be so lucky.
Well, here's what she said, and I actually agree with this, even though I oppose most of everything she believes. She says we can't cede the territory. It's like a turf war. Why would I leave Twitter? And now that I can say whatever I want.
Yeah.
And at first she felt pressure to because but really,
now she took her Tesla back, right?
I think. Well, they were talking about it. I guess she
and
did.
Bought a Volkswagen.
And if she wants to do that, that's fine because we know the history of the Germans.
Right. Wait a minute.
Wait, what?
Right.
You're calling Elon Musk a fascist, and you went and got rid of your Tesla to buy a Volkswagen because you're anti-fascist.
Who founded Volkswagen again?
Hey, did you have any history class? History class at all?
We would like to thank Elisa for the purchase. You
listen,
was right.
Listen, Volkswagen's a fine. It's a fine automobile,
of course,
and the German people are fine folks.
But that is funny.
But you have to admit, any pointed head dimwit who says they're trying to get away from fascists, so they're going to the German product. That's funny. I don't care who you are.
But when The View says, and I know that we've even had Joy Behar's had to apologize to some group she called a hate group because she didn't know what she was talking about. But when they say that all Elon Musk has done is made Twitter free speech for straight white men,
that's insane.
See, that means that the only people on there would have to have that point of view. And ladies, I hate to break this to you, that's not. He's allowing people to express themselves no matter what they believe or what they say, as long as it's not criminal. And like I said, he doesn't like all these spam people, but I don't think any of us like them. But no, he's saying you're not going to hear just one side of the political spectrum. So do you see what's happening here? The leftists, even when freedom has come to a platform, they still want to decide who gets to talk and who doesn't. Even them leaving their point of view because they want they want to leave it to other people. They're only going to go to a place that they approve of what everybody has to say.
Yeah, I mean,
or that their point of view is the only one that's allowed, and then they will
Mm-hmm.
accuse somebody else of doing exactly what they do.
And they love to crush an opposing view.
Mm-hmm.
They either don't want it on Twitter, or they want to cancel you after you've come out and said anything they don't agree with, which by definition is what the fascists
Well,
do.
and where I
do find that comical also.
I thought her Volkswagen thing was ridiculous, but in this particular point, I think she's had a little bit of a wake-up call. Why would you leave Twitter when you can get on there and express yourself too?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's
And of course,
crazy.
all the girls on the View, they couldn't believe it. They're not. They said that not
Terrible,
me.
isn't it?
Whoopi says no. I'm not. I'm gonna leave that platform.
Now they've had a lot of folks pull advertising. Apparently, Elon says they are losing $4 million a day right now, even though their subscribers have gone way up. We know of at least 61,999 new subscribers, right? Just had their account reinstated.
Yeah.
Although Trump's not on there yet.
Well, Trump's built his own thing, and
Yeah.
he's probably said, if you want to hear from me, you got to come to my thing.
Which I agree. I understand.
that.
That's the
Yeah.
free market.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want any of these platforms to be so powerful, including Twitter, that they're the only kid in town.
No.
You know, that's where you get danger because who's next?
Yeah.
You know, Elon won't always be in charge of it. It could be, some other goofball or something, Here we go. You know what is interesting, though? All along, he has said that he plans on taking it public again, long term. I mean, he's not going to stay with it. He's got to occupy Mars.
Well,
But,
well, here's one of the things. I had a discussion about this yesterday with someone in the know. So you see Elon, and they're going through some financial stuff with advertisers pulling, and that's all. That's fine. But we go back to this where I think some of these advertisers have lost their way. Do you think there's anybody that has been more straightforward about views that, for some reason, have been allowed to be demonized other than Mike Lindell? Do you think Mike Lindell's pretty controversial to the left, and we must destroy Mike Lindell? He must be removed. He must be arrested. He must be silenced. Right. So I got an update yesterday. Did you know that company is blowing and going? They're saying their sales are completely through the roof. Yeah. Now, let me tell you why that's important. It's important because when you're living in a fake world of propaganda, you have to find some way to find the truth.
Right.
So in this particular case, here's what we can say based on numbers that are real numbers that people can see. So it's one or two reasons. If you produce a product that people love at a good price, they may tell their friends at the country club how much they hate you, but they still go buy your product because it's better. All right, that's one thing. Or this illusion that you're outdated, you're a Neanderthal, you don't represent the current population of the United States of America or the world, that maybe the way Mike Lindell sees a lot of things are people who either that or they're not bothered by how he sees the world, right? That they're still buying his products. I mean, they're saying their sales are through the roof.
I just bought 4 pillows this week.
So the notion that
Green label.
The notion that if you stick to your guns like a Mike Lindell, your business will be removed and destroyed really isn't true. And the people won't buy your products because of your view. Either they will, or more people have the same view.
Well,
Or
I've
you just
noticed,
find your niche and say I can make quite a good living by playing to my niche, and my niche is enough. I don't need y'all anyway.
Have you noticed if you have a really good product, you seem to be able to plow through the woke protest?
Yes. Well,
like Chick-fil-A.
Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah.
Like Duck Dynasty. Like a bunch of
Chick-fil-A is unwokeable, and I hope these kids don't mess it up that are running it now.
Yeah, I know.
But they're
We're all
really
concerned.
they really can't seem to be impacted by the woke. And I think it's really what we said yesterday about the football thing. It's the same way in business. If Hugh Freeze wins football games, he'll be forgiven for anything he's ever done in his life, and if he loses, he'll be reminded of it.
Yeah,
I mean that's just the way it really is. It shouldn't be
and
that
it could
way.
change week to week.
Oh, it
year
could
to
change
year.
week to week. It could change game to game.
When we come back, and Adler, this is unfair. Maybe you can find it in the break. With Apple threatening to pull Twitter off of their app so you can download it. Elon mentioned that he might invent a phone. Did you know he was already working on one prior to that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's called the Pi phone.
Say that again?
Pi phone. Instead of
Bubba.
The holidays are right around the corner. It's not leaning the right way. You should have it on the other side. I mean, there's just so many. You become so legalistic about the flag, it's become burdensome.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, listen, we had a discussion here. Nobody's a bigger patriot than all of us, and, but we had a discussion about just moving it out of here.
Yeah.
We were getting too much email flack about it.
In this situation he's in, it wasn't like this is a flag that was on display. I mean, it might as well have been like a flag blanket somebody threw him. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
They were using it as a prop at the Olympics. And they pitched it to him.
Yeah.
To me, the rules don't apply to that particular flag in that particular situation.
Right. So he gets it.
And even if it did, what are the rules? I mean, there's so many rules.
Oh, I know.
There's a lot of rules, and it's all laid out. But in this case, he didn't carry the flag.
There was
out
no
Somebody
intent.
threw it to him.
Like I said,
he's
it
got
wasn't
all
no
this
different.
equipment.
Well,
You can't get on him for that.
It'd be like dragging a beach towel flag.
There was no intent on his part to disrespect or desecrate the flag of his country. There just wasn't. And you got to show him some grace on that. In that particular situation.
Yeah, because when they bring it out to him, he holds it up, and that's the picture
But
we're
the
showing on
idiots
RBTV. And then when he gathers his stuff to walk off to the side and see his family, which was very emotional, and he was showing those emotions, that's when it hit the ground, and because he was carrying it over. But like when they first brought it out, he held it up.
Right. He's
very
obviously
proudly.
trying to be respectful and proud that he's won a gold for his country.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sometimes you just got to look at something and go, look, I don't like that it hit the ground. Wish he hadn't stepped on it, but I know he didn't mean to. And you move on.
Right.
You know? And I'm not saying that we shouldn't try not to do that, but when it happens like this, you got to let that go.
And immediately after all this, what do you think he was asked about? He's had a female who has said that he was inappropriate with her.
Oh, no, that was all along. Matter of fact, NBC's been criticized while they haven't been talking about it, but it's from 2 years ago, which he's denied a lot of.
Me too.
Top of the hour, we'll be back. Chris Wood updates us on the rest of the Winter Olympics right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
I love you.
And we'll be. For you, Salty Duke is taking phone calls from Rick and Bubba University, earning his degree in common sense. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Yeah,
right
there he is.
And Bubba, you were mentioning all over this audience today, there are those people that said, "Oh my gosh, I've waited again. I've waited to the final moment, and I don't have anything." And
I got an email this morning, somebody who'd completely got busy at work, things going on, and forgot about it. And they said, "Hey, what I do?" I said, "I have the easy answer for you. It's called the Extreme Club. Add the TV option on the top of it. It's the gift that gives all year long."
And it's also impossible, if you'll just follow the steps at rickandbubba.com, for anyone to think that you just thought of it.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean? Because you can still get it as if you've been planning to do this all along.
It's a great gift, and I think a lot of times you don't think about giving something like that, but it's a great gift for, frankly, you've probably had enough other things that you've given over the years.
Well, you're also given that, which is a perfect line. Now, the bottom line is you completely forgot, but this line sounds good. I didn't want to do the things we always do.
I wanted it to be special.
I mean, everybody's got. I certainly was going to run in some grocery store and grab flowers at the last minute, and sure, I could have ordered flowers and could have ordered, got candy and all that. But about 4 weeks ago, I started thinking, I want to get you something that's unique that I've never got. I know how much you love the show, and now I've taken care of it. You can get all the show, all the different things that are out there anytime you want. It's just I just thought it was something kind of unique. I didn't want to do the same old thing. Didn't that sound good?
I mean, I think that's great. That's great, and you can get it right now. So
yeah, just click, print it out, done.
There you go.
There at rickandbubba.com, you'll see the logo there. The great Chris Wood is standing by to update us like no other. Chris Wood. Chris, welcome back, buddy. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you guys doing this morning?
Happy Valentine's to you, Chris.
Same to you guys.
Big plans today?
Not at the moment, though. I'm sure something will come up, though.
Yeah,
boy.
So you gonna
just call an audible when you need to.
You gonna check in? You gonna check in on your lady?
Rick?
Yeah, there's like several of them I have to check on. So
Watch it. Don't get in the bind.
Yeah. Cupid draw back the bows.
Whoa.
And let them arrows flow.
Whoa.
All right, so we want to get we'll ask you some follow-up questions.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another.
22 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866. So going to the We Be Big is our number. All right, so going to the break, Bubba, you said Elon Musk, because of the way, Apple's leaving, they're trying to some reason punish Elon Musk. Of course, they ask us not to have any ill will toward them on the way they use labor in China, but and of course then they'll ostracize wealthy companies for doing the same thing they do, which I've never understood. But anyway, so he was working on something that he was going to call Pi-phone. Is he just messing with them?
No, it actually...
This isn't real, right?
They say it's real, and they say they've been working on it under the Tesla banner. And it's going to interface with the cars and basically give you more control over the cars and all that kind of stuff. But he calls it the Pi-phone. And he was joking about it. It's been rumored for a long time, but there's a lot of stories about it, and there's pictures of 2 or 3 different versions of them out on the internet too. So I don't know if it's real or not.
He says he will do it if they don't come around. He will make an alternative.
I'll tell you this: don't need to ask me anything, Elon. Remember what happened a couple weeks ago? So I can't speak to this either. So I'm going to just go Adler, Speedy. Y'all have to chime in here.
Yeah. So I mean, he certainly if he can send stuff off into space, I'm sure he can make a phone.
If I can put things in orbit, I probably can build a phone. Sure. Don't you think?
Yeah.
And
that's pretty cool.
One of the biggest jokes that's going on right now is the fact that Elon is being villainized for just supporting free speech, left or right. He is absolutely a villain in the mainstream media,
which is weird,
which is crazy. And then you look at what Apple did in China here recently to avoid the firewall that they have in China. These protesters have been using the AirDrop feature to pass information from phone to phone, and Apple has actually limited that ability in China, actually shutting down free speech of protesters that are being oppressed, locked in their homes. And people aren't saying anything to Apple about that. Meanwhile, Elon is the villain for supporting free speech.
Did you see Babylon Bee?
Why is Elon the villain, though? Because he doesn't get in line and agree with the left. Look, he doesn't agree with everything we want on the right. We still think the fact that he's out there as a guardian of free speech is a good idea.
I bet Elon Musk and I would have disagreements on a lot of issues.
But I bet we could agree on a lot of things, too.
Yeah, right. But he doesn't. So this is what I'm saying. As you just said, it's not some right wing deal. It's freedom.
Right.
Yeah, because I wouldn't consider him to be some staunch conservative.
Yes, absolutely.
And as he said himself, I just got that. I was all about being Democratic till the Democratic Party turned into to this ridiculous thing. He said that himself. Yep. Y'all moved away from me. I didn't move from y'all.
Well,
we've heard that.
My
before.
mom said that.
So the Babylon Bee on this inconsistency with Apple and China. Tim Cook says he's ready to pull Twitter from App Store once President Xi gives the order.
Yeah, the whole thing is you support free speech even if you don't agree with it. Like, for example, on our YouTube comments section here, people weigh in and comment all the time, and somebody commented, when did Adler start weighing in? He's an idiot. And, maybe I don't agree with that. But I still support their right to say it.
Right.
That is really the key. The most important free speech you can ever support is that you don't agree with.
Yes.
Right. And see, the one on the left can't agree with that.
They can't handle it.
Right. Babylon Bee, I'm sorry, I'm trapped now. New elf on the shelf will scan your social media account to see if you misgendered anyone. God, lay there on fire right now.
Well, look, hadn't the world just give them so much to work with?
Oh, it's like, again, you can't tell if a Babylon Bee title is real or they're just having fun.
I mean, a few years ago, you could make a joke about going in the bathroom, the wrong bathroom, and it didn't even mean anything.
No, yeah. Babylon Bee, by the way, is back on Twitter now too. They've been released.
Oh, they're part of the 62.
They've been released.
Rick, point in case, how ridiculous is the fact they were taken off there? They're a comedy. They do comedy. They do satire.
Yes.
Okay? And they were banned
Well,
because there's some threat to democracy? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, well,
the threat to democracy are the people trying to shut down free speech.
Progressive Family adds new Planned Parenthood location to Christmas Village display. Golly.
That's so good.
This is a good one, Bubba. You and I remember this one on Monday. Man hits fitness goal of only gaining 9 pounds over Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's it.
Hold
the line, baby.
And of course, China taps Governor Gretchen Whitmore to lead lockdown enforcement.
Y'all, this was the tweet. That's so good.
That's a good one.
This was the tweet that got the Babylon Bee banned. They made Rachel Levine, who is a transgender woman, I guess is how you say that.
Yep.
Transgender woman. They Babylon Bee named Rachel Levine Man of the Year.
Right.
She's a woman with XY chromosome. Take it up with the biology department.
You know what I thought about on this ridiculous thing, which again, compassion is one thing, acting like it's normal is another.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I was watching. What was it? They found some find where they're digging up archaeological. How you say it?
Archaeological.
See how hard that is.
Rick,
An
why'd you do that to me?
Archeo.
I could say it.
Indiana Jones guy found some stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Archaeological.
Yeah, that's a tough word to say.
Archaeological.
This archaeologist found some stuff. Okay.
Archaeological.
So anyway, when they pull this gravesite from this famous family, okay. Now think about this. So they want to know. It was the what they called Romanovs that the Russians killed. So it was about them finding the mass grave where they think their bodies were. Well, they wanted to identify to see if it really was them, and it was when Queen Elizabeth was trying to find them a proper burial when she was dealing with Yeltsin, Boris Yeltsin, and all this about that. So anyway, they were able to identify males and females from bones. From bones. I mean, from bones.
From what, Rick?
I mean, bones. The bones aren't even the same.
Yes.
I mean, it's just absurd. Absolutely absurd.
Well, they could just tell by the way they look. They probably didn't even have to DNA test them. They could see the hips.
The
They know
hips
exactly
and all
what
that,
they look
yeah.
like.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Bone structure totally different.
It's absurd.
X and X, Y.
Bottom of the hour.
Let me tell you why. One's a boy, one's a girl.
You want to talk to the peeps?
Sure.
866 We Be Big. We'd love to hear from you.
Speedy, see if you can get Elon to be on the podcast with us.
All
He
10
loves
lines
podcasts.
are available.
Tell him we'll eat donuts and talk about the world.
Tell him we're like Babylon Bay. He went on theirs. So we'll take your phone calls next. Dial us up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
First, we want the 60-second update where you can put in a nutshell,
I call it 60 seconds of Olympic gold. Rick.
Well, that's good, Bub. I like that.
I like it.
All right.
Okay, going on from the latest from the Olympic Games from Pyeongchang, South Korea.
What'd you call it? Where?
Pyeongchang.
Did you say South Carolina?
No, I almost said South Carolina. My apologies. Anyway, let me get this in. Team USA in hockey was very victorious last night. The women's team, they won 5-0 over the athletes from Russia. They can't be called Team Russia because they have to serve an Olympic ban from the IOC.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So they won 5-0, and USA women are moved on to the semifinals. The men's play tomorrow night or later on today, depending on where you guys are, but this will be their first game action in the round robin before the quarterfinals take place this coming weekend. And I know you guys talked about Shaun White. He did get the gold medal in snowboarding, and it's pretty historic for Team USA all time. That's their 100th gold medal all time when they've competed in the Olympics.
10 seconds, Chris.
In the Olympics since
10 seconds.
Since the 1920s. In the medal count, Norway still has the lead with 11 goals total, and also USA moved in third.
Attaboy.
All right, boy, it was close, Chris.
Watch this right here.
Did
Watch
you have anything left, Chris, or did you really nail it at a little bit?
Well, I have like a little bit left. USA is now third on the total medals list with 7.
Chris,
so they have like 4 gold.
Yeah, Chris, you went over. I mean, we're trying to get you disciplined on this,
Chris.
where you can be because nowadays everybody likes things quick and short and to the point. And I felt like that maybe you got distracted just a little bit.
Yeah, that South Carolina got you.
That's kind of got us stumbling out of the gate.
Yeah,
it's hard to recover.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But otherwise, you did a good job.
That's terrible.
Yeah, otherwise you nailed it. So we have the Shaun White story, and Chris, have you been covering the controversy behind that too? That people are saying that there was some this is the new thing now, allegations against I guess every man who ever has been on the planet, and so are you been following that at all, Chris?
I heard a little bit about it. He has to be a little more smarter than that. But when people get like the country flag or some type of flag, they should have a little more common sense with it. But I'm hoping that Shaun White will learn from his mistakes. So other than that, he did something historic for Team USA, so can't penalize him too bad for it.
What about the allegations of the drummer in his former band?
I have not heard nothing about that. I'll have to research that later.
Chris, back to the flag, do you really hold him responsible? I mean, he didn't get a flag and drag it behind him. I mean, somebody threw this to him. He had his hands full. Some people are being critical, but, I mean, is that fair, you think?
No, it's not fair because, you're given a flag of some sort, like a country flag at the last moment, and you're trying to figure out what do you want to do with it. So, he had to think on his feet, so I can't penalize him too much about that. Someone else is going to be critical of it, so let them penalize him for it later.
I want to be clear. Olympic correspondent Chris Wood is not going to be critical about that on Shaun White?
That's right.
Okay. All right. So I'm with you. Yeah, I agree with that. What else did you look at? I know hockey's kind of your thing. You hit us a lot with that.
Yeah.
Did you see anything else in the Olympics that you said you would bring some curling information today?
I try to look for curling, and I watched a little curling, but I'm not impressed with it.
You're not. So you bailed on it.
He tried to look for it.
He said he watched some of it. He's not impressed.
As much as you like hockey, I thought curling might be in your area too.
Well, I tried to watch it, but I'm just not impressed with the curling because you have two people sweeping in front of the little golden disc, and I'm like, I don't know how you call that a legit sport. I mean, that's just about as bad as MC Hammer's "Too Legit to Quit" song.
What?
Chris, now wait a minute. I like that song.
Like Hammer sold
That's
out
a
on
great
that?
song.
Wait, so
Well, Chris feels like Hammer sold out on it.
How about this? You've been harboring that, hadn't you? I mean, I didn't realize so when Hammer came out with "Too Legit to Quit," you said, "I'll tell you one thing, that's no can't touch this."
Yeah.
That's right.
I didn't realize Chris had that.
I think you got his new theme song. Right?
Oh, you better believe it.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to have that for you. Don't you worry about that.
Hold on just a second.
Well,
I'll have it for you.
Great interlude
How about,
there.
while we're waiting on that, how about Emily Sweeney?
I got no clue who that is.
The luge, I guess. She took that big spill going down.
Well, that was a nasty
turn
wreck.
nine.
They just
It's 35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Your phone calls now. Blazing Silverman, look at that man. There he is. Bring your phone calls in at 866-WE-BE-BIG right now, and we will chat with you and find out what is on your mind. All lines are available. If you move right now, you will get in. A couple of things you need to know. Altoona, Alabama, excited about Friday night.
Come on.
I'm bringing the Christmas Queen, Sherry Burgess, and we'll be grand marshals there of your Christmas parade, right up there where the show began 29 years ago, coming up this January. So right up in the Gadsden, Alabama area, the home of Z93. Looking forward to being there on Friday night. And looking over at the manchurch.com, couple of things. Got man churches coming up on December 10th and the 11th. On the 10th, it'll be Andy Blanks at West Mobile Baptist. That's during the morning, guys. So if you're in that area and you're going through that discipleship strategy, make sure you're going to be there. If you would like to plug in, you can. You just make plans to be there, too. Anybody can come. So that's on the 10th. And then on the 11th, we'll have it going down to Webster, Florida, down around Tampa Way. Scott Dawson will be headed down to First Baptist Church there, and that'll be coming up on the 11th. They kicked that off with our video option. I actually kicked that off via video a few months ago, and this is their second man church, and you can join Scott Dawson there coming up on the 11th of December. And, of course, get your tickets for the Man Church Conference. Great gift idea, ladies, for the men on your Christmas list. We're over half sold out, so make a note of that. All the seats are reserved. Still some good seats available. But the price will go up in January. These are all early bird prices right now. So if you're thinking about going or buying those as a gift, go to themanchurch.com and get that taken care of. And we're excited about that coming up in February of 2023. 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can join us now. If you call, you get in. Chase has done that, and he's standing by. Chase is listening to us out of Vestavia Hills, the former home of the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Chase, what's on your mind today, buddy?
Hey, guys. How we doing? Doing all right?
We're great. Doing real good.
Good. I just wanted to touch base on this Hugh Freeze, finalizing this contract with Auburn. What do you guys think about it?
What do we think about it? We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but now we've seen the press conference, or I did. Bubba said, hey, here's where you can find it, and I went and found it. So watch that. I think, all indications are that this is a good hire for Auburn. What do you think about it? Are you an Auburn fan?
I'm more of an Alabama fan, but
which means no. That just means That means no. If you're an Alabama fan, you are not allowed to be an Auburn fan, and vice versa.
We all know that.
So, from your point of view as a Bama fan, how do you see it?
I think it's a real good news for them. They kind of struggled this year, and the table got turned on, and the Alabama game when they played, there was a lot of bad calls, and I feel like this is a new step for them, a new journey, and I hope to see them do good. They have a lot of fresh players, and a lot of young talent. So within this next year coming up, I hope to see them do a really outstanding job. And
okay, so you're really an Auburn fan. You're an Auburn fan pretending to be an Alabama fan, so your point of view doesn't look like you're being a homer. That's what it sounds like to me. There's no way you're an Alabama fan saying these things. Or if you are, you're not a very good one.
Well, Chase, and here is the painful truth in all of this. The way the polls are done and the way these things are done now, both teams need the other team to be very good when they beat them. Because if you beat a bad team, it doesn't help you out.
Right.
And really, and some fans know this, some just can't bring themselves to it, but it is better if your arch rival is undefeated when you play them, because it's the last game of the season. If you win then, boy, that really makes you look good to the voters.
Yeah, ask Michigan.
Yeah. Perfect scenario, Rick. If they had beat Ohio State and they were 4-6 going into it, it wouldn't have helped them out that much.
That's
now
right.
They're going to move forward because
Sure.
they were in the top four to
Sure.
begin with.
Yeah.
But
Here's some of the clips from the press conference. Here's 7A, Coach Hugh Freeze talking about being at Auburn. Here you go.
While Auburn, it's Pat Dye Field, it's Jordan-Hare Stadium, it's the Tiger Walk, it's the Eagle Flight, and it's Rolling Tumors Corners, the Kick Six, it's Bow Over the Top. It's tremendous sense of community, it's pride and passion and that people hold for Auburn. It's the Auburn creed, man. I believe in work, hard work, which it will take. I believe in the spirit of being unafraid. I don't fear much in life, and I don't think our team will either. I believe in the people. It's the Auburn family. This place is special, and there's no other place that I want to be. I believe in Auburn and love it. War Eagle.
So there you go. And then this little now, I understand that he is likely telling the truth when he says that he is friends with Nick Saban and knows Nick Saban's wife, Miss Terry. But he takes a little dig here, which among friends is fine, and that's what it was intended.
Yeah.
But when you do this inside the lunacy of the Auburn-Alabama rivalry, it is just going to infuriate Bama fans. Nick Saban and his wife are laughing at this because they know this is either an acquaintance or a real friend of theirs that is having some fun. But the fans aren't in on that. The fans don't see it that way. Remember, the fans are different than the coaches and the players. The fans don't give the team up when a better offer comes along. The fans don't get in the transfer portal. So the fans' loyalty to the brand, as I said, borderlines at times on lunacy. And for some reason, I promise you this upsets some people. I think it was intended just as a funny among friends. But here it is.
Of course, we know you've beaten Alabama while at Ole Miss. How much are you looking forward to matching up against Nick Saban in the Iron Bowl?
Well, you don't take this job if you're not built to want that, and I welcome that. I want it. I want to be in that arena. I want I really, really, really enjoy that type of game. And I have a great respect for Nick, and he and Miss Terry have been really good friends to us too. But I hope they're a little nervous today.
Picture of the Dickie Nadmeyers of the world.
Oh, I know.
Ain't nobody nervous. Nick Saban ain't nervous about nobody.
Yeah.
A road tide. But I think that was intended to be a little fun.
Well, I think it was.
Of course, you ever tried to have fun with this, Robert?
Well, you don't want to be giving anybody bulletin board material with that bull out there roaming around.
No, you don't. Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Bear standing by. A road tide.
And a bear to you.
Bear, go ahead.
Roll Tide, guys. What's up?
We're good.
I wanted to mention two characters that I haven't heard in a long time that I really miss. The first one is, of course, here during college football is Keith Jackson. And the second one, Big Tom Handle, but I miss Stewart.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, well, that's
Bear, what are you doing?
You've given us two that are really hard to come up with.
What are you doing? Yeah, it's going to be hard to get Stewart in this current arrangement. And I don't know what happened to the guy that did the outstanding impression of Keith Jackson. I don't know whatever happened to him.
Yeah, he just called the show.
Yeah, that we didn't have a connection to him other than he was just a caller. Yes, indeedy. But we I don't know what happened to him. Where he went, what just he don't know if he's even still alive. Well, we're at the age now.
Rick,
you have
Rick,
to
you
say
carried that to an extreme.
You
could just say we haven't heard from him in a while.
Do you want me to?
Well, maybe he's dead.
Hey, do you want me to play the song "Remember"? And you want me to tell Adler to roll everybody associated with the show that is no longer on this earth?
I know.
That list has
been here a while.
Huh?
Never mind.
What?
I think. Never mind.
Oh, really?
I'll tell you about
I didn't know that was your signal for jail. But
I've noticed that you'll talk more on
I
air.
can hear you.
I think it's
terrible with
I
it.
know nobody heard me.
I think it's the
nobody
holiday.
heard me.
Everybody watching on YouTube saw
Not
you
one
go,
person. No, I was pointed away.
I didn't hear it, and I have excellent hearing.
Yeah, you're dangerous.
You
right
are.
now.
I think it's the holidays and the
I don't
crisp,
know
cool
what's
air.
going on, but you'll say anything.
Anything.
More dangerous than
Anything.
ever, Rick.
Right.
Are you trying to make
know
up
what
for
it
Greg
is.
being gone?
No, I think it's with my age. I'm
Yeah.
just starting to care less.
Yes,
Right.
you are.
Sure.
About what everybody thinks about things.
Rick,
You know, there's just not as many people
Right.
can eat you as there used to be. You know.
Care about us, the folks that are sweeping it up.
Okay, I should. Right? Yeah, I acknowledge.
Don't throw peanut
Hey,
hulls on the ground.
I want to tell everybody watching this show and listening to this show, if the Lord allows me to live on, y'all are in for a wild ride. I plan on doing my job better than I've ever done it before, and so hang on.
Yeah, because what the audience heard sounds. I'll fill you in.
I'm getting
It's
more
not
and
what
more.
they think.
I'm getting more and more willing to go for the laugh. Woo!
Wait, Greg's in jail?
Yeah, that's why he's not here today,
Well, now,
according to
let's be-
Rick.
Well, I mean, we don't know where he is. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Showed that. Did you see it, Rick?
I see.
You didn't know that, Chris?
No, I didn't. I've been trying to follow some Olympics legit news, and I'm like, there's a lot that covers.
Wait, you don't think a bobsleigh crash is legit Olympic news? Sing it, Chris. Chris Wood. What?
You legit to quit. Boom, boom.
Oh, Chris Wood.
Chris Wood, ladies and
All right,
gentlemen.
thanks. Well, I felt like I was there.
Yeah. Wow.
Thank you, Chris.
Very informative.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate you, buddy.
You're welcome.
All right, buddy. Talk to you tomorrow.
Okay.
There he goes, Chris Wood, Rick and Bubba.
Not impressed with curling.
But no, Winter Olympics correspondent, keeping you on the cusp of the big stories. We'll be right back. Hang on there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Out of the great state of Tennessee, the doctors of love are in today. Bubba, she wants to ask our opinion on the Valentine's gift she's gotten for her husband, I think. So, Michelle, thanks for your patience. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
I'm good. Good morning, guys. Happy Valentine's Day.
Hey, to you too. You too.
Yes, it's always hard to get a manly gift, for your husband, and my husband is a manly man. So I have.
Congratulations.
Yes. I have shipped him a gift to his work, and I don't know if I can drop the name of the product, but anyway, it comes in a box, like in a small crate, where he has to actually get a tool to open it, and then there's different things that you can have put in it. But I thought the gift wrap itself was manly.
It is. That's you got to use a tool. That's
I like
interesting.
that. Oh, yeah. I like that a lot.
Almost like you almost like need a crowbar to get in there with it. They also have some that you can stand that come in like an ammo box. But I chose
I think I'm going to have to ask you to tell us what the product is,
But
because
you
I
pick
think
what's in it.
I think not telling us is actually worse right now. What is the what?
Is it a lamp that's made out of a woman's leg?
Greg, that's
No.
funny.
No, it's called man crates.
Man crates. So
Okay.
is there like manly things in there?
Yes, like his is a variety of things with bacon. That's what his
Oh
is.
yeah.
Food,
This
okay.
is great. Great
Yeah,
idea.
so they give you stuff to pick, and you put it
Yeah,
in a
and
man
he's
crate.
a paramedic, so he's not home a lot of holidays, so I tried to find something manly that he could receive at work that he didn't get.
I think that's a good one. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I
Like
do
it.
too.
I do too. I like it a lot.
High marks.
High marks to you.
Man crate.
Thank you, Michelle.
Hey, they got some
Thank
cool
you.
stuff.
Have a great day.
All right, tell your husband we said hello. So yeah, I like that. Right?
Yeah.
I never heard of man crate.
I like it.
That's
I like it a
actually pretty
lot.
cool. We go to Misty. Is this Misty or Maddie? Oh, I'm sorry, Maddie. Maddie, welcome to the program.
Misty Maddie.
Yeah, Bubba, you're killing me with this timeout deal. We're gonna have to quit dropping the ball on the timeouts. I want to know what happened to the space traveler.
The girl wakes up, tells her mom, "Oh, I'm back."
I love it.
Bubba's
Yeah,
just
I was-
enjoying the story.
I was locked in. I was thinking, oh yeah, what did she say? I forgot we were trolling.
We had a child that time travels, and we never found out where she went.
Yeah.
Speaking of wacky, and Bubba, I know it goes back to the show, Best in Show.
Oh.
Something about this Westminster Dog Show owns me, and not that I look at it in a positive way. I love to make fun of it.
Right.
Just listening to and look, no one can do a better job than the show Best in Show.
That is a great
when it comes
movie.
to making fun of the Westminster Dog Show. But the seriousness of these people sitting there talking about these dogs.
Oh, I know.
And let me tell you something. There's certain words I thought we'd remove from the vernacular that they have not removed.
No, they haven't.
They will call a female dog exactly what is the
Technical term.
technical term,
Yeah.
and they'll just say it just as monotone and deadpan. Now I tell you what, this is a cute little bee right here.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
when they get kind of excited and use that term.
right,
It's,
yeah.
Boy, they check them out.
And
when
look
they
at
check
all
'em
the
out, too.
all the robotic cameras they've got on the course. I mean, it looks like R2D2 hiding in a trash bag there. You know, I mean, it's incredible technology with this show.
Well, Bubba, I
Look
know
at them dogs.
I know
out
you
there.
were wondering, Flynn, is it a Bichon?
Win like Flynn.
Bichon 1?
Rick, I don't even know what you're saying. Are you
Well,
speaking a foreign
Well,
language?
that's what. MyPillow.com. It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us. All right, so I can't even believe what I'm looking at here. Let's take a look-see first at Your America. It just gets stranger. What's happened to our country and things that at one time, if they were brought up, people would laugh you out of the room and try to see if they could help you with the obvious inability to function mentally. We go to UC San Diego. Can you imagine how liberal University of California at San Diego must be? UC San Diego. Now, I know that UC Berkeley probably the furthest to the left ever, but I got to think, in San Diego, it's I feel bad for the people that live in perfect weather but have to put up with these people.
No,
I mean, because the weather's so good. I mean, you got an earthquake every now and then, but I mean, the weather's good, but you have to live with these loons. And so I know that parts of California, like Northern California, are actually quite conservative. But down here,
well, it's like a lot of the places. The big cities dominate on the numbers, and they dominate on the politics.
You ever been to San Diego?
Rick, I don't think I have ever been to beautiful San Diego.
I have. You know what that name means, don't you?
Well,
no,
I heard one time.
But anyway, no, I have been there, and the weather is maddening. It's so beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it never changes. It's the same weather every day. If you go there and you're a weather person, I mean, you might as well be getting a government check. I mean, well, you never have to do anything. Well, beautiful weather, great temperatures again today out in San Diego. But they got
know what that means.
But anyway, we have a professor. Now, don't miss that. This is I'm telling you, if you're sending your kid to modern day colleges right now, we talked about that when somebody started a deprogramming service.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is a weird world. And picture if your child was under this professor's teaching and authority, and here's what she's saying about the grading system of I made an A, a B, a C, a D, or I failed. She wants no part of that. Now, we've heard that before, but you won't believe why. Here we go.
What's up, y'all? Dr. Purity here, and I'm going to talk to you a bit about how to decolonize a classroom and how I decolonize my teaching. So, first things first, we do not grade over here, okay? Anyone who takes my class automatically gets an A. They're told in the first week that they're going to get an A. The only thing that's required is attendance, and I have weeks of excused absences built in so that if people are sick or they have family obligations, it won't affect their grade. So since I'm not grading them, I'm just giving them A's. Like, how do I know that they're doing anything? And how do I know that they're learning anything? And so I also don't give homework. Surprise, surprise. And I run a discussion style classroom. So my students and I have equal part when it comes to bringing information to the table. We all sit together and share what we're talking about. And they get to use their critical thinking skills to apply the things they've learned in all their other classes.
She is.
I wish I'd have had her for
Where was
6
she?
or 7 classes when I was.
Where
in school.
was she when I was in college?
Oh man,
Where
dream.
I could have been a doctor.
Don't miss the reason why I don't.
A real doctor.
I don't give everybody gets an A because I want to decolonize my classroom.
Right, right. That's
grading them is like colonizing the classroom.
Rick, I can't even begin.
Do you have any words for me?
I can't even begin to understand what that is supposed to be meaning.
So grading is now a form of colonization. Grading.
No, it's scoring people based on the success they have on tests and assignments.
Wow.
Look, if you get away with it, and I was a student, I'd sign up for her in a minute.
Oh yeah, I had to.
I'd see if I could get 2 or 3 classes.
Yeah, I mean, I got a little bit of that treatment one time, but it was just because the guy loved the football team. but this is different. I mean, it had nothing to do with colonizing.
Show up and you get an A. I've heard of show up and get a C. I've heard of that one.
Well, I got that deal.
Yeah,
that's how I got out.
Yeah,
but the helms you too. But she thinks that the classroom, that our grading system was a part of colonialism.
That sounds right to me.
I understand what colonialism is.
Can you back that up, Professor?
How is that? How is a grading system? How is just you give someone a task, you score what they did, and you do that for everybody? How is that colonization? I mean, that has nothing to do with overrunning a foreign land.
Can I tell you what sounds more like colonizing places and slavery and tyranny is for me to come in and be asked to do work, but everybody who doesn't do work gets the same thing I did. I'm really basically being asked to do work but not get paid.
Well, I don't know that you do any work.
And the people that don't do any
you
work.
don't do any work,
Yeah.
but show up.
Well, I would say since you're
Just
all about
show up, baby.
I couldn't help but notice she mentioned critical thinking, which I would like to see it return. Her definition's a little odd. My first participation in critical thinking would be asking the professor to critically think on how this is colonizing anyone by doing grades.
Yeah, how's it helping anybody?
Okay, help me to critically think through that. So there you go. Also, do you remember the New York City mother of 3 who slammed into a group of BLM protesters, sending 50 flying across 3rd Avenue when they attacked her car? I'd underline that.
Now, Rick, I've been following this story because this is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Her name is Kathleen Costello. She's 54, and she has rejected a plea deal for the second time she appeared in court in Manhattan. She was offered 6 days of community service and a 1-year license suspension.
Right.
But she said, no, I want a trial. Now, she plowed, as you said, her BMW into a crowd of BLM protesters in 2020. Now, she claimed the protesters came up to her car, called her a racial slur before banging on the vehicle, which caused her to panic, thinking that she was going to be drugged from the car and assaulted.
I bet.
She stepped on the gas to get out of there and knocked about 50 people down. And she's saying, no, I'm not going to take a plea because I didn't do anything wrong, and I want people to know what I did.
Yeah, she says, I want people to know if you attack people in their vehicles, they may run you over in it.
Now, she could face, if found guilty, 7 years in prison.
What, that one guy got hit pretty good too, and so but if you want to be blamed for the car sending you on a flip, you got to blame the people that were trying to attack her while she was in her car when she felt the only out she had was to use the protection of the vehicle so she wouldn't be beaten like a lot of people who got beat.
Now, remember, the crowd used a racial slur against her, too, and were trying to get the car doors open to drag her out. Said she panicked and hit the gas.
So you're acting violent. You're calling me names.
A racial slur, Rick.
I've been watching. I've been watching on all the footage of people being beat down, and you start trying to open my door to drag me from the vehicle, and you're shocked that I ran over everybody. Well, then you're the idiot. If you don't want to be run over by somebody's car, don't attack them while they're in it.
Right. Are you guys talking about
that'll solve that?
Y'all talking about the mostly peaceful summer?
Yeah,
right. Y'all, it was like every day there was a new video of somebody's car being surrounded,
beat,
yes,
burned.
Yes.
Now watch, they'll be more upset with her than the guy that's defending himself that plowed through a parade for no reason and taking innocent people out. This woman hitting people, she had a reason. She thought she was in danger. And she won't take the plea bargain. Interesting.
Could face 7 years if she loses. Big risk.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And and let me ask you this.
A Bichon? Is that a dog?
I guess it is. Do you think it's really necessary?
Is that a dog?
Do you think it's really necessary for us to check the dogs the way we do?
Well,
that's not necessary. This dog who won his breed or her breed, and you're now comparing them to all the other dogs who won their breed, and you're picking the one you think's the best, of the best of the best.
Rick,
you are comparing them to the other dogs.
The funniest thing about that little white dog when it was running, how its hair was blowing back, that was funny.
Yeah.
Who died and left her ball? You think she don't love dogs?
Oh, yeah.
Bowed up. All right, Megan.
So good.
Megan says she's got your answer, Helmsy. Well, look at there. He's excited about the victory, isn't he?
Hey.
Boy, something about that. Anyway.
All right.
Go ahead.
I may enter Mr. Buddy James.
Look
in
at
that.
when it runs, it's so funny. It looks like it's a toy dog, a little stuffed animal.
It's like he's wound up.
I'll tell you one thing we've seen once again. He has no pants on.
No.
Hey, Megan,
I got news.
you
I
said
always worried about that treat.
you said you had the answer to what they call a male dog versus what they call the females. Megan?
Yes, I do. It's nothing fancy. It's just called dog.
Well, so that
I
was
don't
right.
know why.
Yeah, so I guess
but
we're
they
right.
call them dog.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they also use that for human males at times.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Take a little bushy tail just to go in.
Based on these court documents. Matter of fact, based on these court documents,
Look right there, Rick. Look, how funny is that?
we're going to call Sean White instead of the flying tomato, the flying dog. We've seen them. We had the honor to go there to the White House and saw the presidential portraits and the Obama portrait.
I just can't wait to be king.
Are these the official portraits that will go in? Not the ones that are going to the White House.
I think so. Yeah, I think that's
you can take. I thought they all have to have some kind of uniform to them a little bit like.
No,
this
you
looks
get
a
it
little.
done.
This
Well,
looks-
most of them are presidential, Rick. It doesn't look like they're squatting in the garden.
By the way, I laughed my head off based on the things that we're finding out about, the FISA court and all that. I don't know who the cartoonist was, but it was a great one, and it has Obama in the White House looking at the presidential portraits, and you see he's looking at the picture of Nixon, and he looks around and says, "Hey, who moved the Nixon portrait?" And the person says, "That's not a portrait, that's the mirror." And so anyway, which was a good one, by the way. But now, and I always and when I know we do this a lot because you know why it's interesting. Just put the shoe on the other foot. Picture this being anybody else,
right?
But Obama and then the first lady getting a portrait made too. That they do that too, right?
Yeah,
and rightfully so. I got no problem. I think we should have a portrait of them and all of our presidents. I like that. But what's a little dicey here is we're finding out that the president and the first lady, first of all, their portraits look odd to me.
They're a little impressionistic. Is that a good way of putting it?
Yeah, I mean, we've got him. Why is he sitting in front of plants? Why is he sitting in a bush?
It looks like he's stooped down in the bushes.
And I don't think Michelle's portrait looks like her.
Hers doesn't.
I mean, she's a beautiful woman, but that doesn't look like her, does it?
No.
So anyway, now we're finding out the person that they. What is it called when you hire somebody to do something?
Rick.
You hire them.
Contracted out.
There's another word. What?
Commission.
Thank you, Adler. You've been on fire today, by the way.
You have.
The person they commissioned, we're now.
I love 50, don't you, Rick?
Yes, we're now. I'm getting to the guys I can't recall either. Yeah. But anyway, so they commissioned a controversial artist, and if you say, well, what do you mean by controversial? Well. They're producing some of her other paintings that seem to have a negative racial tone to them, and these are portraits of African American women with severed heads of white women.
Oh yeah, I saw some of those.
Now, Rick, apparently this is supposed to be a biblical painting of Judith beheading the Assyrian general, and I can't say her name, and it's beginning to make the rounds online.
What now?
That's what the story says, reportedly.
But there's two different ones. There's one with
there's two paintings from 2012 depicting the biblical story of Judith. That's apparently
so
what this is.
We got two different portraits of Judith.
Yeah, it's over on look on the.
Yeah, I
third
see them. I
page.
got them. I'm just saying both these supposed to be the same person.
I guess that's what they said.
Right. Now, I'm not familiar with this this story. Are you?
I'd have to do a little research on it, Rick. It doesn't immediately come to mind.
So what he's saying is, yes, I am depicting Judith as a powerful black woman, and in keeping the head white is a little less clear. They keep pressing him on that. Well, why do you have to have a white woman's head as the severed head? They said he was a little more evasive on that and difficult to pin down. But let's take all that and throw it out because it wouldn't matter if it was on the other. Look, I don't have a problem if this person painted these things and they had some reason for doing it, and the Obamas want them to paint them. Fine. But what I'm saying is this.
Yeah, they go in the Smithsonian too.
But we have to now be consistent. Does anybody believe that if all of a sudden the portraits that were going to the Smithsonian for President Bush, any of the president, either one of them, Reagan, any of those, that you found out that the artist that they 7 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Blazing Silverman takes your phone calls. Speedy, Helmsy, and Adler here. Greg out, back sometime tomorrow. And welcome back, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey. Bubba, testing
hey,
1 2.
Check
testing 1 2.
Glad to be here. Rick, what time is that game tonight? Do you know?
Which game?
The one Greg's going to.
Oh, the time. It's 7, something like that.
I could tell y'all
Central?
way to watch it, but Bubba, after the Roku speech I got a minute ago about having to register for something, and you're out.
I can watch it easy. It's actually on my cable, so I got it easy.
They put the high school game on the
they
cable.
Yeah, they do them all. When they get to the Super 6.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how about that?
So
well, I should be able to watch that too.
Yeah,
but I got that high school association deal.
Yeah,
I signed up for a month and then canceled it, but I've got it until my.
I signed up for that thing one time, like never got off.
They've made it so much easier. It's as easy as canceling Netflix, and I promise you, I know how to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you do that on the 29th every month.
7 o'clock Central Time.
It is okay.
7 o'clock Central Time.
7 o'clock.
8 o'clock Eastern.
Toe touches leather and we're underway.
Yes. I hope I don't know what broadcast team we're getting. There's one that's really good. The others,
Rick.
Well,
Here
they're not
you go
very
again,
good.
saying anything.
They're not very good.
Good night.
Some are not.
So if you remember,
I'll tell you funny about one of those.
Is you had Thompson, and then you had Auburn. You had 1:19 left in the game, and Auburn's offense was on the field. Do you remember that?
Yeah,
How
I do.
Thompson came back and
I do.
won the
I remember every
They were
bit of
down
it.
28-13.
Because I was going to bed. I had
That is
text.
unbelievable.
I had text Greg's son, my nephew, and said, "Man, great season. You guys had an awesome season. Y'all got a lot of great football ahead of you. And I know right now you don't want to hear that, but hey, man, I love you and proud of you." I was going to bed.
Yeah.
And then it started.
And so
then I remember Brooks Burgess and I, because he watched it with me, I said, "I think we need to have a seat." And we sat back down.
That's a great call.
Yeah, and
So-
what I saw in the next 18 seconds, I couldn't believe it.
It was really amazing. So Thompson had a player named Corbin Williams. He blocked an Auburn punt attempt and ran it back 38 yards for a touchdown. So there's 6. The PAT cut the Tigers' lead to 28-26 with 18 seconds left. And after a successful onside kick, there was 2 pass interference penalties against Auburn. And then Trevor Hardy kicked a 35-yard field goal as time expired, and they won 29-28.
It was the craziest thing.
It was so bizarre.
And I can't imagine the coach that was at Auburn High School then isn't there anymore.
No.
But I can't imagine how many times everybody involved in that game 2 years ago, because last year they beat Central Phoenix City, right? Thompson did, but they played each other. But the people that were involved in that game, do you think it's ever gotten out of their head ever?
No, I think you're scarred for life when you do that.
The things that, and I'm glad Thompson won, don't misunderstand me because of my family connection there, but the football side of me was like, I've never seen a team just decide not to win the state championship. If there's so many things that were very simple that was the end of the game. What Auburn High School did was the only thing they could have done to allow Thompson any chance.
I mean,
it was just bizarre. And
it was like some movie you were watching or something.
Well, no, let me tell you one thing that's even bigger about it, and we're flashing back to the last time these two teams played each other for a championship. And finding out things on the inside, did you know that an assistant coach from the press box was screaming at the head coach's headset for Thompson, "We still have timeouts"? He had already taken his headset off and was consoling players. And he was hollering, "Call the timeouts. Make them punt. Make them punt." He'd already taken his headset off. And then it was
sometimes you just see these finishes, you go,
well, it all started when the team that was trying to run the clock out started down the ball and backing up about 10 yards and taking a knee every time. I'm like, what are you doing? And just the quarterback was hurt from Thompson. All you really have to do is just stay where you are 4 plays, and even if you just give them the ball right there, they've got to go 80-something yards with not enough time to do it, and they got to score twice. The only way they have a chance is if they block a punt and run it in and only take a few seconds off the clock. Now and then they had to get an onside kick, and then they had to kick a field goal in 18 seconds.
Getting uncomfortable. You describing?
I'm sorry. I mean, I'm glad it happened. It's just hard to imagine.
I hope that coach, who I think's in Tuscaloosa now, is not listening. He's
Well,
probably got hives.
Well,
right
let me
now.
tell you something. He didn't need me to tell him that. He's thought
I know.
about that 1,000 times.
I know. Well, now he's having to relive it again.
Right. I'm sorry, Coach.
Well, it was a bizarre finish.
Mm-hmm. And I like how the coaches have handled it. They're like, look, this Auburn team this year is a different team.
And it is.
The Thompson team's a different team. This is not some revenge game. It's like, hey, go out there and try to win a state championship.
Yeah.
And I thought the current coach at Auburn actually showed a tremendous amount of class, too, by saying, everybody's just acting like that, we did some things you can question, but you do realize what Thompson pulled off. They need to get some credit for that.
Yeah, they still had to do what they did.
Yeah. Right. I mean, it's like you saying, I gave Rick Burgess the opportunity to do a backflip, but I just don't think he can do it, and all of a sudden I do it. Yeah. I mean, really, even with everything they got, they really still shouldn't be able to do it.
Oh, I don't even want to watch it.
Well, it's like you can't believe it. Like I say, I was going to bed. I had already sent the reassuring.
I did go to bed.
I'd already sent the reassuring text. And you know what I sent back? Never mind.
It's bizarre. My bad. Never mind.
Never mind. You'll see this after you're done jumping up and down. You know it.
Don't even read the previous text.
I kind of want to go see that game.
Have y'all ever left a ball
watching on
game?
TV?
Have y'all ever left a ball game and been out of the stadium, all of a sudden hear people roaring and stuff, and you're like, oh my gosh, I left too early.
What did I do?
Yeah, why did I do that?
Missed a home run in Atlanta one time because of it.
Yeah.
Chipper Jones.
You'll really hate the one I have. It'll make you so mad.
Really?
Yes.
And then now people start turning around trying to get back in. They can't.
It was too late then. Home runs, they've been passing the ball.
See,
around.
I'm king of staying the whole thing, no matter what.
I try to leave.
I like for the crowd to.
I'm a quick
be
flight.
out of there.
I'm a quick flight.
I am too.
I almost.
See, I want to get there early and stay late.
My son was on the team, and I nearly left during the comeback.
All right.
If Sherry doesn't make me stay, I'd never see the comeback. I'm out.
That would have been something.
I'll leave at the drop of a hat.
I'm out.
I'll leave at the drop of a hat. The one that is going to bother you, and why am I drawing a blank on his name? Was with one of the many people to date and almost marry Jennifer Lopez, played for the Yankees.
Alex Rodriguez.
Oh, A-Rod.
A-Rod. So I was at Yankee Stadium.
What?
I was at Yankee
And you
Stadium.
left early?
Yes. Boston.
What?
The Red Sox versus the
Rick.
Yankees.
Rick.
Please don't tell me it's like Game 4 or Game 5 of a series.
No, it was just a regular season game. And we're there, and I'm kind of like, y'all had enough of this? And Sherry's like, "Are you wanting to leave?" I said, "Yeah, I think we're good. Let's
to you at Yankee Stadium.
let's beat the traffic and go ahead and get on the subway and let's go ahead and roll." And so I said, we've seen this, we've seen enough and all this, and I'm sitting there waiting on the subway, and all of a sudden I hear. and A-Rod gets up there and jacks one for the Yankees to win in the final moment. You
just had to get out in front of the crowd.
And Sherry was like, "What do you think that?" I said, "I don't know." And then I would get back to the hotel, and like it's all over all the New York stations. They come back and everything, and A-Rod's big game-winning home run. And I like trying not for anybody to see it. Like, don't turn the TV on. It's time for everybody to go to bed. Why? I was just ready to go.
I know.
That's when I started realizing. So my love of sports is fading and fading badly.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. All right, we'll be back. Speaking of sports, the president weighed in on football. Have you seen this? Of course, once again, he's made up a football career that didn't happen.
Yep.
So we'll go with that, and we'll see the way you should act if one of your players jumps off sides when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
Mission to do their portrait had some pictures of a white woman or a white man holding the severed head of an African American. What would it be like today? Would we even be on the air for all the breaking news for everybody? It would be a complete meltdown, don't you think?
Uh-huh.
And so, and then the person may come out and go, "Well, I'm just doing portraits of time periods and things. I don't mean anything by it." I just think it would be something that would be controversial if it weren't. And I know people are trying to make it controversial. I honestly don't care. I don't care what artist they commission to do their painting. and they've been the
What's
first
its-
family. They got 8 years.
Let's just say David Duke painted it.
Right.
How would that sell today?
Yeah, not well, Bubba. I'm just going to tell you what, not well.
Back to the process. Do they, like halfway through it, do they get to go look at them and say, hey, I'd like to see this changed or this changed? Or do they just get it one day and it's like, hey, this is what we're going with? Or can they make changes? How's all that work?
I'm sure they saw it ahead of time.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that's the first time.
And who
they
gives
saw
them
it.
the idea? Like, did he say, I tell you what, I want to be sitting in a chair next to some bushes?
Yeah.
Or did they come up with that idea?
Yeah.
Well, it's my understanding.
How does that
these,
work?
These aren't going in the White House. They're going to go to the Smithsonian.
Well, whatever.
So
I
It's
just
some official representation of them.
yeah.
All right, I'm looking at people now are asking like we were, and again, I mean, I'm definitely trying to know the Bible, forward and
I think
backward,
this is in
and they're saying people like me are saying, and it's obvious that I don't know the Bible well enough that I guess that I might have missed this, but I don't recall this. But people are saying now in the original 66 books of the Holy Bible, there is one person named Judith. It was Esau's Hittite wife. And she's only mentioned once in passing. No one can find Judith mentioned for anyone else.
It refers to it. Let me see what this word means. It's a big good night. I have no idea.
Right. So I'm just telling you that's what
Let me
people
see
are. They're
what
saying. They're like, and then they're saying that that they think that these might be something pulled out of the Tobit.
Okay,
not
here-
the actual what we would
this-
say the 66 books.
The book of Judith is not in the Hebrew Bible. It's passages of the Christian Old Testament that are not part of the Hebrew Bible.
Right. That's the Tobit or whatever they're talking about. So I think the artist maybe thinks I got something here. You know what I mean? And everybody's kind of like, hey, this is the Judith beheading people story we're not that familiar with. And so they're saying that there is a book out there that did not make the Hebrew Bible, and the only other mention is Esau's wife seems to be Judith, who was a Hittite, but there's no mention of her beheading anyone or anything like that, and is only mentioned in passing. So I was not familiar with the biblical story of Judith, the African American leader who cut off the heads of white women. I wasn't. I personally don't know that story, but I mean, and it appears
I'm out of the loop.
it appears there may be a reason why, because it's not in there. But I mean that could be it. But again, I'm not pretending I know every word of the Bible by memory, so I could have missed it. But
I kept trying to think the book of Judith. I couldn't figure that one out.
when
I thought I'm missing something here.
Didn't know anything about that. I guess that's the reason why, because it's not in my Bible. Maybe. So anyway, again, it's just this is the thing that, again, that the Obamas have always been able to get away with that no one else could, because you're afraid to question them because then somebody call you a racist. But I would just think that if the shoe was on the other foot with past presidents, I think this would probably be controversial.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Look,
Yeah.
if I was president and I was getting my portrait done and I knew, and this was one of the artists for consideration, and I saw some of the other work, I go,
Nurse and avid equestrian,
Mhm.
Marcella, can't say her last name, rode her horse through the drive-thru at your expense. Got a pretty cool announcement for you. So the new CD, Where's the Bathroom? And Speedy and I just had another one of those bathroom experiences with some of the people we shared the building with. My goodness, that one guy. What was that?
I don't know.
Wow.
He used like an entire acre.
I've never seen anybody go through that much toilet paper. And boy, the roll was loud. He kept pulling it.
Yeah. I
was
mean,
like-
from when I got in, you came in behind me, and it was still being
I
pulled.
wonder if he needed some help or something.
But
But anyway, Where's the Bathroom has been the running theme. It's our CD name this year, the new Rick and Bubba CD, Where's the Bathroom? Here, listen to me now. We got hard copies at rickandbubba.com while they last. Click on Store Go. We'll get those to you quickly. But if you are saying, I'm waiting on iTunes, I'm waiting on what's others, Google Chrome, is that one? Wherever, you get all this download stuff. If you're waiting on that and you would like to look on your phone or your iPad and it just be there, you can go to rickandbubba.com right now in the show notes, right, Hams? And that we have the pre-order link. So if you do that, as soon as it's published, you'll have it. So
I do want to. Spotify.
Spotify is one.
Apple Music. Amazon Music.
I've
never heard of this one. Tidal. Tidal.
Never heard of that one.
SoundCloud. And Deezer. That's Greg's favorite.
Yeah, that's the one where old people listen to, right?
No, that's Geezer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So there it is. So you can go there and pre-save on any of those platforms just listed.
By the way, that's interesting. This is the first time I'm actually studying this, and I knew SoundCloud, but I didn't know the other two.
Mm-hmm. So you click on that, the pre-save. It's published. Bam! I got it.
Mm-hmm. Title is
Bam! There it is.
Title is Jay-Z's audio.
I'm in the groove. I'm still hip to the groove. Still a little young.
Jay-Z.
Right. Somebody's daddy's about to be somebody else's daddy, but that's going to fade quick.
Sure.
But I'm hip right now.
Right this second.
Compared to these geezers.
I think he had it for sale for $1 billion or something like that.
Okay. But anyway, all those things, you'll see them. Click on the one you use, and the new CD will be saved and ready to go for you. Should come out on the 9th of December.
Where'd it go?
Somewhere around the 9th. President Biden.
Does anybody know Basement Joe?
Well, he's talking to union workers, Bubba, because, you know, he's for the working man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he still rode the public transit somewhere. He used to always say that.
Well,
he's
Rick,
a man for the people.
This is so funny because he is now leading the charge in Congress from a 1920s law that they're going to pass a bill to prevent the rail workers from striking.
Mm-hmm.
And
interesting.
This, I mean, he's basically taking the union's power away from them. But he's a man for unions,
right?
And supports
That's
unions,
odd.
and the unions support him. But when the rubber meets the road, he's not there for them.
For some reason, he thinks only 10 years ago nobody would have known what a supply chain is.
Yeah.
10 years ago? All right, so here is our ever-fading president. Here we go.
10 years ago, how many knew what the hell a supply chain was?
Oh, my gosh.
No, I'm serious.
No, we are too. That's crazy.
Yeah,
I mean,
we all knew what it was.
Everybody knew
because,
what it was 10
you know
years
why?
ago.
Because we haven't been on the government troughed our whole life. We've had to deal with
easy
it.
now.
Yeah. Well, that's true.
It is true. Did he think these union workers didn't know what supply chain was 10 years ago? I mean, right there.
No, he didn't know what it was 10 years ago.
I'm serious. I know. That's what worries us.
Don't have to cuss about it.
Right.
I mean,
That's what he does.
Stop calling me Shirley.
That's when he does that little edge thing for the blue collar folks. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to tell
dialing him
you,
in.
this is your guy, and you supported him, and this is what he's doing to you. You have all the power in the world now with Christmas coming up to get this done and have a strike, and now you're not going to be able to do it legally. They're going to put the clamps on
Right.
you. So I don't know. I'm amazed at who people support and what they get for that support.
Next, in 2B, he's going to, let's give you the background, the truth first, because you always need that when dealing with any politician, especially a Democrat or a Clinton or a Biden. He played one semester of freshman football and then quit and never played football again. Okay, that's the facts. Okay, but here he's gonna make you believe he could have been an all-world player if he'd had this guy he's talking to blocking for him. So here we go.
Jeff, thank you, Jeffrey, for your introduction. I really mean it. It's a big deal, and you're a big guy. As I told you, if I had you running in front of me when I was playing flankerback, I could have been an All-American, man. Could have been big. Could have been big.
Okay.
All-American. All-American. He played one semester his freshman year, and he was going to be an All-American.
If you had it's a funny line.
It's a funny line.
I got it.
Here's what would have been funnier.
Got it.
Here's what would have been funnier.
I'll give him that one.
If he would have said this, if I'd have had you blocking for me, I wouldn't have quit.
Yeah,
that would have. Now that's funny.
And that's real.
Yeah, that's real. That would have been.
I
funny.
wouldn't have quit, and I probably would have been all conference.
Right. That would have been a funny line.
I wouldn't have quit.
Because you know what he said. Now, how many of you 10 years ago ever knew what a fullback was? And I'm serious.
He said flanker. He said flankerback.
He did.
Right.
Does anybody call it flankerback?
Nope.
That's old school. That's not one of the current terminologies. You have a flanker.
He aged himself right there.
All right. Speaking of football, Westgate High School. This offensive lineman jumps off sides. And let me tell you something.
No, defense.
Is he defense?
Yeah, he's defense. And,
I see. Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
and he's about to get popped on the back of the head, y'all. This is hilarious.
Bubba makes a good note, too, about his pants. They had to go find him special pants because he's so big.
Yeah.
Hitting the head once. Twice.
Yeah, oh, my goodness.
Wow, unhappy.
Yeah, so there's the defense telling
He
us.
ain't going up there and get you.
The 75. Don't wear 75 and act like that. Look, everybody's just, I mean, they're on him. They are really, really mad that he jumped off sides.
That is one of those where if you jump off sides, you're going to give them a first down.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And they even said in the huddle, don't jump. Don't jump.
No, I've done it.
I don't guess there's any kind of penalty for that kind of behavior against your own teammates. Otherwise, the guy would have thrown a flag.
Right. Let me say this.
For real.
My wife and I, it's so funny we got to talking about this because I was talking about people.
Abuse of your own teammate.
Yeah.
15 yards.
People jumping off sides on defense is inexcusable. And she said, did you ever do that? And I said, I didn't. I said, I'm sure I did at one point. I said, but let me tell you why it was not chronic with me. Common sense.
Mm-hmm.
I had a coach, and once he said this, I never forgot it. He said, if you're playing defense, jumping off sides is inexcusable playing defensive line, which is what I played, which this guy's playing. He said the reason why is you have the ball right in front of you. It doesn't matter what the quarterback's saying, what he's screaming, how many times he moves his body, which is illegal, and they let him get away with it. But none of that in the backfield and all this noise means nothing. The ball is right in front of you. Look at the ball.
Yeah.
And when the ball moves, go. And if it doesn't move, stay. And I thought, that makes a lot of sense. So I never jumped off sides.
I figured out how to contribute on my team, and that was before every snap, I would yell, watch the ball.
Very good.
I didn't do much else besides that.
That's
on the
all
team,
right.
but
How
I
many
did
times did you holler that? Watch the ball.
every single snap.
If you'd had that guy Biden had, you'd have been an All-American.
When I was running flankerback.
Right. Flanker calls it flanker. But anyway, defense very upset with those 75 there.
Yeah.
Phone calls when we come back. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He's near Pittsburgh last month, and she has been itching, she says, to do this for years. This has been something she's thought about for a long time.
Why not? Why not? If you're a horse person, that's a biggie.
Bubba,
go through the drive-thru. Everybody needs to do it once.
Bubba, she calls it a bucket list item.
Sure, I agree.
She said, I've checked that one off the list, and she said me and my horse went through Wendy's drive-thru. There's footage all over social media, and she ordered a small chocolate Frosty for Buns the horse.
Buns
loves Frosties.
Right.
Who doesn't?
They say
that's a good one.
They say her.
Did she hold it down and he just licked it out of the cup? Or what?
No, he likes straws.
Yeah. Oh, you can't have straws in
Everybody
Buns.
knows
True.
that.
Well, plus with those, you gotta use a spoon because they're too thick.
Yeah.
Bubba, the onlookers are as popular on social media as her. One of them remarking, "You don't see that any day in the city."
Right. No, you don't.
You really don't.
So there it is. Here she comes. Look, she's on the horse.
Look at Buns.
And
with video. I love it.
Buns is coming on through. So can I get a small Frosty for Buns, please? And look, there she
Good little
is.
horse.
She's so excited. It's a well-behaved horse.
She's not close enough to that window
No,
to get that out.
Tell you what you don't want to be is, the
Are
person.
they going to ask her to pull up and wait?
Oh, that'd be funny if they did.
Yeah. All right, look there.
It
is.
looks like it's
She-
icy out there. Is that snow?
She got a Frosty. They refer to her as Urban Cowgirl, Marcella something. So there we go.
I'm like Bubba. I kind of want to see Buns stare at Frosty.
I do too. That'd be
Get the
good.
licking.
Bubba, are you familiar with tennis player Donald Young?
I am.
Now, is
am.
this the Ronald and Donald Young twins from Anderson?
No, this is a different one. This one is from Atlanta.
Okay.
Lefty, Rick. Lefty.
Atlanta.
So this is a tennis player. I'm not familiar with this in the tennis world. I only know the biggest of names, but Donald Young has now accused his white opponent. Do you know who Ryan Harrison is?
Yes, I do.
yeah.
Y'all know who that is?
Yeah. They're both fairly highly ranked.
of racist abuse on the court during the heated match in New York in the Open.
I think Harrison's now on the Davis Cup.
How do you abuse somebody racially with playing tennis? You talking about yelling stuff at him?
Said he was making racist remarks.
Yeah, there was some chit chat. It was a very heated match, and they got to and over the net a little bit. At one point, the referee had to come down and tell them to keep moving on the changeover. So they had a little something going on.
They're both feisty guys.
Yeah.
They said there was a. So I see here. So one of the comments was, "Last time I saw a black guy playing tennis, I was watching Prince of Bel-Air."
I don't think that's what he said, Rick.
Rick, that's excellent. Really I mean, and right here at the end, too.
Wow.
Well,
Rick, why did anybody get mad about that?
Right. So anyway, I hadn't.
This is classic,
Right.
too.
It's
Playing victim
unconfirmed.
here.
It's unconfirmed, and
I
Ron
think you made
said,
an Arthur Ashe reference.
He said if you'll get the audio and video, it will clear me. And Donald's girlfriend had put out on Twitter what she heard. So
got a big mouth woman in it.
Sure, Greg. But
that always leads to trouble.
But how about this? Donald Young is really no angel. This said once he told Ron Harrison to kiss his Arthur Ashe. Tennis humor. How about my little tennis humor there? Alrighty, 35 minutes past the hour. Phone Troll music is playing. Lines are open, and if you want to get in right now, you can do it. 866-WE-BE-BIG. You crank them up, baby. Lines are available. Blazing Silverman is standing by, and he's ready to go. And if you dial right now, you will get in. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table, not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. But there is a line available for you now, and if you move, you will get in. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, nothing like that. This is just people talking, making comments, asking questions, and bringing information to the table. Relief factor. I do want to, you have time while you're calling, I'll run this down because we've got more people that are trying this great product, and they're letting us know how it's working for them. Relief Factor says, I've been taking about 4 weeks now. This is Tanya, and she listens to us via the 24/7 TuneIn app out of Texas. She said, I've been taking Relief Factor for about a year. I'm sorry, for about 4 weeks. Forgive me for that. Unfortunately, this is where the year comes in. I was hit by a car while walking almost a year ago. That's where the year comes from. And so I had major injuries from that. I bet you did. My husband had heard you guys talking about Relief Factor, and since we're watching our money these days, he bought it for me to try to limit the trips to the doctor. Within maybe a week, maybe even less, I started noticing a decrease in the pain in my lower back and an increased range of motion. I was very grateful. It's a beautiful addition to my natural therapies. ReliefFactor.com is ready for you. Tanya, thanks for that update. It's all natural, so you can take it every day, unlike the over-the-counters, and you know the addictive properties of the prescription pain meds. They can be very dangerous. This is all natural, and it works for most people. So go to ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com. I take it every day, and find it right there under the sponsors button. So do me a favor, Speedy. Will you dial our number? Because this has been the case all day, and now it's starting to be kind of a trend.
Yeah, you're just getting one line.
Yeah,
let's all hit it.
And this has been happening all day.
Yeah, I noticed that.
So I don't know. So let's look here.
I'm sorry, no one is available.
Is it ringing?
No, see, I knew something was wrong.
Oh.
Every single phone segment I've done today, one caller gets in and then nobody else can get in. You know, the first time you think, well, sometimes there's not a lot of response or whatever, but this has happened every single time I've tried to go to the phones, and I see now
What's that
what's
local one, Rick?
I have no idea.
Is it on there? Didn't I?
Yeah, here it is.
let me dial it.
Well, no, that looks like a hotline here. Is it the one down at the bottom?
Yeah, let me try that.
Okay, so
824 Bigley.
Yeah, Bigley 7.
Bigley 7. Yeah, hold on.
Bigley 7. Because, and that's not good news going into the 12 working days of Christmas. I'll tell you that.
No, it's not.
You're talking 24 hours out.
So something's wrong. I actually
Storms last night.
Can I tell all of you something? I actually feel good about that because I thought the show was over. Today I thought to myself, well, then nobody's into the show at all. And we've had some pretty provocative comments, and I was like, so I don't know what to do, guys. I can only take one call. And there's nothing wrong over here, on that normal do. It's a different problem.
Here's Speedy trying to play a play. He's trying to soften things up before he goes all in.
Well, poor old young Scruggs. I mean, I have not seen more than one.
You and
all
I
day.
called at the same time, and I couldn't even get a. It wouldn't even give me the message he got.
So I had to know because I thought to myself, well, this show's over.
That was smart, by the way.
mean, I know people like Greg. I think have this kind of impact.
Right.
But the. So I guess we'll talk to y'all one at a time. So Chris is in South Carolina. Chris, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yes, I was letting y'all know that word Bible is an acronym.
What word?
It's basic information before leaving Earth.
Oh, I see. You're taking Bible, making the word Bible an acronym. Okay, yeah. All
Good
right,
to hear from Gary Busey.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. I forgot about it. All right, so if you try to call right now, there you go. So I can take y'all one at a time.
Yeah.
Should I not bother Scruggs with? I mean, not Scruggs. Blazing Silverman. Should I just take them?
Yeah, just take it.
Yeah, we can only do
because you can't screen to go to another call.
So I might as well.
Yeah.
So I might as well just. All right, Blazing. I'm going to take them straight up myself.
Hope it's
so I want to know, what was that person saying? So I noticed you didn't stay with them. What did they say? I can hear you say something.
I don't think he's got the mic turned on.
You don't have the mic turned on? Never mind. Did we not teach a kid how to turn the mic on?
I don't think we have. I don't know.
All right, so hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Tim from Foley.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, I'm just calling to talk about a major sporting event, history-making sporting event that I left before it happened.
Okay. What was that?
I was at Brett Favre's professional debut at Lambeau Field, and they had a quarterback named Don Mikowski. It was at Lambeau Field. I was a season ticket holder. He got hurt, and the fans at Lambeau were actually cheering. And I told my wife, I said, I can't stay here and listen to this. So we walked out, went across the street to Red Lobster, and we heard a cheer just go off in the bar, and we asked the waitress what was going on, and she said they put in some guy.
Oh no!
Now they just rebooted everything.
I think they just rebooted everything.
That's exactly.
He's there.
Are you
What in the world?
Hello?
No, I think they did. That's what it sounds like.
Oh, now it looks. Look, link to server is down. All right, so I think he was saying that Favre went nuts.
Yeah.
After he went to Red Lobster.
That is so funny.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I never been to
You look it up and see what happened, Brett.
I never been to the Green Bay Red
Favre's
Lobster. You ever been there?
Packer.
Where?
You ever
No,
been?
no, no,
You ever
no.
been at Lambeau?
No.
Did you know, this is going to make Helmsley so mad, and Bubba can confirm this. I was invited to go to Lambeau like probably 4 or 5 times, and I didn't go. And Wingo's even told me he would take me, and I hadn't been.
That bothers me a
It's
bit.
like I just can't make myself do it. I don't. I'm thinking.
It's, if this is correct,
Okay.
Brett Favre's debut game
Mm-hmm.
was on September the 20th, 1992. He entered in the first quarter against the Cincinnati Bengals and led the Packers to a 24-23 victory.
Okay.
After they had started the season 0-2.
That's what the guy missed. That's exactly what he missed.
So they were probably losing or whatever when Don, what did he say his name was? I remember when he was quarterback.
Mikowski.
And Favre comes in and turns the game around. Tell you, when Favre got in, things happened. You got to admit that.
Well, that is true.
And it's continued to some degree.
Yeah, right. He said he wasn't part of any of that.
I know, and I hope he gets out of it.
Well,
really.
I mean, we'll see. He's asked to be removed. Did that judge ever rule?
I don't. The judge will take plenty of time to look it over.
Right. I got those of you that are calling right now. I think we've gone from we could take one call to we can't take any.
I wish he was in the middle of a tennis facility scandal at UAB, and that means we'd have a nice one being built.
I know. By the way, guys, I don't want to be Debbie Downer. Y'all know that. But we have 12 working days of Christmas tomorrow.
I know.
Did you know? According to this, I'm just looking at Brett Favre facts here. Brett Favre's first NFL pass. Do you know what happened?
Interception.
It was a pick six interception.
Yeah, I think he told us that one time.
Yeah. The first completion he made was to himself. Got batted up in there, and he caught it and ran with it.
Okay. Did not know that.
They said, looking back on his career, that was just so.
Yeah.
What a way to start. It was such a predictor for the way everything was going to go. He won, man. I tell you, he was
sure
a tough,
did.
tough competitor.
As a a struggling Green Bay Packer fan, the 70s and 80s were lonely. and
I know that's when the Vikings were on it.
Yeah, and then when he came in and got a Super Bowl win out of that was good.
Yep.
And really, if you look
I remember watching Brett play against Florida State. And it was like the first kickoff game of his senior year, and I thought, well, this game probably won't be any good. And Southern Miss just, I mean, they stayed with them, then won it right at the end. I thought, wow, that guy there is making stuff happen.
That's when he was a giant killer. They'd come in there and beat you.
Yep.
All right, we'll come back. We're trying to reset the phones. I'm sorry. I bet a lot of you thought, man, the phones have been active today. All right, they look they're happening now.
All right, try it now and see if it works, everybody.
Yeah.
866 We Be Big.
Yeah, I think it's working now. All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The late Tom Petty with the Heartbreakers.
Wow, it sounds funny to say that.
It does. Have love, will travel. We do have a lot to talk about. Also, we'll look back at the Valentine's Day yesterday, if any of you had that. Like I say, for me, it was kind of, it was all kind of done. I kind of had everything put up by the time we got to the actual day because of anniversaries and just looking for the best time. But I will say this. I will give my wife props on this. We were headed back home from her practice yesterday, and a wonderful text did come down with a picture of the grill with four nice steaks on it.
Wow.
She said, got steaks on the grill. Y'all come on home. And so we did have a little Valentine's dinner with some steaks, and it was good. It was really good.
We had a very, what I call low budget,
Yes.
low hassle Valentine. We ordered pizza, and we watched TV on the couch.
There you go.
Yep, I did see. And with all the stuff going on too, it's interesting to have this Waco thing they're showing right in the middle of it. But watched a little bit the latest episode of that last night. So
I'll watch it tonight. I DVR'd it.
Yeah, well, I had the weird thing. I didn't really know where on my cable package was the Paramount channel, but at least I found it now.
Oh, yeah, good.
I know it is. You have to. Sometimes you go because they change the names of them so much.
Right.
You're like, do I even have this? But anyway, we had that another school shooting. It's horrifying. It's almost like you hear these things, you're like, well, here we go again. So we'll look at it. Obviously, all the normal players are doing their normal things, and I think I don't know, Bubba. Maybe there are others, and Bubba and I were talking in the office this morning. Maybe there are. I hope there are. But I really think that on this show, the way these things should be addressed, and no one seems to want to do it, is correct. And that is a comprehensive look on why these things are happening. You can't just look at one thing and think you're going to fix something. When you have a problem of evil, you've got to look at the whole picture, top to bottom. And how about this? And I think, Bubba, you said this one, you agree. I'm willing to do that. If we're willing to have a comprehensive look, and it's got to be top to bottom.
Oh, absolutely.
We got to look at everything that is contributing to this kind of behavior. And it's much bigger than how many clips you can have and how you can get a gun. It's much bigger than that.
And a lot of people don't want to look at it that way.
No. And if we want to also make some reasonable adjustments on that, I'm open to that. I know some people are not. I am, but it's the great analogy, and it really is. It's so many things, and we've said it 1,000 times, but it should be said again. You can't mop on the first floor if the toilet's overflowing on the top floor.
Right.
I mean,
right.
If the second floor's got a toilet overflowing, mopping on the first floor is not going to solve it. You got to get up there and stop the leak.
Yeah.
And that leak is going to include a lot of things that we've laid out before, but we'll try to review that again. The latest on the shooting is 17 confirmed dead. Others are in the hospital. The shooter is in custody. He is alive, which is a little new twist on this. And they are talking to him. He tried to sneak out with the people leaving, which is why they put people out there as people are leaving and make you put your hands up, and they examine everybody as they're all running out, because that's one of the ways somebody can try to escape.
Oh, it was very calculated.
Yeah.
The day, the time of the day, the fact it was Valentine's Day, all of that played into a calculation of how he could have the best chance to do the most damage.
And the fire alarm, and they had actually done a fake alarm earlier in the day.
Practice,
and then he pulled it when he came in that afternoon. And as you said, one of the other things that people are asking, it appeared that on social media he was telling everybody what he was going to do, and why didn't anybody take that serious?
He was the guy that everybody, if you're reading, we knew, we were afraid one day he would do something.
So, as we look comprehensively at it, that has to be a key in this. Right.
Exactly.
When people all around him says everybody knew he was going to do this or he had this potential, then why didn't we do something about it?
And it sounds like the school did.
Did the law protect him? If it is, we need to look at that law.
Yeah,
that's what comprehensive means. Let's look at all parts of this. It's much more complicated than just a piece of hardware. Now, there's issues, as you said. There's some common sense things I think we can do. But like all these celebrities that are already out here, what Chelsea Handler is.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Adler, get video 5 ready in case we need it. This is the delusional politician segment. We've got a lot of those. 866 we be big. We got folks standing by. The phones are working now. So I apologize. I have spent the entire show thinking, well, I guess we only got one person who cares about this. I mean, a few minutes ago, when it first hit me, is we had a caller that said something that usually promotes a lot of response, and nothing happened. And so I tried a phone troll, and only one, and I was like, okay, something's wrong. And that's when we finally discovered it. So a lot of you have been calling thinking, man, they got the phones are going nuts. We're in here going, man, the phones ain't got nothing today. It was two completely different worlds we were living in. But it has been repaired, and you can get in now at 866 we be big. Before we do, Bubba, would you say that Chicago Democratic Mayor Lori Lightfoot has done a great job in Chicago?
No, Rick, I would be embarrassed if I was her. I wouldn't. I wouldn't run again. I wouldn't show my face.
Well, you wouldn't, but listen to her. She says, I'll just let her tell you in her own words about the upcoming re-election. Here it is.
Reach voters all across the city to remind them not only what we've done over the last 3.5 years, but what our vision is for the next 4, and why the only rational choice is to return me to office.
Only rational choice is to put Lightfoot back in. I mean, if you live in Chicago, if you live through a weekend, you think to yourself, we got to get her back in there. She's done a bang-up job.
Let's say you survived to the ripe old age of 18, and you're allowed to vote. You have to ask the question, Rick, is this the city I want to live in? Look, if Chicago puts her back in again, you get what you asked for. So don't be crying to us when people are gunned down every weekend.
We start with Jordan.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
You're on the Rick and Bubba show. Jordan, go right ahead. Uh-oh. Doggone it.
What happened?
Now it won't answer.
Are you serious?
I told you a minute ago not to say that before you said it was
12
fixed.
working days coming soon.
Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
I'll have to do it on social media, I guess.
Tomorrow,
the tubers are going to be very excited.
I guess we're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. We're going to put a fish bowl out here, and you come by and drop your business card in it, and we'll draw one out.
I remind everybody involved with this show, tomorrow is 12 working days of Christmas.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Let's try it again. There it is. All right, Jordan, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey Jordan, welcome, and I mean it.
So just a disclaimer. I'm not a soccer fan, but I was watching on YouTube TV, and you know how you can watch, like, you can go back and watch just, like, highlights, like key plays?
Yep.
So, like, normally on, like, a college game, you got, like, probably 30, 40 key plays.
Yeah.
So I watched the highlight to the 1-0 win.
Yeah.
I think there was, like, 10 key plays.
Well, no, I would say there was one key play. And the U.S. guy kicked it in the net, and he got hit in the ribs and had to go to the hospital.
Yeah, he couldn't even celebrate.
Really?
Yeah.
He laid on the ground.
He's in the hospital for, I guess they kept him overnight. Man.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're 3 games in. We've scored a total of 2 goals against 3 teams.
But with the last 5 games they've played, they've scored 2.
And we've been rewarded going to the knockout round of 16.
Yes, sir.
I tell you, it's just a low bar in soccer to move forward, or a low goal in this point, I guess.
I watched the entire thing yesterday with guys that care about soccer, and the things they were saying, I'm gonna be honest, I don't understand the game because their excitement with certain things. I was like, really? Yeah. So I fired you up.
Well, the guy kicked it across the pasture.
That's on me. Okay?
I can introduce you.
Listen,
I can introduce you.
Come on, Coach.
To hundreds of thousands of flies that doo-doo makes them excited.
All right.
Okay, but I still wouldn't want any. Okay, but they get real excited about it.
What did they say?
You're a dangerous man.
Do you remember that meme of that guy, and he's in a chair, and he's got his face right up against the wall, and he says, still more fun to watch paint dry than soccer.
So that I don't even care that people get excited about it. They're just wrong. Yeah. I mean, on that analogy.
But when the defense clears it, that's pretty cool, keeping somebody from scoring.
A lot of possession talk yesterday.
Well, the defense is awful good in soccer.
A lot of kicking out of bounds.
Can't believe Iran has been able to possess the ball this much in the last 45 minutes.
Well,
why are we not possession? Why are we not have possession of the ball?
Agreed.
Let's just get possession of the ball. My goodness. And then there was an offsides call that all of them agreed with. That was on us, the U.S. I actually agree with that. I actually agree with that onside kick. I mean that offsides, and I'm like, I didn't even know when he was offsides.
You know what keeps you from having a snowbird, see, and doing a slam on the other end.
You know what Tony Romo would say?
You can't rock the baby in soccer.
You know what Tony Romo would say? Look how long, Jim, they're playing keep away with their feet.
If the chips and salsa would not have been at the table, I think I'd have fell asleep.
Yeah.
Well,
that's dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
They're
playing keep away, Calvin.
Rick, you're running the show like an escaped convict.
I know it. Well,
That's
look, let's face it. After what we've been through this past year with Bubba's scare, I think we're all just counting every day as a
blessing.
Yeah. Let's go to Jack in Coleman, ZZK. Jack, go ahead.
Yeah, I've got a would you rather question.
Bring it.
Would you rather
would you rather balance on one foot and put your socks on one at a time, or would you rather use your morning toilet paper left-handed? And before you answer, remember your answer the next time you shake somebody's hand.
Oh, wow. That was a long way home for that.
Yeah.
I know how hard it is for me to balance. I may have to try the left hand.
Well, I can write left-handed and I can throw a little bit left-handed. So I taught myself to use my left hand more and more just as a backup. So I'm not as scared of the left hand as some people might.
Yeah, I also was forced to do a little work there when I had my right bicep got detached.
No,
I was in a sling, so I worked on that left hand.
Yeah, sure. It's like there's a stranger in the house. But
I was just going to say it if you didn't. Yeah. I was going to say it if you didn't. I was ready.
Well, I had to do it because Greg was.
I know. That was a tribute to Greg. Yeah. Willie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Willie won't.
They're playing Keep Away, Scoob. Willie, go ahead.
Are your hands loose?
Yes, he's on. Go ahead.
Hey,
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Hey, buddy, can I use you to help me get Willie Jr.? He's down here at the trailer park.
Wait a minute. Pull the cord a little tighter.
He was saying good luck.
Pull the string.
I couldn't let that go on.
He said good luck being on Coach Freeze's staff. What will you be coaching?
Is that what he said?
No, I'm kidding.
Oh, okay. I heard Willie G
said.
in there. I think he was also bringing Greg in the mix. I did hear Willie G. Of all the things he said, I heard Willie G somewhere in there.
I think he was talking about Willie from Willie and Wanda.
Okay.
I think he said Willie in the trailer park. Something to do with Willie.
Okay. All right. That's pretty good.
I thought that's what he said.
We can reboot our system and get it dialed in all we want to. We can't do anything about y'all's.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
True. Doug in Talladega. Doug, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Doug.
Up, brother?
What's going on, Doug?
I wonder how Willie's doing.
I think the other call was referencing. Why is Willie coming up today?
Just a couple things real quick. What do you think the guys' chances of Troy University breaking into the top 25? My daughter went to Troy, and so I know.
What's their record?
Some guys at Troy, so 10-2.
Yeah, it's according to how they do in the bowl.
Troy's hosting the.
I think they
play this weekend. Troy is hosting the Sun Belt Conference Championship game this weekend.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they still got that together.
Yeah, okay.
So I think they have a chance.
Yeah, they win that. Yeah. I think you might see that. Yeah, absolutely. That's a possibility. They got a great coach right now, having a great season. I think they can. Yeah. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, sorry we had the phone trouble today. I didn't know. So, but tomorrow, Lord willing, we'll be back and we'll do the gift number 1 of the 12 working days of Christmas. Wednesday Bible study back today. That'll be at noon Central Time, live on the YouTube channel and archived soon after for your consumption.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.